This is Audible.
Blackstone Audio presents Che Guevara, A Revolutionary Life by John Lee Anderson. 23. Individualism Must Disappear. 1. The Matos sedition trial took place in December, and it quickly turned bitter and ugly, with both Raúl and Fidel intervening personally to accuse Matos. As he invariably did on such occasions, Raúl called for Matos's execution, and so did the prosecutor, Major Jorge Papito Cerguera. Instead, the judges, all hand-picked army officers and revolutionary veterans, sentenced Matos to 20 years in prison and gave his junior officers lesser sentences. That month, several other men were also tried, sentenced, and executed for counter-revolution. Rafael del Pino, Fidel's old friend and companion during the 1948 Bogotazo, was caught, charged with aiding Batistianos fleeing the country, and given 30 years. As he had promised Alexander Alexiev over vodka and caviar, Fidel also began to wage battle against the reactionary press in Cuba. The conservative daily Avance was intervened after its editor fled the country. Fidel had accused him of siding with the counter-revolution for printing Diaz-Lanz's accusations. Cuba's second television channel, 12, was intervened too. El Mundo was taken over and put under the editorship of a Fidelista journalist, Luis Wanguemert. The operation to close down the opposition mouthpiece, Diario de la Marina, and the rest of Cuba's independent press would come soon. For now, the editors of Bohemia and Revolución remained publicly loyal, although they too were becoming unsettled about Fidel's accommodation with the communists. Cuba's own international wire agency, Prensa Latina, was now up and running, under the committed editorship of Jorge Ricardo Massetti, with bureaus opening around the hemisphere, doing battle to combat the reports put out by the AP and UPI, the two U.S. news agencies most galling to Che and Fidel. The newspaper takeovers were aided by the printers and journalists' unions, now in the hands of Fidelistas, and functioning as pro-government strike forces in the surviving private media outlets. The CTC purge had continued over David Salvador's protestations, spearheaded by the Communists now on its executive committee. Even in the Union of Graphic Artists, there was purging to be done. The Communist actress Violeta Casals, Alexiev's initial contact for Che, became the new head of the union after her predecessor was accused of being a counter-revolutionary and fled the country. Che's overseas mission of the previous summer had also begun showing some public dividends. Since the autumn, official diplomatic and trade delegations from Japan, Indonesia, and Egypt had begun visiting the island. A few trade agreements were signed, more significant for their symbolism than their commercial benefits. And since his return, Che had kept up a steady stream of articles about the countries he had visited, to be published in Verde Olivo and the magazine Humanismo. But his writings took on a more blatantly political hue. In an article in the September-October issue of Humanismo called America from the Afro-Asian Balcony, Che wrote that the common bond shared by Cuba with the newly independent former colonial states was the dream of freedom from economic exploitation. He argued that revolutionary Cuba, personified by Fidel Castro, was a model for change, not only in Latin America but in Asia and Africa as well. He called for an international anti-imperialist alliance. Fidel, he seemed to be saying, could be its leader. Might it not be that our fraternity can defy the breadth of the seas, the rigors of language, and the lack of cultural ties to lose ourselves in the embrace of a fellow struggler? Cuba has been invited to the new Afro-Asian People's Conference, and Cuba will go to say that it is true, that Cuba exists, and that Fidel Castro is a man, a popular hero, and not a mythological abstraction. But it will also go to explain that Cuba is not an isolated event, merely the first signal of America's awakening. And when they ask, "Are you the members of the guerrilla army that is leading the struggle for the liberation of America? Are you, then, our allies on the other side of the sea?" I must say to them, and to all the hundreds of millions of Afro-Asians that I am one brother more, one more among the multitudes of brothers in this part of the world that awaits with infinite anxiety the moment when we can consolidate the block that will destroy, once and for all, the anachronistic presence of colonial domination. The notion of projecting himself onto the world stage made great sense to Fidel. With a climactic intensity, independence was sweeping Africa and Asia. Since 1957, a dozen new nations had won their independence from French, British, and Belgian colonial rule. Others, such as the Algerians, were having to wage war for it, but the trend was clear. The days of colonial rule were over, and the future was in the hands of men who had faced down the dying empires, men such as Nasser, Sukarno, why not Fidel himself? In January, Foreign Minister Raul Roa flew off to Asia and North Africa to extend Cuba's invitation to attend an international Congress of Developing Nations to be held in Havana. The first anecdotal articles of Che's experiences in the guerrilla war, eventually compiled and published as Episodes of the Cuban Revolutionary War, had also begun appearing in print. In November, his tragic story, The Murdered Puppy, was published in Humanismo. Coinciding as it did with the intensifying pace of land expropriations and the resumption of the revolutionary firing squads, the story's real-life allegory about the necessary sacrifice of innocence in a revolutionary cause must have made disquieting reading for some Cubans. 2. By January, the architect Nicolás Quintana had come to the conclusion that the future looked bleak for him in Cuba. The revolution had moved sharply to the left, alienating him and most of his social class. His personal dream of building the National Bank had been dashed, while a close friend of his, a member of the Juventud Católica, had just been shot by a firing squad for distributing anti-communist leaflets. Quintana went to see Che to complain. It was to be a shattering encounter. As Quintana recalled, Che told me, "Look, revolutions are ugly but necessary, and part of that revolutionary process is injustice at the service of future justice." I will never be able to forget that phrase. I replied that that was Thomas More's utopia. I said that we, mankind, had been fucked by that tale for a long time, for believing that we would achieve something not now but in the future. Che looked at me for a long time and said, "So, you don't believe in the future of the revolution?" I told him I didn't believe in anything that was based upon an injustice. Che then asked him, "Even if that injustice is sanitary?" To which Quintana replied, "For those who die, I don't believe you can talk of sanitary injustice." Che's response was immediate. "You have to leave Cuba. You have 3 choices. You leave Cuba and there's no problem for me, or 30 years in prison in the near future, or the firing squad." Dumbstruck and horrified, Quintana sat frozen in his chair, and Che added, "You are doing very strange things." I didn't say anything, Quintana said, but knew what he was referring to. What surprised me is that he already knew. That really surprised me. Quintana belonged to a group of professionals who had formed an organization they called Trabajo Voluntario, voluntary work, ostensibly dedicated to carrying out civic works, but its real purpose was to organize an anti-Castro opposition. It was an excuse to meet at night and talk, well, you know, about what we were going to do about this, the revolution. After Che's warning, Quintana realized he was not going to be doing very much at all, and within a few weeks he fled the island. Around the same time, José Pardo Yada, the television commentator who had had such a troublesome journey with Che the previous summer, called on the new National Bank president to take up the case of a friend, tobacco expert Napoleon Padilla. After his INRA appointment, Che had asked Padilla to come and work for him at INRA, organizing tobacco cooperatives in Pinar del Rio. Oddly, in light of his fear and dislike of Guevara's communism, which he had already denounced to the U.S. Embassy, Padilla had agreed. Since then he had worked at INRA, setting up the cooperatives, assisting in a large sale of export tobacco, and, at Che's behest, teaching a training course in business administration. But Padilla had become increasingly uncomfortable about what he saw at INRA, and argued with Núñez Jiménez and the PSP's Oscar Pino Santos, now a top INRA official, over the way they were implementing the agrarian reform. Finally, he had exploded and accused Pino Santos of practicing communism. From that day onward, Padilla had begun feeling frozen out of things. Then on the evening of January 26th, an anonymous phone caller had warned him, "Napoleon, hide yourself right away. They're going to arrest you." The caller had hung up, and terrified, Padilla drove to the Honduran embassy to ask for political asylum. The ambassador had advised him to try to find out what his real status was before he took such an extreme step, and Padilla had called Pardo Llada to ask for his help. At the National Bank offices, Pardo asked Guevara if Padilla had a problem with the authorities. Che showed him a piece of paper. It was a written affidavit signed by an army sergeant at the tobacco cooperative where Padilla worked, accusing Padilla of being a counter-revolutionary and of speaking ill about Che's wife, Aleda. Pardo expressed surprise that Che paid any attention to such petty gossip, to which Che revealed his hand. He also happened to know, he told Pardo, that Padilla met frequently with the U.S. Embassy's agricultural attaché, and that he had also spoken negatively about the government in front of INRA officials. Pardo still insisted these weren't reasons to persecute Padilla. "All right," Che told him. "He can resign and leave INRA, and if he wants to leave the country, he can go and join his gringo friends." Che's word was good. 6 months later, with Che's express permission, acknowledged Pardo, Padilla was allowed to leave Cuba, taking his car and furniture with him on the ferry boat to Miami. 3. Fidel had dubbed 1960 the year of agrarian reform, but a better label might have been the year of confrontation. The month leading up to Mikoyan's visit saw a rapid deterioration in U.S.-Cuban relations and an open acceleration of Cuba's socialization. A tit-for-tat war began in early January, with a note of protest sent by Secretary of State Herter over the illegal seizures of American-owned property, for which no compensation had been paid. Cuba responded by seizing all large cattle ranches and all sugar plantations in the country, including those owned by Americans. More unidentified airplanes flew out of the United States, firebombing Cuban cane fields. The sabotage runs were being organized by the CIA, which was now planning to train a Cuban exile force for an eventual guerrilla campaign against Castro. Reaction in Washington was being fueled by domestic politics as well. President Eisenhower was in the final year of his second term as president, and the early presidential campaign jockeying to succeed him had already begun. In opening his campaign, Vice President Richard Nixon used Cuba as a rallying cry, warning Castro that he could be punished for his actions, including having his sugar quota with the United States cut. Fidel responded with customary defiance. On January 19th, INRA announced the immediate confiscation of all latifundia, both Cuban and foreign-owned, in the country. The edict put every large remaining agrarian holding in the revolution's hands. Next, a bizarre altercation between Spanish Ambassador Juan Pablo de Logendio and Fidel occurred on live television, after Fidel insinuated during a speech that Spain's embassy was implicated in a covert U.S. program to smuggle anti-Castroites out of the island. The indignant ambassador stormed into the television studios while Fidel was still on the air to accuse Fidel of slander. A shouting match ensued until the apoplectic envoy was forcibly escorted out of the building. Fidel resumed his television speech by announcing that Logendio had 24 hours to abandon Cuba before veering off into a new rant against the United States. Secretary of State Herter reacted by going to Capitol Hill to request passage of a bill that would give Eisenhower the power to alter Cuba's sugar quota, then recalled Ambassador Bonsall indefinitely to Washington. In the last week of January, there was one final attempt to find a way out of the spiraling crisis. On January 21st, Eisenhower issued a statement calling for negotiations to halt further deterioration in the relations between the two nations. That same day in Havana, acting charge d'affaires Daniel Braddock asked Argentine ambassador Julio Almoeda to serve as intermediary between his government and Castro. Almoeda agreed, and went to see Fidel with an American proposal. If Fidel stopped the anti-American attacks and met with Bonsall, Washington would consider extending economic aid to Cuba. After first refusing, Fidel relented, telling Almoeda he would halt the press campaign. Osvaldo Dorticos, the Cuban figurehead president, followed up the next day with a declaration that Cuba wished to keep and strengthen its traditional friendship with the United States. The truce held. In Fidel's next speech on January 28th, he did not mention the United States at all. The temporary backdown gave him breathing space before the next round, which he knew would be very soon in coming. On January 31st, Cuba's government finally acknowledged the truth of the long-standing rumors and announced the imminent arrival of Soviet Deputy Premier Anastas Mikoyan. 4. The Soviet trade fair turned out to be a great success. Over 100,000 Cubans visited during its 3-week stay to view its Sputnik replica, the models of Soviet homes, factories, and sports facilities, its tractors, and displays of farm and industrial equipment. These were the technological achievements of the nation that Nikita Khrushchev had told Americans would bury them in the not-too-distant future. And to the average, untraveled Cuban in early 1960, such claims were credible. After all, hadn't the Russians been the first country to put a satellite, even a live dog, into orbit? Not all Cubans were impressed. Mikoyan's visit was attended by some angry demonstrations, and Cuba's independent media waged an unstinting campaign to attack him and expose the inequities and inefficiencies of the Soviet system. Throughout his stay, nocturnal incursions by small planes based in the United States, attacking Cuban sugar mills and cane fields, continued without let-up. When, in late February, one of the marauding planes crashed on Cuban soil, and the identity papers of one of the dead showed him to be an American citizen, Fidel cited it as evidence of U.S. complicity in the attacks. When the news broke, CIA Director Allen Dulles acknowledged to the blissfully uninformed Eisenhower that the dead man and those piloting the other sabotage missions were in fact CIA hirelings. In mid-February, Eisenhower had publicly ordered Customs to halt and prosecute any Cuba-bound illegal flights leaving from the United States. But now, he privately urged Dulles to come up with a more comprehensive plan to overthrow Castro. Only 5 days earlier, on February 13th, the Soviets and Cubans had made public the terms of their new commercial agreement. The Soviets had agreed to buy almost 500,000 tons of sugar during 1960, and would buy 1,000,000 tons per year for the next 4 years, in return for which Cuba would not receive cash, but Soviet products, including oil. In the 5th and final year of the agreement, Moscow would pay cash. Cuba was also to receive a $100 million credit at a bargain-basement 2.5% interest rate over 10 years for the purchase of machinery and factory buildings, to wit, financing Che's industrialization scheme. As for Fidel's dream of draining the Ciénaga de Zapata swamp, which he promptly showed to Mikoyan by helicopter, Mikoyan promised Soviet technical assistance. Fidel and Che crowed happily about the New Deal, calling it a further step toward the economic independence of Cuba. Overshadowed by Mikoyan's presence, Polish and East German trade delegations arrived and signed their own trade deals with Cuba, and not far behind came the Czechs and the Chinese. On February 20th, fulfilling another of Che's recent public pronouncements, the era of Soviet-style central planning was ushered into being with the announced creation of JUSEPLAN, the Junta Central de Planificación. Fidel was its chairman, and Che, its main proponent, was on its Consejo de Dirección, or Management Council. In case anyone had missed the point in Che's recent speeches, Cuba was going to have a command economy. The Soviet deputy premier's son, Sergo Mikoyan, accompanied his father on most of his peregrinations around the island, and was able to observe Cuba's leaders closely. Right away, he noticed the difference between Che and Fidel. After reading of the Argentines' past exploits, he had expected to meet a manic guerrilla, a kind of fire-eating Latin American Bolshevik. But Che didn't fit the image. I now saw a man who was very silent, with very tender eyes, Sergo recalled. You feel a little distance when you talk with Fidel because he almost doesn't listen to you. But with Che, one didn't feel that. Although I had expected him to be the obstinate one, I realized he wasn't stubborn but inclined to talk, to discuss, and to listen. The high point of Mikoyan's tour was the obligatory visit to the city of Santiago and Fidel's old Sierra Maestra Comandancia at La Plata. The whole entourage traveled to Oriente, but it was a select group that went up to La Plata. Mikoyan, Sergo, and Leonov, Fidel, Che, and their bodyguards. The press corps was left behind in Santiago. Fidel had planned for them to spend the night at La Plata, but found nothing had been prepared for their arrival. Some workers were there building huts, but they had not finished the job, and there were only a few tents. Fidel was embarrassed and angry, but Mikoyan told him not to worry, that he was not averse to sleeping in a tent. His son Sergo, however, decided to leave and take advantage of the opportunity to see Santiago. He later heard from his father what happened that night. After he had gone, Fidel and Che spoke openly with Mikoyan about their desire to create a socialist revolution, the problems they faced in doing so, and their need for Soviet aid to carry it off. It was a very strange chat, said Sergo Mikoyan. They told my father that they could survive only with Soviet help, and they would have to hide the fact from the capitalists in Cuba. Then Fidel said, "We will have to withstand these conditions in Cuba for 5 or 10 more years." At which Che interrupted and told him, "If you don't do it within 2 or 3 years, you're finished." There was this difference of conception between them. Fidel then launched into a soliloquy about how his rebel victory had proven Marx wrong. Fidel said that according to Marx, the revolution could not have happened except along the paths proposed by his Communist Party and our Cuban Communist Party, mass struggles, strikes, and so forth. "But we did it," Fidel said, "not them. So we have overtaken Marx. We have proven him wrong." My father contradicted him. He said, "You think this way because your communists are dogmatic. They think Marxism is just A, B, C, and D. But Marxism is a way, not a dogma. So I don't think you have proven Marx wrong. I think you have proven your communists wrong." They didn't talk directly about military aid, said Mikoyan, but they did ask for Soviet economic aid. They explained that if they didn't receive it, they were damned, due to 2 considerations. First, American imperialism. Second, the struggle with their own capitalists. After this talk, everyone understood that the commercial agreement they announced a few days later was merely to be the first step in the re-establishment of full relations between Cuba and the Soviet Union. For now, it was all Fidel dared risk. Nonetheless, Alexiev, who hadn't gone to La Plata, was surprised to learn that Che and Fidel hadn't asked to buy Soviet arms. They talked with Mikoyan about everything but arms, which was a little strange. In Mexico, even Mikoyan said that he thought Fidel might request arms. It was a logical presumption. Over the past year, Fidel had sent emissaries all over the world to buy airplanes and weapons, but had managed to buy only some of what he wanted in Belgium and Italy. His requests to Washington for airplanes had been predictably spurned, and the unwillingness of Great Britain and several other countries to sign arms deals was probably due to U.S. pressure as well. Lately in his speeches, defiant phrases such as, "Cuba reserves the right to defend itself," and "Cuba will get the arms it needs wherever it has to buy them," had become a familiar refrain. Very soon, however, the subject was raised. On March 4th, the French freighter La Couvre, which had just been towed into a dock in Havana Harbor, exploded in a horrendous blast heard all over downtown. When the first explosion occurred, Jorge Enrique Mendoza, INRA's chief in Camagüey, was in a meeting with Fidel and the agency's other provincial bosses at the INRA building. Rushing to the port, they were starting down the wharf where La Couvre was docked when Mendoza saw Che hurry past him toward the burning ship. Just as Che neared the ship, and with Mendoza, Fidel, and the others about 100 meters back, 300-odd feet, there was a terrific second explosion. Mendoza and some other men immediately threw themselves on top of Fidel to protect him. Mendoza recalled, "Fidel began to kick and punch and yell, 'Damn it, you're suffocating me!' Then things began falling from the air. Mendoza turned to Raúl and urged him to take Fidel away for fear of another explosion. According to Mendoza, Raúl had to practically take Fidel prisoner to evacuate him. With Fidel safely out of the way, Mendoza turned his attention to Che, who was still trying to board the burning ship. I walked quickly over to where he was. Someone, I don't remember who, was trying to stop him from getting on the ship, and I could hear Che say, 'Damn it, don't fuck with me. There's been 2 explosions. Everything that was going to explode has exploded. Let me go on the ship.' And in he went. It was a carnage. Up to 100 people had been killed, mostly stevedores, sailors, and army soldiers, and several hundred others had been injured. La Couvre had been loaded with Belgian weapons bought by Fidel's arms purchasers, and somehow the cargo had ignited. Fidel immediately accused the CIA of sabotage and invoked a new battle cry, "Patria o muerte." The next day, Fidel and Che linked arms in martial fraternity at the head of the funeral cortege as it wended its way along the Malecón. Later, as Fidel spoke to the crowd from a balcony, flanked by the other revolutionary leaders, a young Cuban photographer named Alberto Corda found a good vantage point from which to take pictures. Finding Che in his lens, Corda focused and was stunned at the expression on Che's face. It was one of absolute implacability. He snapped, and the photo soon went around the world, eventually becoming the famous poster image that would adorn so many college dorm rooms. In it, Che appears as the ultimate revolutionary icon, his eyes seeming to stare boldly into the future, his very face symbolizing a virile embodiment of outrage at social injustice. Not long afterward, Fidel called up Alexiev and asked to meet with him at Núñez Jiménez's home in La Cabaña. For the first time, said Alexiev, Fidel spoke of arms. He said that after the explosion the American intervention might be inevitable, imminent. "We have to arm the people," he said, and he wanted the Soviet Union to sell him some weapons he needed. He spoke of arms, such as light machine guns, and said, "You could bring these arms in a submarine. We have a lot of caves along the coast, and we can hide them where nobody can know about them. Send a message to Khrushchev." By then, a Soviet commercial mission had already established itself in Havana, and among its members was a cryptographer who handled communications with the Kremlin. After his meeting with Fidel, Alexiev went straight to the cryptographer. "I sent the message direct from Fidel to Khrushchev, and I thought that because of our bureaucracy it would take several weeks to get a reply. The very next day the reply came from Khrushchev, which said, 'Fidel, we share your worries about the defense of Cuba and the possibility of an attack, and we will supply you with the arms you need. But why do we have to hide them and take them in a submarine if Cuba is a sovereign nation and you can buy whatever arms you need without hiding the fact?' That was his reply, and the arms began to arrive. 5. On May 8th, Fidel announced the re-establishment of diplomatic relations with Moscow. Former Directorio leader Faure Chomon, who had moved sharply to the left since the rebel victory, flew off to Moscow as Cuba's new ambassador. For its own envoy, Moscow named a veteran KGB man who worked under diplomatic cover, Sergei Kudryavtsov. Alexiev, his TASS identity no longer necessary, was made his first secretary and cultural attaché, his traditional KGB cover. Following the exchange of messages between Fidel and Khrushchev, a Soviet military delegation had quietly arrived in Havana. "We talked right away," said Alexiev. "Fidel, Raúl, Che, everyone participated. They outlined everything they needed. Above all, they needed anti-aircraft guns and planes, artillery, T-34 tanks, old ones that weren't of any use anymore in the Soviet Union. Another delegation came and they talked of prices, although this wasn't really commerce. By June or July, Soviet arms and military advisors were surreptitiously entering Cuba. According to Alexiev, Fidel was still nervous about the U.S. reaction, as were the Soviets, so some of the Soviet advisors came in on Czech passports. The secret military agreement with the Soviets signed, Fidel felt strong enough to take on the Americans. In fact, immediately after the Soviet trade deal had been signed in February, he had begun pushing on the tentative détente initiated by Washington. In response to the State Department's overture of late January, which had been left in limbo during Mikoyan's visit, Foreign Minister Roa sent a note to Washington giving Cuba's conditions for talks. As long as Washington threatened cutting Cuba's sugar quota, there could be no negotiations. 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 In its February 29th response, the State Department refused to back down, insisting the United States had the right to take any measures it felt necessary to protect American interests. When La Coubre exploded 4 days later, the exchange turned bitter again. Secretary of State Herder responded angrily to Fidel's charges of CIA complicity in the tragedy, and questioned Cuba's good faith in continuing negotiations. In the midst of all this activity, Washington made one final attempt to reach out to Fidel. In early March, Cuba's finance minister, Rufo López Fresquet, was approached by Mario Lasso, a U.S. Embassy legal advisor, to tell him that the United States was willing to offer Cuba military planes and technical assistance. Fidel asked for 2 days to consider the offer. On March 17th, President Dorticos told López Fresquet on behalf of Fidel that he had decided not to accept. Realizing what this rebuff signified, López Fresquet, the last of the old-style ministers, immediately resigned his office and left for the United States. He could not have known it, but his middleman's mission undoubtedly had coincided with or had precipitated Fidel's request for Soviet arms. If Fidel still had entertained any last-minute qualms about the course on which he was now embarked, Nikita Khrushchev's rapid response had dissolved them. On the same day as Fidel's rebuff, Eisenhower approved the CIA plan to covertly recruit and train an armed force of several hundred Cuban exiles to lead a guerrilla war against Castro. CIA Director Dulles planned to model the operation after the aptly named Operation Success, the undermining of the Arbenz regime in Guatemala in 1954. He put his deputy director for planning, Richard Bissell, architect of the U-2 spy plane project, in command of the Cuba Task Force. Other members of the team included Tracy Barnes, a covert operations veteran who had been instrumental in Operation Success, and Howard Hunt, the CIA's gung-ho station chief in Montevideo. A skeptical member of the team was the agency's Western Hemisphere Division Chief, J.C. King, who warned that Cuba was not Guatemala. King preferred a dirty war to destabilize the Cuban regime, and advocated the assassinations of top figures such as Che, Raúl, and Fidel. But Dulles had overruled this option in favor of building up the anti-Castro forces and helping them get a foothold in Cuba. Gary Drescher, a.k.a. Frank Bender, the CIA's Latin American communist specialist, was sent to Miami to recruit Cuban fighters among the exile community. Drescher soon arranged for the fighters to be trained at a secret site in Guatemala, with the collusion of Guatemala's military president, General Idigoras Fuentes. A few days later, Che denounced the sugar quota as economic slavery for the Cuba people. By paying a higher-than-market-rate price for sugar, Castro argued, the United States obliged Cuba to maintain a single-crop economy instead of diversifying, a vicious cycle that in turn made Cuba dependent on U.S. imports. This attack on the sugar quota system directly undercut one of Fidel's chief battle standards of the moment. After all, he was decrying the threatened cut of the U.S. sugar quota as an example of American economic aggression. But significantly, he did not counter Che's remark. Meanwhile, Fidel kept moving against the media. The CMQ television station owners fled the country, and their station became government property. At the same time, the Ministry of Labor had begun to usurp most of the CTC's functions. The ministry, not the unions, now dictated working terms and conditions, while the CTC was rapidly becoming a mere supervisory agency. 6. The face of Havana was changing dramatically. The days of privilege for Cuba's upper and middle classes were coming to an end, and increasing numbers of them were leaving on the ferries and shuttle flights to Miami. As many as 60,000 had already fled by the late spring of 1960. The city that a year before had still been an American playground of exclusive yacht clubs, private beaches, casinos and brothels, and whites-only neighborhoods, was disappearing. The roulette wheels were still spinning in the big hotels, but most of the prostitutes were off the streets. Instead, uniformed and armed blacks and guajiros chanting revolutionary slogans roamed the city. A very different type of visitor was taking their place. Trade and cultural delegations were arriving from socialist bloc nations, along with a growing stream of current and future Third World leaders. Delegates to an international communist youth congress filled hotels now emptied of week-ending American tourists and businessmen. Left-wing European and Latin American intellectuals flocked to Havana to attend cultural congresses laid on by the revolution. Among the visitors were Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, who had been invited by Carlos Franchi. Che's mystique had grown, and when the famous French couple went to see him, they talked for hours. For Che, it must have been a very gratifying experience, playing host to the renowned French philosopher whose works he had grown up reading. For his part, Sartre came away extremely impressed, and after Guevara's death gave him the highest possible tribute. To the Frenchman, Che was not only an intellectual, but also the most complete human being of our age. Their visit had coincided with the La Coubre tragedy, and Sartre and de Beauvoir witnessed the funerals and Fidel's 2-hour speech the next day. Afterward, they walked through the streets of Old Havana, where they saw the public fundraising campaign already underway for a new consignment of arms. De Beauvoir was bewitched by the sensual, fervent mood. Young women stood selling fruit juice and snacks to raise money for the state, she wrote in her memoir. Well-known performers danced or sang in squares to swell the fund. Pretty girls in their carnival fancy dresses, led by a band, went through the streets making collections. "It's the honeymoon of the revolution," Sartre said to me. "No machinery, no bureaucracy, but a direct contact between leaders and people, and a mass of seething and slightly confused hopes." It wouldn't last forever, but it was a comforting sight. For the first time in our lives, we were witnessing happiness that had been attained by violence. On March 23rd, Che gave a televised speech called Political Sovereignty and Economic Independence. Through the revolutionary seizure of power, he said, Cuba had attained its political independence, but had not yet won its economic independence, without which it was not a truly politically sovereign nation. This was the revolution's current strategic objective. There had been some inroads made against the foreign, mostly U.S.-owned monopolies that had previously held sway over Cuba's economic freedom. The electricity and telephone rates had been cut, rents had been lowered, the large land holdings had been turned over to the people, but the island's oil, mineral, and chemical wealth were still in the Americans' hands. It is good to speak clearly. In order to conquer something, we have to take it away from somebody. That something we must conquer, the country's sovereignty, has to be taken away from that somebody called monopoly. It means that our road to liberation will be opened up with a victory over the monopolies, and concretely over the U.S. monopolies. The revolution had to be radical, and had to destroy the roots of evil that afflicted Cuba, in order to eliminate injustice. Those who opposed the revolution's measures, those who resisted losing their privileges, were counter-revolutionaries. The workers of the reined-in CTC were contributing 4% of their wages to the industrialization program. It was time the rest of society shouldered its fair share of the revolutionary sacrifice. Lately, Che had been driving home the point that Cuba no longer was just Cuba, but was the revolution, and the revolution was the people. Going one step further, the people, Cuba, and the revolution were Fidel. It was time to get on board the new ship of state or get off. Just as the men of the Granma had put aside their individual lives, ready to die if necessary in the war against Batista, so now did all Cubans have to sacrifice for the common aim of total independence. The enemy might well retaliate, he warned, and when the counter-revolutionary soldiers came, paid for perhaps by those same monopolies whose interests were being affected, Cuba's defense would be fought for not by a handful of men, but by millions. All of Cuba was now a Sierra Maestra, and together, Che said, quoting Fidel, "We will all be saved, or we will sink." The individualistic university students, with their middle-class mentalities, seemed to especially provoke Che. Perhaps in the students he saw his self-absorbed former self, and it rankled him. He had given up his self, his vocation, for the revolution. Why couldn't they? In early March he had gone back to Havana University to remind the students that they had a duty to perform in the economic development of Cuba, and there could be no duality of principles, with the students separated from the revolution. An individual's sense of vocation alone wasn't justification for deciding a career. A sense of revolutionary duty should and would take its place. He used himself as an example. I don't think that an individual example, statistically speaking, has any importance, but I began my career studying engineering. I finished as a doctor. Later I have been a comandante, and now you see me here as a speaker. That is to say, within one's individual characteristics, vocation doesn't play a determinant role. I think one has to constantly think on behalf of masses, and not on behalf of individuals. It's criminal to think of individuals because the needs of the individual become completely weakened in the face of the needs of the human conglomeration. In practical terms, this meant certain faculties would be expanded, others would be collapsed. Humanities, for instance, was a field that would be reduced to the minimum necessary for the cultural development of the country. In April, Che's guerrilla warfare manual, Guerra de Guerrillas, was published by INRA's Department of Military Training. He had dedicated the book to Camilo Cienfuegos, and a photograph of Camilo graced the cover. His old comrade was seen astride a horse, holding aloft a rifle, his face beaming under a straw hat. Camilo, wrote Che, is the image of the people. Excerpts were widely published in the Cuban media, and, before long, not only Cubans, but U.S. and Latin American counterinsurgency specialists would be studying the manual with acute interest. In his prologue, Essence of the Guerrilla Struggle, Che outlined what he believed to be the cardinal lessons for other revolutionary movements seeking to emulate Cuba's successful guerrilla struggle. 1. Popular forces can win a war against the army. 2. It is not necessary to await for the conditions to be right to begin the revolution. The insurrectional Foco, guerrilla group, can create them. 3. In underdeveloped Latin America, the armed struggle should be fought mostly in the countryside. Within Cuba itself, opposition was hardening. An underground movement had begun forming under Manuel Rey, teaching at Havana University since his ouster from government, while another openly dissident quarter was the militant Juventud Católica, ever more vociferous since Mikoyan's visit. In the radicalized countryside, inflamed by uncompensated land seizures and general chaos, violence had broken out. Small counter-revolutionary groups were becoming active, many of them composed of former rebel army men. In Oriente, one of Che's old comrades, Manuel Beaton, had taken up arms against the state, having murdered another of Che's former fighters, evidently for personal reasons, and fled to the Sierra Maestra with 20 armed followers. In Raúl's old turf in the Sierra Cristal, one of his former fighters, Higinio Diaz, had gone back to war as well, allying himself with the disaffected July 26 veteran Jorge Sotus, who had led the first rebel reinforcements from Santiago into the mountains in March 1957. They had formed the MRR, Movimiento de Rescate de la Revolución, organizing themselves around Manuel Artime, a former Naval Academy professor living in exile in Miami. With Artime in Miami, Diaz in the Sierra, and a network of underground supporters in Havana, the MRR had quickly come under the benevolent eye of the CIA. It was not long before Fidel's listeners among Cuba's swollen exile community in Miami picked up rumors of the CIA's recruitment drive. In late April, Fidel went to the podium to accuse the United States of trying to create an international front against him, and warned Washington that Cuba was not another Guatemala. Guatemalan President Irigoras Fuentes countered with a public accusation that Che was trying to organize a guerrilla invasion force against his country. On April 25th, the two countries broke off relations. Undeterred by the public fuss, the CIA program continued expanding, including broadcasting anti-Castro propaganda to Cuba from a radio transmitter installed on tiny Swan Island near the Cayman Islands. The man running the station was David Atlee Phillips, who 6 years earlier in Guatemala had first brought the agency's attention to Ernesto Guevara. One of the Cuban exiles to join the CIA's recruitment drive that summer was Felix Rodriguez. He was now 19 years old, and in the aftermath of the Trinidad invasion fiasco of the year before, had returned to his military academy in Pennsylvania. After graduating in June 1960, he returned to his parents' home in Miami, then ran away to hire on with the CIA program. By September, he would join several hundred other Cuban exiles in Guatemala and begin receiving guerrilla training from a Filipino West Point graduate who had fought both the Japanese and the Communists in his country. Their force would eventually be called Brigade 2506. On May Day, Fidel spoke to a Plaza de la Revolución packed with armed Cubans marching past his podium. He praised the new militias, and like Che, invoked the threat of an impending invasion. Cubans, like the Spartans, would stand, fight, and die without fear. He also took the opportunity to make two important points clear. If he died, Raúl would take his place as prime minister. What's more, there were not going to be any elections. Since the people ruled Cuba already, there was no need to cast votes. The crowd cheered, repeating the catchphrase, Revolución sí, elecciones no, and a new slogan, Cuba sí, Yankee no. By that May Day, the United States estimated that Cuba's armed forces had doubled to 50,000 since January 1959, with another 50,000 civilians already incorporated into the new people's militias. And there was no end in sight. If the training and arming continued unchecked, Cuba would soon have the largest army in Latin America. Washington's private fears that Fidel may have already obtained Soviet military support gained credence on May 3rd, when the U.S. Senate heard testimony from two Batista-era officers, former Chief of Staff Tabernilla and Colonel Ugalde Carrillo. The latter accused Fidel of building Soviet missile bases in the Ciénaga de Zapata. Cuban Foreign Minister Roa quickly denounced the charge, and few gave it credit at the time, but within a year, the fantastic notion would become a reality. Fidel's militaristic May Day rally and his decision to renew diplomatic relations with the Soviets a week later sparked the final round between his government and Cuba's last surviving independent media. Diario de la Marina's right-wing editorials compared Castro to the Antichrist. Within days, its offices were attacked and occupied by workers, and its presses closed down permanently. Its editor sought asylum and fled the country. By the end of the month, the two main remaining independent dailies, Prensa Libre and El Crisol, were also put out of circulation, soon to be followed by the English-language Havana Post and La Calle. The first Soviet tankers were already crossing the Atlantic with oil for Cuba, fulfilling part of the barter agreement signed with Mikoyan. The U.S.-owned Esso and Texaco and British-owned Shell, each of which had refineries in Cuba, had until now been supplying the island with oil from Venezuela. But Cuba had not paid for some time, and the outstanding bill amounted to some $50 million. Che Guevara, as president of the National Bank, was the man to see about getting bills paid. But Esso's American manager got a cold reception and no clear answers when he asked Che about the debt. Che now felt confident enough to take on the U.S. petroleum companies, and he told Alexei of his plan to offer them a deal he knew they would have to refuse, giving him the pretext he needed to seize their installations. Alexiev counseled caution, but Che went ahead anyway. On May 17th, he informed the American oil firms that in order for him to pay off the debt owed them, they each had to buy 300,000 barrels of the Soviet oil that was arriving and process it in their refineries. The companies did not reply right away, but sought counsel in Washington, where the government advised them to reject Che's offer. The opposition activities continued to grow, and so did the government's crackdown. The members of a rebel group in the Escambray, made up mostly of students from the University of Las Villas, were captured and shot. Former CTC leader David Salvador went underground and soon joined forces with Manuel Rey's creation, the MRP, Movimiento Revolucionario del Pueblo. The Archbishop of Santiago, Enrique Pérez Cervantes, a former Fidel supporter, issued a pastoral letter that both denounced Fidel's new communist ties and seemed to bless the spreading anti-government violence with the words, "Shedding blood is preferable to losing liberty." Still wishing to avoid a showdown with the church, Fidel remained mute. In Miami, the CIA hammered together unity among the anti-Castro exiles, merging Artimes and Justo Carrillo's MRR group with a group led by Prio's former Prime Minister, Tony Varona. The result was the Frente Democrático Revolucionario, FDR, intended to provide a political front to the military force being trained in Guatemala. But while the dissidents formed separate groups with different agendas to oppose him, Fidel's revolution had acquired an unstoppable momentum. In June, he ordered the seizure of 3 of Havana's luxury hotels, justifying the action on the same grounds as Che's earlier interventions of factories. Their owners were intentionally underfinancing them, making them unprofitable, and therefore state takeover was necessary. Fidel also took up the gauntlet Che had thrown to the American oil companies. They would do as Cuba requested and process the Soviet oil, he declared, or face the confiscation of their properties. Days later, Cuba expelled 2 U.S. diplomats, accusing them of spying. In response, the Americans expelled 3 Cuban diplomats. The War of Wills quickly escalated. Fidel warned the United States that it ran the risk of losing all its property in Cuba. He would seize 1 sugar mill for every pound of sugar cut from Cuba's quota if Washington took that threatened step. On June 29th, the same day that 2 Soviet oil tankers docked in Cuba, he ordered Texaco's Cuban installations seized. They waited for 24 hours before seizing Essos and Shells as well. In one fell swoop, Cuba had freed itself of a $50 million debt and gained an oil refining industry. On July 3rd, the U.S. Congress authorized President Eisenhower to cut Cuba's sugar quota. Fidel responded with a legal amendment permitting the nationalization of all American properties in Cuba. On July 6th, Eisenhower canceled the Cuban sugar quota for the rest of the year, some 700,000 tons. Calling it an act of economic aggression, Fidel now dropped broad hints of his Soviet arms deal, saying he would soon have the weapons he needed to arm his militias. Ominously, he also ordered 600 U.S.-owned companies to register all their assets in Cuba. Khrushchev now entered the game openly. On July 9th, he warned the United States, stressing that he was speaking figuratively, that should the need arise, Soviet artillerymen can support the Cuban people by missile fire, pointing out that the United States was now within range of the Soviets' new generation of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Eisenhower denounced Khrushchev's threats and warned that the United States would not permit a regime dominated by international communism in the Western Hemisphere, something, he said, Khrushchev was obviously attempting in Cuba. The very next day, Khrushchev announced that the Soviet Union would buy the 700,000 tons of sugar cut from the American sugar quota. In Havana, Che shook a happy fist at Washington, saying that Cuba was now protected by the greatest military power on earth. Nuclear weapons now stand in the face of imperialism. Nikita Khrushchev insisted that he had been only speaking figuratively. But before long, the world would discover that the threat was very real. And as always, Che had been the first to say so. 7. In spite of Che's endeavors to depersonalize his existence, he still had a personal life, at least the semblance of one. By July 1960, Aleida was nearly 5 months pregnant with their first child, and a comparative peace and normality had been achieved in their married life. That had been aided by Che's move to the National Bank, since she and Hilda, who now worked at Prensa Latina, were no longer forced to see one another every day. They had also moved again, their permanent house guest, Fernandez Mel, in tow, to a pretty 2-story neo-colonial house with gardens in the residential neighborhood of Miramar, on 18th Street and 7th Avenue. Across the street lived the Harvard-trained economist Regino Botti, one of the few remaining moderates still at his job in the Ministry of the Economy. A block and a half away, located in a handsome neo-colonial mansion on 5th Avenue, was the headquarters for Cuban State Security. To Che's delight, his old friend and traveling companion, Alberto Granado, showed up in time for the July 26th celebrations. It had been 8 years since Fuser had said farewell to Mial in Caracas, promising to return after finishing his medical exams. While Ernesto had not returned, Alberto had continued his work at the Venezuelan Leprosarium and married Delia, a Venezuelan girl. The birth of their first child had coincided with the headlines of the Grandma's Landing and the false reports of Ernesto Guevara's death. Since then, Granado had followed the exploits of his old sidekick in the newspapers. He had been visiting his family in Argentina when the news of Batista's flight came, and had celebrated the news of Che's arrival in Havana with the Guevara clan in Buenos Aires. When he heard that Che would be accompanying Fidel to Caracas in 1959, Granado had eagerly awaited his arrival, only to be crestfallen when he didn't come. They had corresponded, however, and now, finally, Granado and his family had made it to Cuba. Granado spent as much time as possible with Che, and went with him to greet the captain of one of the first Soviet tankers delivering Russian oil to Cuba. With Granado at his side, Che told the captain that he was grateful for having friends who lend a hand at the necessary time. If Che's words were an oblique hint to Granado, they had effect. Within a few months, Granado quit his faculty job in Venezuela, packed up his family, and moved to Cuba, where he too could lend a hand. At Che's invitation, another friend flew in for the July 26 celebrations. Dr. David Mitrani, a friend and colleague from the General Hospital in Mexico, arrived eager to see Guevara. He also had a couple of missions to fulfill, one for the President of Mexico and one for the government of Israel. Mitrani, born to European Jewish émigrés and a Zionist himself, had gone off to Israel to work on a kibbutz the month before Che boarded the Grandma. Although they had argued over politics, Guevara had called Zionism reactionary, they were friends, and both considered themselves to be committed to the cause of socialism. After meeting Fidel in Mexico, Guevara had urged Mitrani to join the Cuban revolutionary venture, and ridiculed his plan to go and pick potatoes in Israel. Mitrani, put off by Fidel's arrogance, had told his friend at the time he thought Fidel was full of shit, and that their plan to invade Cuba was crazy. While their friendship had remained intact, they then lost contact after going off on their separate adventures. When Mitrani returned to Mexico from Israel on the eve of the rebel victory in Cuba, he had sent Che a telegram congratulating him and his comrades. Since then, Mitrani had established in Mexico City a private medical practice that was beginning to do well. He had kept up with news from Cuba, and had been shocked to learn of his friend's role in the revolutionary executions, but when he received Che's invitation to come to Cuba in 1960, he accepted. Before going, he met with the Mexican president, Adolfo López Mateos, who asked Mitrani to bring him back a dedicated copy of Che's Guerra de Guerrillas. His other order came from the Israeli ambassador in Mexico, who asked him to use his contact with Che to see if relations with Cuba could be improved. A relative of Mitrani also happened to be the Israeli ambassador in Cuba. In Havana, Mitrani was lodged in the elegant Hotel Nacional and summoned by Che for lunch in his private dining room at the National Bank. Che was in a sardonic mood and told him, "I know you're a bourgeois, so I've had a special meal prepared for you, with wine and everything." Mitrani found Che more acerbic than he remembered. He still had a sense of humor, but it was now cutting. They met several times, always at the bank, and in their first meetings there were always others present. It wasn't until his third or fourth visit that Mitrani felt he could talk openly. Che asked if he wanted to go to Oriente, where Fidel was going to give his July 26th speech, and Mitrani told him no. He'd come here to see him, not Fidel, he explained, hiding none of his old antipathy for the Cuban leader. He told Che of Israel's desire for better relations, and Che was supportive of the idea. The days when Cuba would take the Soviet position in favor of the PLO were still years in the future. Eventually, Che spoke candidly with Mitrani about the revolution, telling him, "By the first days of August, we're going to transform this country into a socialist state." At least that was what he hoped and expected, Che said, explaining that Fidel himself was not yet totally convinced because he wasn't himself a socialist. Che was still trying to convince him, 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 trying to convince him. Mitrani brought up the issue that had been troubling him the most, Che's role in the executions. Mitrani told him he couldn't understand his involvement, since he wasn't even Cuban and hadn't suffered himself at the hands of the Batistianos. Where had this hatred, this desire for vengeance, come from? "Look," Che said, "in this thing you have to kill before they kill you." Mitrani let the matter drop, but remained troubled by his friend's logic. It was something he would never learn to reconcile with the Ernesto Guevara he knew. Before Mitrani left, Che gave him one of the new Cuban banknotes with his signature, and 3 inscribed copies of Guerra de Guerrillas. For himself, for his old mentor in Mexico, Salazar Mayen, and for President Lopez Mateos. His dedication to Mitrani read, "To David, and the desire that you return again to the right path." 8. In his triumphant July 26 speech in Oriente, Fidel took up what had until then been Che's own personal vision, warning his Latin American neighbors that unless they improved living conditions for their people, Cuba's example would convert the Andean Cordillera into the hemisphere's Sierra Maestra. Fidel could claim that he was speaking only symbolically, but of course he wasn't. The combination of Fidel's adoption of his continental guerrilla scheme and Khrushchev's veiled threat to Washington greatly excited Che. 2 days later, speaking before the gathered delegates of the first Latin American Youth Congress, he was uncharacteristically emotional. "This people of Cuba you see today tell you that even if they should disappear from the face of the earth because an atomic war is unleashed in their names, they would feel completely happy and fulfilled if each one of you, upon reaching your lands, can say, 'Here we are. Our words come moist from the Cuban jungles. We have climbed the Sierra Maestra and we have known the dawn, and our minds and our hands are full with the seed of the dawn, and we are prepared to sow it in this land and to defend it so that it flourishes. And from all the other brother nations of America, and from our land, if it still survived as an example, the voice of the peoples will answer you from that moment on and forever. It shall be so. May liberty be conquered in each corner of America.'" Once again, Che invoked the specter of death, now envisioned on a truly massive scale, to extol the beauty he felt in the collective sacrifice for liberation. He spoke with the heartfelt conviction of someone with no doubts about the purity of his cause. His words were a liturgy used to convert. Che Guevara, aged 32, had become the high priest of international revolution. And present in the audience were plenty of eager listeners, left-wing youths from around the hemisphere, from Chile to Puerto Rico. He applauded Jacobo Arbenz, who was present, backhandedly thanking him for his brave example in Guatemala. The Cubans had learned from the weaknesses of his government, and been able to go to the roots of the question and decapitate in one stroke those in power and the thugs of those in power. In Cuba, he said, they had done what had to be done. They had used the Paredon, firing squad, and chased out the monopolies. They had done so against those who preached moderation, most of whom, he said, had turned out to be traitors anyway. Moderation is another one of the terms that colonial agents like to use. All those who are afraid or who are considering some form of treason are moderates, but the people are by no means moderate. In his next breath, Che took on Venezuela's anti-communist president, Rómulo Betancourt, whom he had despised in their 1953 meeting, and with whom Cuba's relations had openly soured, calling his government prisoner to its own thugs. He also conveyed a warning, expressing his confidence that the Venezuelan people won't remain the prisoners of some bayonets or a few bullets for long, because the bullets and the bayonets can change hands, and the murderers can end up dead. Che was alluding to Betancourt's heavy-handed use of his security forces to put down the mounting tide of demonstrations against his policies, and the recent upsurge of Marxist political opposition to his government. In May, the leftist youth wing of Betancourt's own party had split off to form the Movimiento de Izquierda Revolucionaria, MIR, inspired by Cuba's revolutionary example, and it would not be long before the Miristas launched an insurrection against Betancourt with the collaboration of the Venezuelan Communist Party. Che clearly knew what he was talking about when he delivered his warning to Betancourt in July. Talking to a group of medical students, health workers, and militiamen on the topic of revolutionary medicine in late August, Che prepared them for the possibility that Cuba would soon be fighting a massive people's guerrilla war. Cuba's new generation of doctors should join the revolutionary militias, the greatest expression of the people's solidarity, and practice social medicine to give healthy bodies to the Cubans whom the revolution had liberated. Drawing on his own life as an example, Che told the crowd that when he began to study medicine, he had dreamed of becoming a famous researcher. I dreamed of working tirelessly to aid humanity, but this was conceived as a personal achievement. It was only upon graduating, he said, and traveling through a Latin America riven by misery, hunger, disease, that his political conscience had begun to stir. In Guatemala, he recalled, he began studying the means through which he could become a revolutionary doctor, but then had come the overthrow of Guatemala's socialist experiment. I became aware then of a fundamental fact. To be a revolutionary doctor, or to be a revolutionary at all, there must first be a revolution. The isolated effort of one man, regardless of its purity of ideals, is worthless. To be useful, it is essential to make a revolution as we have done in Cuba, where the whole population mobilizes and learns how to use arms and fight together. Cubans have learned how much value there is in a weapon and the unity of the people. At the heart of the revolution, then, was the elimination of individualism. Individualism, as such, as the isolated action of a person alone in a social environment, must disappear in Cuba. Individualism tomorrow should be the proper utilization of the whole individual at the absolute benefit of the community. The revolution was not a standardizer of the collective will, rather, it was a liberator of man's individual capacity, for it oriented that capacity to the service of the revolution. In his talk, Che tried out a phrase that crystallized a concept he had been developing for some time, and which would soon become synonymous with him: the new man. How does one reconcile individual effort with the needs of society? We again have to recall what each of our lives was like, what each of us did and thought, as a doctor or in any other public health function, prior to the revolution. We have to do so with profound critical enthusiasm, and we will then conclude that almost everything we thought and felt in that past epoch should be filed away, and that a new type of human being should be created. And if each one of us is his own architect of that new human type, then creating that new type of human being, who will be the representative of the new Cuba, will be much easier. Within a few days of that talk, Che met with René Dumont, a French Marxist economist who was trying to help Cuba in its difficult conversion to socialism. After extensive travels around the country, Dumont had concluded that one of the biggest problems of the newly established agricultural cooperatives was that their workers did not feel they were owners of anything. And he urged Che to consider a scheme whereby the workers who did additional labor during the off-season to maintain the cooperatives would be paid, giving them a sense of co-ownership. But Che reacted violently to the idea, according to Dumont. It was not a sense of ownership the Cuban workers needed, Che argued, but a sense of responsibility, and he spelled out to the French economist what that meant. It was, wrote Dumont, a sort of ideal vision of socialist man, who would become a stranger to the mercantile side of things, working for society and not for profit. He was very critical of the industrial success of the Soviet Union, where, he said, everybody works and strives and tries to go beyond his quota, but only to earn more money. He did not think the Soviet man was really a new sort of man, for he did not find him any different, really, than a Yankee. He refused to consciously participate in the creation in Cuba of a second American society. As far as Dumont could see, Che seemed to be advocating an attempt to skip stages in Cuba's socialist transformation of society by going directly from capitalism to communism, much as Mao had tried to do in China in 1956, with his radical Great Leap Forward campaign of forced collectivization. In short, Che was far ahead of his time. In thought, he had already entered a communist stage. For the first time, Che openly acknowledged the communist influence in Cuba's revolution, while engaging in some heavy revisionism to prove they had come about of their own accord. It was only after he and his comrades had fought against the encirclement and annihilation tactics of Batista's army in the Sierra Maestra, he claimed, that a pamphlet of Mao's fell into our hands, and the rebels discovered they had been fighting with much the same tactics Mao had used against a kindred foe. Similarly, it was only seeing the needs of the peasants of the Sierra Maestra that brought the rebel leaders to the threshold of political enlightenment. Was the revolution communist? He asked rhetorically. In the event that it were Marxist, and hear carefully that I say Marxist, it would be so because the revolution discovered the paths signaled by Marx through its own methods. As was their fashion, Che was going much further than Fidel. It would still be 9 months before El Jefe Máximo publicly acknowledged that his revolution had a socialist nature. If there was a growing disenchantment among some of Fidel's old allies, that summer several more of his former comrades in arms resigned their posts. The disenchantment was also spreading to the PSP. For all the gains it had made since January 1959, it was clear that the Communist Party was becoming increasingly subordinated to Fidel. By now, his preeminence over the party had been blessed by Khrushchev, who reportedly sent him a private note in May to the effect that the Kremlin does not consider any party to be an intermediary between Fidel and itself. Communist or not, what was being erected in Cuba was an old-fashioned personality cult. Bohemia's owner-editor, Miguel Ángel Quevedo, experiencing a loss of faith since comparing Fidel to Christ the year before, now shut down his magazine and fled the country. Before he left, he accused Fidel of delivering Cuba into a shameful state of Russian vassalage. Miró Cardona, former prime minister, also left for the United States, where he soon joined the ranks of the anti-Castro forces. A mass anti-communist rally was held in Santiago by the Juventud Católica. A priest and some of the Catholic group's members were captured after a gun battle in which 2 policemen were killed. Cardinal Arteaga published a new pastoral letter that was harshly critical of the government. This time, Fidel responded, complaining of the Church's systematic provocations. As the U.S. presidential election entered its final stretch, the fencing between Washington and Havana had accelerated. Cuba had become a central issue in the campaign, with both candidates, Vice President Nixon and Democratic Senator John F. Kennedy, promising to be tougher against Cuba than the other. Kennedy ridiculed the Eisenhower administration's do-nothing policies that had brought about the present crisis. His administration, he said, would take firm action to restore democracy in Cuba. Kennedy's charges hit a nerve. The White House pushed through bills to impose sanctions against countries that bought Cuban sugar with American loans, and to cut off security assistance to nations that gave any aid to Cuba. A Who Lost Cuba debate ensued at the State Department. Next, the United States took its case to the Organization of American States and, dangling the promise of a new foreign aid handout at a conference of OAS foreign ministers in Costa Rica, pushed through a unanimous declaration condemning any intervention in the hemisphere by an extracontinental power, a clear reference to Cuba's growing partnership with the Soviet Union. Fidel reacted to the San Jose Declaration with passionate indignation. On September 2nd, he made what became known as his Havana Declaration, outlining Cuba's position in the hemisphere as a revolutionary example, and without using the word socialist, proclaimed Cuba's determination to defend the rights of the oppressed by fighting against exploitation, capitalism, and imperialism. He added that if the United States dared attack his country, he would welcome Khrushchev's proffered missiles. Finally, he announced, his government would officially recognize Communist China. Fidel followed up his Havana Declaration with a rowdy trip to New York for the opening session of the United Nations General Assembly. This time, he took pains to be as irritating as possible to Washington. He camped out in a Harlem hotel, the Teresa, on 125th Street, calling it a show of solidarity with oppressed black Americans. He played host to Khrushchev, who gave him a bear hug, and met with so-called anti-imperialists such as Kwame Nkrumah, Nasser, and Nehru. The Soviet bloc presidents of Poland and Bulgaria also paid calls on him. In the General Assembly, Fidel and Khrushchev formed a mutual admiration society, echoing one another's speeches that lauded the Cuban Revolution, accused the United States of aggression, called for global nuclear disarmament, and argued for a revamped, more non-aligned United Nations. At the same time, UN General Secretary Dag Hammarskjöld was dealing with the biggest Cold War crisis to involve the UN since the Korean War in the Congo, newly independent from Belgium. The nation was racked by an internal power struggle, mutinous armed forces, and the secession of its copper-rich Katanga province. The Soviets, the Belgians, the Americans, and the UN all had intervened in support of various factions. With the air already thick with tension, Khrushchev made history when, during British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan's speech calling for improved relations between East and West, he angrily banged his shoe on the Soviet delegation's desk. If less dramatic, Fidel also inflicted some spite, giving the longest recorded speech in United Nations history, clocked at well over 3 hours. Eisenhower studiously ignored the bearded upstart from Cuba, but for the press, Fidel and his bombastic entourage were the greatest show on earth. Once he was back in Havana, on board a borrowed Soviet Ilyushin after the United States had impounded his own Cuban plane, Fidel began dismantling the last vestiges of American influence while simultaneously tightening the revolution's controls. On September 28th, the Committees to Defend the Revolution, CDRs, were created. It was to be a nationwide network of civic organizations, with the inhabitants of each block in every town and city of Cuba forming a committee to ensure the implementation of revolutionary decrees and to provide a grassroots vigilante network for the state security apparatus. In Havana, the U.S. Embassy began advising all American citizens to leave the island. Recruitment and arms training for the national militia, according to Fidel, already over 200,000 strong, had become the new national priority. Ironically, the sheer number of Cuban exiles who now wanted to take up arms against Fidel was causing some headaches for the CIA in their ongoing recruitment drive. In Miami, Justo Carrillo resigned from the Americans' anti-Castro alliance, upset at the growing influx of ex-Batistianos. There were now some 600 men training in the Guatemala camps, with smaller groups receiving specialized guerrilla training in Panama and Louisiana. In Havana, Manuel Rey's group became active, carrying out a daring assault on La Cabaña and freeing some of the officers imprisoned with Uber Matos. Afterward, Rey managed to escape to the United States. What was lacking in all these disparate efforts was any degree of cohesiveness, or a leader strong enough to unite and bend the others to his will. In short, the anti-Fidelistas didn't have a Fidel. In early October, a group of armed Cubans and an American were captured in Oriente after a gun battle with government troops, and a few days later, Cuban soldiers captured a cache of weapons and ammunition dropped by a CIA plane in the Escambray Mountains. There were now as many as 1,000 rebels in the Escambray, sustained by CIA airdrops of arms and supplies, and they were being helped on the ground by the American expatriate mercenary William Morgan and one of his old comrades, the ex-Second Front warlord Jesus Carreras. Having learned well the lesson of his own ordeal in the Sierra Maestra, Fidel ordered the army and the militias to carry out a mass evacuation of the area's peasantry to isolate the rebels from sources of food and intelligence. Before long, most of the rebels had either been wiped out or captured and shot by firing squad, among them Morgan and Carreras, although the Escambray would remain a focus of counter-revolutionary activity for several more years. Against this backdrop, Che, Raúl, and Fidel attended the 11th anniversary celebrations of the founding of the People's Republic of China, with the head of China's new trade legation to Cuba. Trade deals were signed with Hungary and Bulgaria. That same month, Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir returned to Cuba at Fidel's invitation. They were no longer so entranced. Havana had changed. No more nightclubs, no more gambling, and no more American tourists. In the half-empty Nacional Hotel, some very young members of the militia, boys and girls, were holding a conference. On every side in the streets, the militia was drilling. The atmosphere was tense with invasion rumors. The revolution had toughened up, and there was a notable air of repressive uniformity seeping into Cuban life. When they asked workers at a clothing mill how their lives had benefited from the revolution, a union leader had quickly stepped forward to speak on their behalf, parroting the government's dogma. In the cultural arena, Soviet-style socialist realism had arrived. Writers told the French couple that they had begun to engage in self-censorship, and the poet Nicolas Guillen informed them that he considered all research into technique and form counter-revolutionary. They left after a few days, with de Beauvoir concluding, "In Cuba there was less gaiety, less freedom, but much progress on certain fronts." As an example of the latter, she cited a visit to an agricultural cooperative that had impressed her. Still, the honeymoon of the revolution was over. 9. On October 11th, Che summoned Cuba's richest man, the sugar magnate Julio Lobo, to his office. As the owner of vast tracts of productive land, now expropriated, and 13 sugar mills, Lobo was still a force to be reckoned with. Yet Lobo, a cultured man famed for his valuable private collection of art treasures and Napoleonica, was something of an enigma, having refused to leave Cuba or lend his voice to the flood of anti-Castro protest. Now it was time to put him to the test. Fidel was going to seize the sugar mills in a few days, and Che wanted to convince Lobo to stay and keep his expertise in Cuba. Alfredo Menendez, administering the state's sugar mills for INRA, was advised in advance of the offer Che was going to make Lobo: a monthly salary of $2,000 and the right to keep any one of his palatial homes. "We really didn't want him to leave," said Menendez. "All that talent was what Che wanted." The very notion of offering such a wage to a man whose fortune was estimated to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars might appear absurd, but perhaps more than anything else, it reflected Che's singular devotion to his ideal, and his belief that others, even Julio Lobo, might share it. Beset by the brain drain of experienced technicians and administrators from Cuba, he had consistently tried to convince skilled personnel, men such as Napoleon Padilla, to stay, promising to honor their current capitalist-era salaries. In terms of the new Cuba, in fact, the salary he was offering Lobo was high. He himself had refused the $1,000 monthly salary due him as National Bank president as a matter of principle, accepting only the $250 paid him in his capacity as comandante. Che informed Lobo that the time had come for him to make a decision. The revolution was communist, and he, as a capitalist, could not remain as he was. Either he could stay and be a part of it, or he had to go. Lobo gamely pointed out that Khrushchev believed in peaceful coexistence between the world's competing political and economic systems, to which Che replied that such a proposition was possible between nations, but not within one. Che then laid out his offer. Lobo was invited to become the administrator of Cuba's sugar industry. He would lose his properties, but be allowed to keep the income from one of his mills. Lobo said he needed time to think about it, and Che agreed. Lobo had already made up his mind, however. He went home and 2 days later flew to Miami, before moving on to Spain, where he lived out the rest of his life in exile. The following day, the government nationalized all of Cuba's banks and large commercial, industrial, and transport businesses. All of Lobo's sugar mills and homes and their contents were seized, and his Napoleonica collection eventually becoming a state museum. A second urban reform law banned Cubans from owning more than one home and took over all rented properties, making their inhabitants tenants of the state. On October 19th, Washington responded to the latest mass seizures, which had affected many American companies, by imposing a trade embargo on Cuba, prohibiting all exports to the island except food and medicine. On October 25th, Fidel nationalized 166 U.S.-owned companies, in effect signing the death certificate on all remaining American commercial interests in Cuba. Fidel boasted that he now had both the people and the arms he needed to fight off an invasion. By now, Washington knew this claim was true. On October 28th, the U.S. government filed a protest with the OAS, charging Cuba with having received substantial arms shipments since the summer from the Soviet bloc. The next day, Philip Bonsall was recalled to Washington for extended consultations, never to return to Cuba. By then, Che was in Prague, en route to Moscow. 10. On November 7th, Che stood in a place of honor next to Nikita Khrushchev in Moscow's wintry Red Square, overlooking the annual military parade commemorating the 43rd anniversary of the October Revolution. Nikolai Leonov, his interpreter, watched from the stand where the diplomatic corps was assembled. Moments earlier, Che had been at his side, shivering from the cold, when a messenger had come to inform Che that he was invited to go and join Khrushchev. Che said no, Leonov recalled. He didn't feel important enough to be in a place that was so sacred to him. The messenger had left, but soon returned. The Soviet premier was insistent. Che turned to Leonov and asked what he should do. Leonov told him to go. To Leonov's knowledge, it was the first time a person who was not a head of state, or at least a party chief, had been invited to stand on the hollowed Supreme Soviet tribune above the red marble tomb where Lenin's embalmed body lies in state. Che's old traveling partner, José Pardo Yada, was also in Red Square that day, as part of a Cuban press delegation invited by the Soviet Journalists' Union. Seeing Guevara on the exclusive terrace of the Presidium, Nikita Khrushchev next to him and surrounded by the luminaries of the communist world, he noted that Guevara, in the midst of the international paraphernalia of communism, looked satisfied, radiant, happy. Among the people Che was introduced to that day was a thin, dark-skinned Bolivian his own age named Mario Monge Molina, head of the Bolivian Communist Party. Their meeting was brief and perfunctory. As Monge recalled later, Che had said little more than, "I've been to your country," before he was ushered to the next introduction. Both went their separate ways, neither realizing just how intimately their destinies would become intertwined within a few years. Che was on his first tour of the Communist bloc, a 2-month trip that took him back and forth between Prague, Moscow, Leningrad, Stalingrad, Irkutsk, Peking, Shanghai, Pyongyang, and Berlin. Amid his travels, the hard-fought American presidential campaign wound to a close in a dead heat, with John F. Kennedy ultimately defeating Nixon by the narrowest of margins. The main purpose of Che's trip was to secure the sale of that portion of Cuba's upcoming sugar crop not already committed to Moscow, a mission that had taken on some urgency following Eisenhower's decision to halt the purchase of all Cuban sugar for the rest of 1960. He knew that this was only a prelude to a total American ban on Cuban sugar imports, but he could hardly have been unhappy about that prospect. It was, after all, something he had worked hard to bring about ever since the rebel victory. Che had left Havana on October 22nd, 3 days after the U.S. embargo had been announced. He was accompanied by Leonardo Tamayo, his 18-year-old bodyguard who had been with him since the Sierra Maestra, Hector Rodriguez Yompart, his messenger for the talks with Mikoyan, and several Cuban, Chilean, and Ecuadorian economists who worked for him at INRA. In their first stop, Prague, Che toured a tractor factory, gave interviews, and obtained a $20 million credit to build an auto assembly plant in Cuba. In Moscow, between talks with economic, military, and trade officials and tours of factories, he went sightseeing. He visited the Lenin Museum and the Kremlin, laid a wreath at Lenin's tomb, attended a Tchaikovsky concert, and, with Mikoyan, watched a performance at the Bolshoi Theater. Leonov went with him everywhere. He was highly organized, recalled Leonov. In that sense, he was not at all Latin, rather more like a German. Punctual, precise. It was an amazement to all of us who knew Latin America, but the other members of his delegation were really undisciplined. One day the sugar negotiations were programmed to start at 10 in the morning. Che came down to where the cars were waiting, alone. None of the other members of the delegation had come down yet. They were all still half asleep. I asked him, "Che, shall we wait?" "Don't worry, I'll tell the minister to wait for us for 15 or 20 minutes. He said, "No, let's go alone." And he went off to the negotiations, accompanied only by me. When we arrived, the Soviets were amazed because they had the whole delegation sitting there, and on the other side was only Che. The meeting began, and after 20 minutes or so, the other members of the Cuban delegation started arriving, out of breath and without ties. 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 Che said nothing. Not a single word of criticism, not even the slightest expression altered his face. Nothing. But that night he told me, "Listen, Nicolas, organize a visit for us tomorrow to Lenin's museum, and tell the guide to place special emphasis on the discipline Lenin demanded of the Politburo members of that time. Tell him to talk about all that." Leonov arranged everything just as Che had requested, and the next day the whole group went off enthusiastically to the museum. The young woman giving the explanations began to talk about Lenin's administrative discipline. She explained that when someone was late to a meeting of the Council of Ministers, the first punishment was a very serious warning. The second time they were late, it was a heavy fine, and their fault was published in the party newspaper. And the third time, such people were fired from their job without explanations. Che's comrades took the hint immediately. Leonov could see the impact on their faces and on Che's own, which was grave, ironic. After that, Leonov said, there was no more lack of discipline in Che's entourage. Jompart, however, was punished by Che for having done a sloppy job proofreading the text of a commercial treaty to be signed with the government of Romania, one of the countries he intended to visit. Che spotted an error that Jompart had missed and upbraided him furiously. He told me horrible things. I felt crushed, and I had no excuses. I simply hadn't done the things I was supposed to do, Jompart remembered. At first he reacted violently, demanding explanations, but then became aware of my humiliation and stopped talking. He knew I understood my mistake and that I was ashamed of it. That wasn't the end of it, however. A few days later, Jompart roused himself early to join the rest of the delegation who were off that day for a sightseeing tour of Leningrad. But when Che saw him, he asked, "Where are you going?" "Well, Comandante," Jompart said, "to Leningrad." "No," Che told him. "First you must learn to fulfill your duty." The group left without Jompart. A few days later, though, as they prepared to make another visit, Che came to tell Jompart personally that he should come along. The sanction had been lifted. Che was always hardest on those he felt had the ability to become true revolutionaries, and obviously Jompart fell into that category. If they failed, he could be merciless. If they passed muster, he repaid them with his trust. A few weeks later, when they were in China, Che appointed Jompart as his representative to visit Vietnam, and when Che returned to Cuba, he named Jompart to head the delegation to the remaining Eastern Bloc states on his agenda: Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and Albania. Che was often blunt to the point of causing offense, as when Leonov decided to treat him to a private meal before leaving Moscow. Leonov's own apartment was too small for such an occasion, however, and he arranged with Alexiev's family, still in Moscow, to prepare a special dinner at their larger, more comfortable flat. They worked hard, preparing sturgeon and other Russian fish delicacies suitable for such an honored guest. But when Che arrived, he exclaimed, "Madre mia! I'm going to go hungry tonight," before informing his crestfallen host that he couldn't eat fish because of his allergies. They hastily cooked him some eggs. Later, seated at the magnificently prepared table, Che began tapping on the plates and looking around pointedly at his dinner companions. The Alexievs, who had once lived in Paris, were showing off their best china. Lifting an eyebrow, Che remarked, "So the proletariat here eats off of French porcelain, eh?" Che never said so publicly, but those who knew him say he returned from his first trip to Russia privately dismayed by the elite lifestyles and evident predilection for bourgeois luxuries he saw among Kremlin officials, in contrast with the austere living conditions of the average Soviet citizen. 4.5 decades of socialism had obviously not created a new socialist man, at least not among the party elite, and this was not what he had expected to find in the madre patria of global socialism. In a serious frame of mind, he talked about Guatemala with Leonov. It had obviously been a seminal experience for him, and although Che had only recently lauded Arbenz publicly in Cuba, he tore him apart in front of Leonov for having given up the battle without a fight. In Che's mind, leadership was a sacred duty, granted to an individual chosen by the people on the basis of trust. It was a privilege that came with the obligation to honor that trust, if necessary, with one's life. It was obviously how he saw his own commitment to Cuba's revolution, and, no doubt, his expectations of Fidel. "I don't know if the Cuban Revolution will survive or not," he told Leonov. "It's difficult to say. But if it doesn't, don't come looking for me among the refugees in the embassies. I've had that experience, and I'm not ever going to repeat it. I will go out with a machine gun in my hand to the barricades. I'll keep fighting to the end." Leonov was present for Che's talks with Khrushchev. Among other things, Che wanted Cuba to have its own steel plant, the indispensable cornerstone to industrialization, with a capacity for 1 million tons of steel. He also wanted the Soviets to fund and build it. Khrushchev heard him out reservedly, Leonov recalled, and said, "Well, let's study it." And for the several days that the ministerial experts were studying the project, according to Leonov, Che became more insistent. Every time he saw Khrushchev, Che asked, "Well, Nikita, what about the factory?" Finally, Nikita told him, "Look, Che, if you want, we can build the plant, but in Cuba there's no coal, there's no iron, there isn't enough skilled labor, and there's not a consumer's market for 1 million tons with Cuba's incipient level of industry. Wouldn't it be better if you build a small plant to work from scrap metal and not spend so much money?" But Che was intransigent. He said, "If we build that factory, we'll train the necessary cadres to work it. As for the iron ore, we'll get it from Mexico or some other place nearby, and we'll find the coal somewhere else. We could bring it from here on the ships going to pick up sugar from Cuba." Later, when they were on their own, Leonov suggested to Che that perhaps Khrushchev was right. The Cubans might be better to build by stages, more gradually, and such a huge plant might be premature. But Che told him, "Look, Nicolas, there are other factors at stake here, social and political ones. The revolution must be something big, imposing. We must combat the single-crop economy of sugar. We must industrialize. And anyway, you here in the Soviet Union also began your industrialization program without a base." Well, in the end, that idea didn't prosper, and it seemed to me that Che's concept was a bit artificial, with more social and political foundations than economic ones, Leonov recalled. Later, Leonov said, after consulting with Cuba, Che lost some enthusiasm. He didn't push the idea anymore, and the Soviets didn't mention it either. Che took Leonov with him on his trip to North Korea, thinking he might be needed as an interpreter, but as soon as they arrived in Pyongyang, they were separated. The Sino-Soviet dispute was in full swing, and North Korea was an ally of Beijing. "They didn't allow me to work with them," said Leonov, who was deposited at the Soviet embassy while Che was taken off to an official government guest house. He remained there through Che's trip to China, before they reunited for the return trip to Moscow. According to Leonov, Che's motives for visiting North Korea and China were twofold. In the first place, he wanted to see the examples of Asiatic socialism, and secondly, he wanted to secure some sales of sugar there. He resolved the two tasks because he saw their socialism, a bit despotic, a bit Asian in that style they have, and he made the sale, I believe, of 200,000 tons of sugar to China. In fact, Che's trip to China had been extremely successful. He had secured the sale of 1 million tons of Cuba's 1961 sugar crop and obtained a $60 million credit for the purchase of Chinese goods. He had met with the legendary leader of the Long March, Mao Zedong, and been feted by his deputy, Zhou Enlai. Zhou had praised the Cuban Revolution, and in return, Che had lauded China's revolution as an example for the Americas. No doubt all of this irked the Soviets, and their discomfiture must have deepened when, upon leaving China, Che remarked that in general there was not a single discrepancy between himself and Beijing. Che's fraternal remarks did not go unnoticed by the Americans either. In a secret U.S. intelligence report about his mission, his Chinese sojourn was mentioned with interest. A noteworthy feature of Guevara's visit to Beijing was his apparent siding with the Chinese on several key points in the Sino-Soviet dispute. Speaking at a November 20th reception, Guevara praised Communist China's Commune movement, which has come under Soviet attack, and 2 days earlier held up the Chinese Communist Revolution as an example that has revealed a new road for the Americas. Guevara made no such statement about the USSR's example while in Moscow. While Che's statements may have betrayed his personal sympathies, he and Fidel were taking pains not to take sides openly in the festering quarrel between the two communist giants. Back in Pyongyang, Che diplomatically expressed his hope to Leonov that the differences could be settled between the two nations. But both he and Fidel must have been aware that they were in a very good position to play Beijing and Moscow off one another. Indeed, after he returned to Moscow on December 19th, the Soviets dramatically expanded their largesse, agreeing to buy 2.7 million tons of Cuba's forthcoming sugar crop at a rate above world market prices. The joint Soviet-Cuban communiqué issued that day expressed Cuban gratitude for Soviet economic assistance and stressed the USSR's full support for Cuba's bid to maintain its independence in the face of aggression. Echoing Guevara's plaudits for China, the Moscow communiqué extolled Cuba as an example for other peoples of the American continent and also Asia and Africa. The very next day, Che left Moscow for Cuba, stopping briefly in Prague and Budapest. He had learned that an old childhood acquaintance, Spanish Republican refugee Fernando Barral, was living in Hungary. It had been 10 years since they had last seen one another, before Barral's arrest for communist agitation and his expulsion from Argentina. Since then, Barral had gone to medical school in Hungary, become a doctor, lived through the 1956 Hungarian uprising and the Soviet invasion that had suppressed the revolt. Over the last couple of years, he had read the news about revolutionary Cuba with interest. As for this Argentine-born comandante, Ernesto Guevara, called Che, he wondered, could it really be the same Loco Guevara I knew? During his brief stop in Budapest, Che had asked the Cuban embassy staff to find Barral, but they were unable to locate him. Che left the following note, which was later delivered. Dear Fernando, I know you had doubts about my identity, but you thought that I was I. Indeed, although no, because a lot of water has gone under my bridge, and of the asthmatic, embittered, and individualistic being you knew, only the asthma remains. I learned that you had married, I too, and I have 2 children. On November 24th, while he was in Beijing, Aleida had given birth to a baby girl. She named her after herself, Aleida, but the little girl's dark hair and eyes were just like her father's. But I am still an adventurer. Only now my adventures have a just purpose. Greetings to your family from this survivor of a past epoch, and a fraternal embrace from Che. P.S. What do you think of my new name? As it had done for Granado, Barral's renewed contact with Guevara was to provide a new direction in his life. For the exile, Hungary's entrenched and bureaucratic socialist system no longer held any surprises, and the chance to be part of the new revolution in Cuba appealed to him greatly. He wrote back to Che, expressing his interest to come and work in Cuba. In February 1961, Che wrote again, welcoming him. The salary will be decorous, without permitting great luxuries, but the experience of the Cuban Revolution is something that I think would be interesting for people like you, who must begin one day again in their countries of origin. Barral accepted Che's offer and emigrated to Cuba in November 1961. Almost immediately, Che sent him to see Ramiro Valdez, Cuba's security chief, who, as a test of Barral's revolutionary commitment, dispatched him to the Escambray to fight in the Lucha contra Bandidos. A new face also entered Che's life on this trip. In Berlin, he met a 22-year-old German-Argentine woman named Heidi Tamara Bunk, the interpreter for his meetings with German officials, and the daughter of Jewish communists who in 1931 had fled Hitler's Germany for Argentina, where Tamara had been born 2 years later. She had spent her childhood there, returning with her family to the communist-run German Democratic Republic when she was 14. Her parents had raised her to be a communist, and she became a faithful child of the socialist state, joining the youth wing of the Communist Party at 18. With her Spanish language abilities, Tamara soon was made an official interpreter, but according to a signed statement she made to the party in 1958, her true dream was to return to Latin America, ideally to her birthplace of Argentina, and help the party there. By the time Che met her, the attractive, fair-haired Tamara was already known to some of his comrades. 6 months earlier, Che had dispatched Orlando Borrego to Berlin as part of a Cuban trade delegation, and Tamara had been their interpreter. Later, both men recalled her avid interest in Cuba and its revolution, and her wish to go and work there. Within 5 months of meeting Che, her wish came true. In May 1961, she flew to Cuba, where she would soon be given a role in Che's program of revolution for Latin America. As Che flew home, he must have felt pleased with himself. He had met the leaders of the socialist world and obtained vital sales and credits for Cuba. Over the last 2 years, he had been instrumental in welding the Soviet-Cuban alliance. As Alexiev put it, Che was practically the architect of our relations with Cuba. On New Year's Day, 1961, Fidel called for a general military mobilization and showed off Cuba's newly acquired Soviet tanks and other weapons in a display of strength on Havana's streets. The next day, he ordered Washington to cut its Havana embassy staff to 11, the same number as in Cuba's embassy in Washington. For the outgoing Eisenhower, it was the final straw. All that remained for him to do was sign the divorce certificate, ending a tumultuous 60-year relationship. The following day, January 3, 1961, in one of his last acts in office before handing the presidency over to John F. Kennedy, diplomatic relations between the United States and Cuba were severed. 24. These Atomic Times. 1. On the morning of February 24, 1961, Che left his home on 18th Street in Miramar. His car turned right up to 7th Avenue. Normally, he took a different route, turning left down his residential street to the tree-lined boulevard of 5th Avenue, then right, driving past State Security Headquarters, into the tunnel beneath the Almendares River, then down the seaside Malecon to Old Havana and his office at the National Bank. But today, Che headed for the Plaza de la Revolucion. Fidel had turned his INRA department into a full-fledged ministry, and it was Che's first day as Cuba's new Minister of Industries. The unannounced change of route may have saved his life. A few moments after he left home, a gun battle erupted just outside his home. Che's bodyguards entered the fray, shooting wildly. Inside, Aleda threw herself and the baby underneath the first-floor stairwell, where she was joined by the terrified latest addition to the Guevara household, Sofia Gato, a 25-year-old girl from Camagüey, the nanny of 3-month-old Aledita. Afterwards, Sofia was able to piece together most of what had taken place. 4 or 5 armed men, barbudos, had lain in wait behind some bushes near the corner of 18th Street and 5th Avenue, and when one of their neighbors, an officer named Salinas, drove by in his car, they opened fire with automatic weapons. Believing it to be an attack on Che's house, his guarnición of bodyguards returned fire. A few minutes later, Salinas lay dead in his car, and one of the assailants, gut-shot, writhed on the ground. News of the shootout was quickly smothered, but plenty of people heard about it anyway. Che's and the government's unofficial version was that it had not been an assassination attempt against Che. According to Oscarito Fernandez Mel, who also lived at the house on 18th Street, the dead man, Salinas, was indeed the attacker's intended target, the victim of an affair of the heart gone bad. As with so many things that have taken place in Cuba, the shooting became cloaked in official mystery, and so it has remained for decades. Still, the notion that the incident on 18th Street had been a botched attempt to assassinate Che is entirely credible, considering what was happening in Cuba at the time. All over the country, former barbudos, like those who fired on Salinas's cars that morning, had taken up arms against the revolution, against communism. Among anti-communists, Che was widely identified as the principal advocate of Cuba's submission to the Soviet Union, the red flea in Fidel's ear. At least one other plot to kill Che had already been foiled. One night in early 1960, back in the days before Mikoyan's visit, when Alexiev and Che had to meet clandestinely, the Soviet agent was talking with Che at his new office in the National Bank, when Che suddenly said, "Look, Alejandro, let me show you the place where the counter-revolutionaries are planning to shoot me from." He pointed to a window right across the narrow street from where they sat. Alexiev was alarmed, but Che quickly reassured him that Cuba's intelligence services had already staked out the place and were about to move in. Whatever the true cause of the shootout on Calle 18, Che took new precautions afterward. Visitors to the Ministry of Industries were frisked by guards, and Che began to carry a cigar box full of hand grenades on the seat next to him in the car, driving to work by a different route each day. The Americans had also lost virtually all on-ground intelligence capability. The last American diplomats had vacated the embassy on January 20th, a few days after prohibiting all American citizens from visiting Cuba. That same month, the Peruvian and Paraguayan governments broke off relations and pulled out their diplomats. More of Cuba's anti-Castro neighbors would follow their example in the coming months. At least 100,000 Cuban refugees had now fled into exile, most of them to Miami, and the U.S. government had set up a federally funded resettlement program to house them and give them jobs. Among those who had fled was Pardo Yada, Che's troublesome travel companion on his first international tour. After making indiscreet remarks about Communist Party infiltration into the government, he too was eased out of Cuba. One who was not so lucky was Humberto Sorimarin, the former agriculture minister. Captured by Cuban troops and accused of CIA-sponsored counter-revolutionary activities, Sorimarin was shot by a firing squad. Beyond the human toll, the ongoing purge and mass exodus were serving Fidel's goal of draining the swamp, removing potential fifth columnists and counter-revolutionary supporters from the scene. In their wake, Soviet technicians, Russian language teachers, economists, and military advisors had flowed in. The Mongolians, Albanians, Hungarians, Chinese, and North Vietnamese opened up embassies. Eastern Bloc trade and cultural delegations came and went. On January 17th, Fidel had announced that 1,000 Cuban youths would be sent to the USSR to study agrarian collectives. The transformation had been so sudden and dramatic that even working-class Cubans were struck by the difference between the Russos and the Americans they had replaced. The Americans had been rich and loud and had spoken terrible Spanish, but these newcomers looked and acted like peasants, rough-hewn and poorly dressed. The women were fat and wore long peasant dresses and headscarves, and the men, ill-fitting suits of poor-quality cloth. They sweated heavily in Cuba's heat, but used no deodorant, and to the finicky Cubans the Russians smelled bad. They spoke no Spanish and stuck to themselves, and were trucked through the city to their new residential enclaves like so many cattle. They stared in wonder at the modern city, with its shiny American consumer products still in shop windows, televisions, refrigerators, and air conditioners, and at the swank, architect-designed homes with swimming pools and landscaped gardens. The huge American cars, luxuriant with chrome and fins, had them goggle-eyed. On appearances, the Soviets did not inspire many as the representatives of the vaunted socialist superpower. Che knew about the popular skepticism and addressed it while appearing on Cuban television on January 6th to talk about his recent trip to the USSR. After waxing poetic about all the nations he had visited, singling out North Korea and China for special praise, he turned to the subject on everyone's minds: the Soviets' evident backwardness in areas many Cubans had long taken for granted. Speaking of his USSR visit, Che said, "We had to bring up some problems there that embarrassed us a little, really. Because, for example, we brought up the problem that the Cuban people needed some raw materials to make deodorants with, and in those countries they don't understand that, because they are nations that are developing all their production for the general welfare of the people, and have still to overcome some enormous backwardness, and they can't be bothered with these things. We, too, now have to occupy ourselves with more important things." Che was speaking as diplomatically as he could in the circumstances. He understood, he was telling the finicky habaneros, but times had changed. It was a new national priority, and just like the Russians, they were going to have to do without deodorant. He was also acknowledging that, yes, despite their technological advances, the Soviets were still a rustic people in many ways. In the economy, the Soviet bloc influence had also become more visible. The government's emphasis had already shifted away from the disorganized cooperative farms favored in the early days of land expropriations to be replaced by Soviet-style state farms called Granjas del Pueblo. Despite the large expropriations, much of Cuba's cultivated land remained in the hands of small farmers, who continued to till their plots without hindrance from the state. In 1963, a new bill reduced the size of private landholding still further, but the revolution never completely eradicated its fiercely independent Guajiro farmers. Czech and Soviet advisors now worked at Che's ministry, alongside the first-generation crew of South American economists, and Che organized a weekly Marxism study circle for himself and some of his aides, including Borrego, with Anastasio Mancilla, a Hispano-Soviet political economist, as their teacher. Along with most other American influences, such as Santa Claus, who had been banned, the learning of English was now discouraged. Russian was now the second language to learn in the new Cuba. Che began taking twice-weekly Russian language classes from Yuri Pevtsov, a philologist sent from Lermontov University to be his interpreter and personal tutor. They had no Russian-Spanish manual to work from, so the two made do with a Russian-French primer. Inevitably, in spite of the early popular ridicule about the bolos, a certain Soviet style began to seep inexorably into Cuban life in ways that were initially superficial. The government spearheaded the emblematic transformation. There was already the new Central Planning Board, Huseplan, an imitation of the USSR's Gosplan. Streets, theaters, and factories were rebaptized with the names of homegrown and foreign revolutionary heroes and martyrs, such as Camilo Cienfuegos and Patrice Lumumba. The old Chaplin Cinema on First Avenue would become the Carlos Marx, and before long there would be daycare centers named Héroes de Vietnam and Rosa Luxemburg. Since the revolution there had been a spate of Cuban babies named Fidel and Ernesto, after Che himself. Now, more and more Cubans began naming their children Alexei and Natasha. Before long, Che's own newest daughter had a Russian nickname, Alyosha. In the view of Washington's intelligence analysts, the island's dramatic embrace with the socialist bloc was largely attributable to the efforts of Che Guevara. In a secret March 23rd assessment of his recently completed mission to the Sino-Soviet bloc, the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, INR, listed its considerable achievements. By the end of the visit, Cuba had trade and payments agreements and cultural ties with every country in the bloc, diplomatic relations with every country except East Germany, and scientific and technical assistance accords with all but Albania. Whether or not Guevara had negotiated additional military assistance for Cuba on his mission wasn't known, but the report deemed it as a highly likely probability. It may be assumed that the subject was discussed, and delivery of new weapons agreed upon. According to one report, Guevara, early in his tour, asked Khrushchev for missiles, and the Soviet premier flatly refused, promising instead some automatic weapons from World War II. 2. The pros and cons of assassinating Che, Raúl, and Fidel had been discussed by the CIA for some time. In January 1960, Allen Dulles had initially rejected an assassination program in favor of the exile army scheme, but eventually the old-school Dulles would come around, for the sake of pragmatism, not bloodlust, to whatever got the job done in the most efficient manner possible. If killing Cuba's top leaders helped ensure the success of the invasion plan, then it was an option that had to be pursued. In the intervening months, he had allowed his covert operations director, Richard Bissell, to explore assassination possibilities. Already some plots had been hatched, including a bizarre attempt to poison Fidel's favorite brand of cigars. Over the coming months and years, many more plots to kill Fidel and his top comrades would be planned or attempted, even including some in collusion with the American Mafia. By 1960, according to Evan Thomas, the author of a book about the CIA's early years, the CIA had come up with James Bondish code names for its intended targets. Fidel was Amthug, while Che, a doctor, was Amquack. Simultaneously, Allen Dulles was dealing with the burgeoning Congolese crisis. The former Belgian colony was a vital source of strategic minerals for the West, and Washington could not allow Moscow to establish a satellite government there. That, Dulles and his men feared, was exactly what Khrushchev was attempting to do. The African state's erratic-seeming prime minister, Patrice Lumumba, who had first called for UN troops to halt the Belgian-backed secession of copper-rich Katanga province, headed by a rival, Moise Tshombe, then asked the USSR for military support. Back in August 1960, with Eisenhower's approval, Dulles had cabled the CIA station chief in the Congolese capital of Leopoldville, authorizing him to remove Lumumba as an urgent and prime objective of high priority. Lumumba had been ousted from his office by his president Joseph Kasavubu and his army commander Joseph Mobutu, but was still perceived as a threat. In September, Dulles had ordered that Lumumba be eliminated from any possibility of resuming governmental position. 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 A week later, the CIA station chief in Leopoldville received a visitor from Washington, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb of the CIA's medical division. In his diplomatic valise, he had brought a syringe, rubber gloves, a mask, and a vial of untraceable biological poison. A practical solution had been found to help remove Lumumba. Before the CIA could get close to Lumumba, however, his own Congolese rivals did. He was captured by Congolese army troops and turned over to Tshombe's forces, while under UN forces protection. While in captivity, Lumumba was murdered on January 17, 1961, but the act was kept secret for nearly a month. When Lumumba's death was finally announced in mid-February, it brought an angry denunciation by Khrushchev, who accused UN General Secretary Dag Hammarskjöld of being an accomplice to the murder. Cuba's foreign minister, Raul Roa, echoed Khrushchev with an official note of protest to the UN. In Havana, Che lamented the murder of Lumumba, whom he looked to as a kindred revolutionary leader in Africa, and the Cuban government announced 3 days of official mourning. The men at the CIA were, of course, quietly pleased. By March, the preparations for the CIA's Cuban invasion force were well underway, with its political front organization in place as well. After leaving behind a flourishing underground network in Cuba, Manuel Rey had been subsumed into the CIA-sponsored Cuban Exile Alliance, and former Prime Minister Miro Cardona had been named to head its vaunted Cuban Revolutionary Council as Cuba's future provisional president. All the anti-Castro activity, however, had caused major problems elsewhere. The previous November, the 600-odd Cuban exile fighters of Brigade 2506 had completed a 3-month guerrilla training course in Guatemala, but by then their presence and the CIA's sponsorship had been splashed all over the press. The scandal that ensued made life difficult for Guatemalan President Irigoras Fuentes. Angered over the presence of foreign troops on their soil, a sizable group of nationalistic Guatemalan military officers had staged a military uprising. On the night of November 13th, troops had seized a military garrison in the capital, the Zacapa barracks in eastern Guatemala, and the Caribbean port of Puerto Barrios. Despite their initial success, The rebel officers and their troops were unsure what to do next, turning away hundreds of peasants in Zacapa who tried to join up and asked for weapons with which to fight. The Eisenhower administration had been quicker off the mark. A U.S. naval flotilla was dispatched to stand off the coast, and the CIA's Cuban guerrilla force deployed to help suppress the revolt, with CIA-supplied B-26 bombers, piloted by exiled Cubans, used to dislodge the rebels from their positions. The show of force worked, and the rebel troops quickly surrendered. But what may have seemed to be a minor sideshow at the time was to have important consequences for the future. 2 young U.S.-trained Guatemalan officers involved in the revolt, Marco Aurelio Yon Sosa, 22, and Luis Turcios Lima, 19, did not return to their barracks. Instead, they went underground, determined to start a guerrilla war against the Guatemalan regime. Within 15 months, they would be making their presence felt as the leaders of a left-wing guerrilla insurgency decried by Irigoras Fuentes as Cuba-directed, and in time, Turcios Lima would become one of Che's favorite revolutionary protégés. There had also been trouble in Venezuela that November, with the pro-Cuban Miristas and Venezuelan communists launching a violent insurrection in Caracas against Betancourt's regime. The left-of-center URD party of Venezuela's former president, Admiral Wolfgang Larrazabal, which had formed part of the ruling government coalition, deserted Betancourt to join a coalition with Mir and the communists, forming a National Liberation Council to overthrow the government. Student demonstrations and street battles with police followed, but the revolt eventually was quashed. Betancourt reacted with increased repression, however, and by year's end, constitutional guarantees would be suspended indefinitely, the universities closed, left-wing newspapers were banned, and the country's oil fields were occupied by troops. The Venezuelan stage was becoming propitious for an armed guerrilla struggle, and with Cuban backing, it would come before too long. Meanwhile, the graduation of the Guatemalan-based Brigade of Cuban Exiles coincided with a shift in CIA strategy regarding its future role in Cuba. The agency's original idea that the force could fight and survive as a guerrilla army looked increasingly doubtful, as they had learned through recent experience. While the main force was training in Guatemala, the CIA had run a parallel covert program, dispatching small teams of rebels and saboteurs to Cuba. Most had been quickly put out of action by Castro's forces. The CIA's airdrops had similarly failed to sustain the rebels in the mountains. What was required, therefore, was a rather more ambitious plan. Switching tactics, Richard Bissell substituted conventional warfare instructors for the guerrilla trainers working with the Guatemalan-based brigade. Under the new plan, the brigade would make an amphibious landing on Cuba's coast. Supported by airstrikes, they would establish a foothold and proclaim a provisional Cuban government, which would be instantly recognized by Washington and friendly Latin American governments. The United States could then theoretically intervene to assist Cuba's new democratic government. While all of this was going on, it was hoped, Fidel, Che, and Raúl would already be dead. The CIA now had several schemes under consideration to assassinate the Cuban leadership on the eve of the landing. 7 separate 5-man infiltration groups called Gray Teams had been selected from the Guatemala Brigade. They were to meet up with the underground resistance movement on the island and help coordinate the CIA's airdrops of weaponry. When the main invasion force landed, they were to act, hitting specific targets and leading armed uprisings throughout Cuba. The 19-year-old Felix Rodriguez was among those selected. He and the other Gray Team candidates were moved to a new jungle camp in Guatemala, where they were taught espionage tradecraft by war-hardened Eastern European anti-communist exiles. A few days after Christmas, his Gray Team was ushered onto an American military transport plane with blacked-out windows and flown to Fort Clayton, one of the American military bases in the U.S. Panama Canal Zone. Their training had continued at Fort Clayton, but now they were being taught how to handle advanced weaponry of Soviet and Eastern European origin. In early January, Rodriguez came up with a plan to assassinate Fidel and told his American handlers his idea. A few days later, they told him his plan had been given the agency's approval. He and a comrade were flown to Miami, where he was given a German-made sniper's rifle with a telescopic sight. the CIA had already selected the assassination site, a Havana house that Fidel was known to frequent. 3 times, Rodriguez was taken to the Cuban coast in fast boats traveling at night, and 3 times his rendezvous with the on-ground contacts failed. After the 3rd failure, the rifle was taken away, and the CIA told Rodriguez they had changed their minds about the operation. In the meantime, the other gray teams had been brought to a base camp on the outskirts of Miami. On February 14th, the first infiltration team was smuggled into Cuba. A week later, 4 days after the ambush outside Che's home, Rodriguez and his 4 comrades, with a load of weapons, explosives, and ammunition, were dropped on Cuba's northern coast between the Varadero Beach Resort and Havana. They were picked up in cars driven by people belonging to the MRR Underground. Over the next month, Rodriguez and his friends met with the underground resistance in Havana and Camagüey, staying in safe houses and making preparations to receive a large airdrop of weaponry from the CIA. After getting the arms and distributing them, their mission was to largely replicate what Che and Camilo had done in the last phase of the anti-Batista War, to open up a guerrilla front in northern Las Villas and try to split the island in half, forcing the government to divert forces away from the south coast where the invasion force was due to land. At one point in mid-March, Rodriguez helped the Cuban underground transfer some weapons cached in a safe house, located next door to the state security headquarters on 5th Avenue, between 14th and 16th Streets. What he did not know was that the famed Che Guevara lived less than 2 blocks away. If he had, Rodriguez might well have devised a plan to kill him. Certainly none of this activity was likely to catch the Castro regime off guard, for it had quickly been disabused of any hopes that the new American president would accept a socialist Cuba as a fait accompli. Having so relentlessly used the soft-on-Castro theme against the Eisenhower-Nixon administration during the campaign, President Kennedy now seemed determined to show his mettle, and in the 2 months since he had taken office, all the indications were that preparations were still underway for some kind of U.S.-backed military intervention. In fact, Kennedy had been briefed about the planned Cuban exile invasion as soon as he had won the presidential election in November, and had given CIA Director Dulles his personal go-ahead. Since taking office, Kennedy had studied the CIA's beefed-up plans with a more tentative eye, expressing misgivings about the plan's viability, and some of his closest civilian advisers were vehemently opposed to it. But an effective combination of warnings and reassurances from the CIA men had won out in the end. The exile force was well-trained and itching to fight, Dulles's people told Kennedy. D-Day had to come soon. As matters now stood, the CIA could take out Cuba's small fleet of Sea Furies and B-26s before the invasion began, protecting the exile force from air attack. But that window was rapidly closing. Cuban pilots were being trained to fly Soviet MiGs in Czechoslovakia, and although no MiGs had yet been delivered to Cuba, they probably would be before long. The CIA had chosen a landing site on Cuba's southern coast near Trinidad in Las Villas province, but Kennedy thought it would be too spectacular. He opted instead for a less visible spot farther west at a remote beach called Playa Girón on the Bay of Pigs. Kennedy had been assured that if the rebels failed to hold their beachhead, they could make it to the nearby Escambray and, after meeting up with the rebels there, begin a guerrilla resistance movement. The plan had many flaws. The nearby Escambray Mountains were actually over 100 miles away, and the very isolation that made Playa Girón seem ideal for a surprise landing made it a death trap if Castro's forces were able to get there quickly. If the rebels needed to escape, there were only 2 ways out, either along the narrow roads through the vast Zapata swamp or along the exposed strip of coastal beach. In either case, they could be easily ambushed, pinned down, and massacred. Evidently, none of this occurred to the CIA strategists. Despite his misgivings, Kennedy gave his go-ahead, but ruled out direct U.S. troop involvement or any large-scale American air support once the assault was underway. The CIA men apparently believed that once the action had begun, the president would relent. In any event, this crucial bit of news was not imparted to the Cuban exiles involved. They thought they would be going in backed up by the full weight of America's military power. Nor did the CIA have any clue about the extent to which their covert program had already been infiltrated by Castro's intelligence service. At least one of the 35 Gray Team members infiltrated into Cuba was a Castro government double agent, and there were undoubtedly others. In Miami, the general outline of the CIA's plans was widely known throughout the Cuban exile community, where Fidel had a flourishing spy network. What's more, Fidel now had plenty of armor at his disposal. As Alexiev gleefully confided years later, "We already had Soviet arms in Playa Girón." A lot of Soviet arms participated in Playa Girón. 3. Amid the heightened tension caused by the invasion rumors, the nocturnal air raids, and a spate of bombing attacks against expropriated stores in Havana, Che kept busy, giving speeches, writing articles, and receiving foreign delegations. When the Chinese, not to be outdone by the Soviets, held their own economic edification exposition in the Hotel Havana Libre, he attended the opening and closing ceremonies. He cut the ribbon at one of the new Cuban acquisitions from the Soviet Union, a pencil factory, and visited the recently nationalized nickel mine of Nicaro, urging its workers to work hard and sacrifice to produce more. Volunteer labor had become Che's latest battle standard in his quest to create a new socialist man in Cuba. He had initiated the practice on a small scale shortly after Camilo's death, in the construction of a school built in his late comrade's memory, but after seeing the volunteer work brigades in Mao's China, he had taken to the idea of replicating it en masse in Cuba with genuine conviction. Since his return, Che had begun devoting his Saturdays to the practice, lending a hand in factory assembly lines, cutting sugarcane, or lifting bricks at construction sites, and he urged his colleagues at the new Ministry of Industries to set an example by doing volunteer work during the sugar harvest. Before long, everyone at the Ministry of Industries who wanted to remain in Che's good graces began giving up their Saturdays at home to join him on these work sessions. Che's program, which eventually came to be called Emulación Comunista, was based upon the principle that by volunteering one's labor on behalf of society, with no thought of remuneration, the individual takes an important step toward building a true communist consciousness. Che went out of his way to drive home the point among his comrades. One day, seeing Che was wearing no watch, his friend Oscarito Fernández Mel gave him his own, a fine watch with a gold wristband that he had bought for himself after graduating from medical school. Some time later, Che came up to Oscarito and handed him a piece of paper. Oscarito noticed he was still wearing the watch, but it now had a leather wristband. The piece of paper was a receipt from the National Bank declaring that Oscar Fernández Mel had donated his gold wristband as a contribution to Cuba's gold reserves. Everyone knew that Che had refused to collect the salary he was due as president of the National Bank, and he had continued the practice at the Ministry of Industries, steadfastly drawing only his minuscule comandante's wages. Orlando Borrego, by now a vice minister, felt obliged to draw only an equivalent amount of his own salary, donating the rest to an agrarian reform fund. It would have been unseemly to be earning more money than his boss. Not all of Che's comrades, including some of his ministerial-level peers, appreciated this revolutionary showmanship of his, acknowledged Borrego. He himself had been forced by Che to give up the car of his dreams. When Cuba's wealthy had fled the country, they had left behind a huge stockpile of cars, promptly nationalized, which the various government ministries allocated to their officials and certain employees. But Borrego had gone one better. During a visit to an intervened cigarette factory, a manager had pointed out a brand-new Jaguar sports car that had been abandoned by its owner, and suggested that Borrego take it, since no one else knew how to run it. Borrego fell instantly in love with the car, and sped around proudly in it for about a week, until the day he drove into the garage where he and Che parked their cars and Che spotted him. He came toward him, yelling, "You're a chulo, a pimp." Che pointed to the car and asked him what he thought he was doing, driving around in a car like that. It was a pimp's car, ostentatious, not one a representative of the people should be seen driving. Borrego's heart fell, and he told Che he would return it. "Good," Che said. I'll give you 2 hours." Later, up in the office, Che told Borrego that he should be driving a car more like his, a much more modest, year-old green Chevy Impala. Before long, Borrego was given a car exactly like his jefe's, except that his was two-tone, and he would drive it for the next 12 years. Che was super strict, recalls Borrego, like Jesus Christ. As Che busily made new enemies and allies, some of his older friends and acquaintances showed up in Havana. Granado had arrived with his whole family from Venezuela and was teaching biochemistry at the University of Havana. For entirely different reasons, Ricardo Rojo also showed up. Recently a diplomat stationed in Bonn for the Argentine government of Arturo Frondizi, which had tried unsuccessfully to intercede in the burgeoning U.S.-Cuba dispute, Rojo evidently hoped to use his relationship with Guevara to take soundings of Cuba's intentions. But Rojo could see that Cuba was already preparing for war. He observed militiamen jackhammering Havana's streets to lay explosive charges, and everywhere he looked, uniformed men and women wandered around with weapons. After passing through a gauntlet of bearded armed men in the foyer, he found his old friend, Chancho Guevara, in a half-furnished office. It had been 6 years since they had last seen one another in Mexico. Guevara looked heavier, and Rojo told him so. Che denied that he was fat, attributing his moon face to cortisone treatments for his chronic asthma. Probably cognizant that whatever he showed or said to the well-connected Rojo would filter back to Western policymakers, Che took Rojo on a workers' tour of Cuba's countryside, to factories, to the cane fields, and to meet with peasant soldiers fighting in the Escambray against the counter-revolutionaries. He even press-ganged him into a day of volunteer labor cutting cane. Rojo came away certain of several things: that Cuba was definitely on the path to communism, that the revolution was well-armed and enjoyed widespread support among Cubans, and, judging from several inferences his old friend had made, that Che was interested in extending the revolution to South America. Toward the end of March, Che accompanied Rojo to the airport. As they drove past numerous anti-aircraft gun emplacements, Che turned to Rojo. "They'll come," he said, referring to the Americans, "but we'll give them a reception. It's a pity you're leaving right now, when the party is about to begin." On April 3rd, the White House released a white paper on Cuba. Cuba, it said, posed a clear and present danger to the Americas. It was the Kennedy administration's call to arms for the military expedition that would soon be known as the Bay of Pigs invasion. 5 days later, with invasion jitters at a fever pitch, Che published an article in Verde Olivo entitled, "Cuba, Historical Exception or Vanguard in the Anti-Colonialist Struggle?" Che answered his own question. Cuba was no exception, but merely the first Latin American nation to break the common mold of economic dependency and domination by imperialism. Its example was the path for its neighbors to follow to the goal of revolutionary freedom. What did we do to free ourselves from the vast imperialist system, with its entourage of puppet rulers in each country and mercenary armies to protect the puppets, and the whole complex social system of the exploitation of man by man? We applied certain formulas, the results of discoveries of our empirical medicine for the great ailments of our beloved Latin America, empirical medicine that rapidly became part of scientific truth. This was the scientific discovery that Ernesto Guevara had been destined for, the culmination of a process of searching that had begun with his work in medicine. But treating individuals' illnesses had never been his real interest. His motivation had always been that of the scientific researcher looking for a cure, a means to prevent. And as it had been with medicine, so it had become with politics. Searching, crossing solutions off the list of possibilities as he went. Reformism, democracy, elections. He had found Marx, then Guatemala, then Cuba. And in that baptism of fire, his discoveries of empirical medicine had led to scientific truth. That truth, and the cure to man's ills, was Marxism-Leninism, and guerrilla warfare was the means to achieve it. Before Cuba's revolution, he explained, America lacked the subjective conditions the most important of which is consciousness of the possibility of victory through violent struggle against the imperialist powers and their internal allies. These conditions were created through the armed struggle that clarified the need for change, and the defeat and subsequent annihilation of the army by the popular forces, an absolutely necessary condition for every genuine revolution. The peasant class of America, basing itself on the ideology of the working class, whose great thinkers discovered the social laws governing us, will provide the great liberating army of the future, as it has already done in Cuba. Che had created a scientific truth out of Cuba's experience, and scientific truth is not malleable to theories, but a natural law. In essence, Che was arguing that his formula for attaining socialism through armed struggle amounted to a scientific discovery, and through this discovery would come an end to injustice and the creation of a new form of man. 4. 4 days later, Havana's largest and most luxurious department store, El Encanto, was burned to the ground by one of the CIA-backed underground groups. Felix Rodriguez had been forewarned by his contacts that something big was about to happen, and that he might want to leave town, because afterward there would be a lot of heat. The next morning, in the pre-dawn darkness of April 15th, Sofia, the Guevara's nanny, awoke to the frightening noise of diving airplanes and exploding bombs. She ran out of her bedroom to the hall and called out to Che. Still shirtless, he instantly emerged from his bedroom. "The bastards have finally attacked us," he said. From a window, they watched the flashes and explosions. Planes were bombing the airfield at nearby Campamento Libertad. Outside, Che's escolta had begun running around wildly, yelling and waving pistols, and Che shouted out the window, "I'll shoot the first man who fires." The men calmed down, and within a few minutes he and his men had driven rapidly away. They went to Pinar del Rio, his secretly prearranged battle station for the time when the invasion began. To have the end of the island closest to the United States well covered, Fidel had given Che command of Cuba's Western Army. The next day, at the funeral for the victims of the bombing, which had destroyed the greater part of Cuba's minuscule air force, Fidel gave a fiery speech blaming the attack on the United States, which, he claimed, had done it because the nation could not forgive Cuba for having brought about a socialist revolution under its very nose. For the first time since seizing power, Fidel had uttered the dreaded word. Later, a bronze plaque would be secured on the spot, consecrating the moment when Fidel revealed the socialist nature of the Cuban Revolution. Among the crowd listening to Fidel that historic afternoon were a young, prematurely balding artist from the Argentine mountain city of Mendoza named Ciro Roberto Bustos and his wife. They had just arrived in Cuba as volunteers to participate in the Cuban revolutionary experiment. As they walked Havana's streets, soaking up the tropical atmosphere, everything was still new, strange, and exciting. The air was charged with portent. The future seemed promising and threatening at the same time, and indeed it was. Before long, Ciro Bustos' life would be completely absorbed and irrevocably altered by Che's vision of a continental revolution. Just after midnight on April 17th, the 1,500-man-strong Cuban Exile Liberation Army came ashore at Playa Girón on the Bay of Pigs. Days earlier, the units based in Guatemala had been transferred to Nicaragua's Caribbean port of Puerto Cabezas, where they had been seen off by Nicaragua's dictator Luis Somoza, who cheered, telling them to bring him back a hair from Castro's beard. They made the crossing to Cuba aboard ships lent them, as Che had forecast, probably jokingly, by the United Fruit Company, with U.S. naval destroyers as escorts. They were not told where they were going until they were out at sea. Within hours of their landing, trumpeted loudly over the CIA's Radio Swan transmitter, Fidel had mobilized his forces for an attack on the invaders. Rather than push inland, the invaders dug into positions on the beach and awaited reinforcements. None came. By mid-morning, the fighting had begun. But by dawn the next day, Dulles informed Kennedy that the exiles were bogged down. Unless the United States intervened, they would be wiped out. Kennedy refused to give the order, authorizing only minimal air support. In Havana, Felix Rodriguez heard about the invasion on the radio. he had had no advance warning. The CIA had not dared contact anyone in the underground resistance inside Cuba for fears of a leak. Cut off from the other members of his Gray team, he tried to reach his Havana contacts on the telephone. In each case, there was either no reply or strange voices that told him to come over right away. Realizing that many of the resistance people had probably already been arrested, and that the voices were those of security agents, he stayed where he was. Over the next 3 days, he watched the events unfold on television and wept in frustration. In Pinar del Rio, Che's forces saw no action, but Che himself was nearly killed in a shooting accident. Aleda first learned of it when Fidel's all-purpose factotum, Celia Sanchez, called to inform her that Che had been lightly wounded, grazed on the cheek and ear when his pistol fell out of its holster and a bullet went off. Celia sent a car to take Aleda to him, and another car to pick up Alyosha and her nanny Sophia so they could stay with her until the crisis was over. Strictly speaking, Celia had told Aleda the truth. Che was out of mortal risk, but the bullet had come within a hair's breadth of penetrating his brain. His greatest moment of danger, though, had come not from the bullet, but from the anti-tetanus injection his military medics had insisted on giving him, which had brought on a toxic shock reaction. As Che joked afterward to Alberto Granado, "My friends almost managed to do what my enemies couldn't. I nearly died." In Havana, Che's ex-wife Hilda also heard the rumors circulating of Che's wounding, initially relayed to her as an assassination attempt. But Che quickly dispatched a soldier to her house to tell her that he was out of danger and not to worry. It had been an accident. For Sophia, the next 48 hours were a sleepless blur. Celia Sanchez's flat had become a communications nerve center for the revolutionary leadership, and Celia never put the phone down as an unending series of telephone calls gave her the latest battlefield reports, and she relayed the information on. At one point, a weary-looking Fidel came in directly from the battleground and collapsed on the same bed where Sophia lay with Che's daughter. As he slept, the baby played with his beard. Finally, exhausted herself, Sophia slept. 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 By the afternoon of April 20th, it was all over. The exile force had bogged down, run out of supplies, and given up. 114 of the invaders were dead, nearly 1,200 taken prisoner. At the happy news, Che returned to Havana from his post in Pinar del Rio, picked up his friend Alberto Granado, and drove to Playa Girón. They arrived at the sugar mill of Central Australia, Fidel's command post during the battle. Now it was a chaos of military equipment, soldiers, and rounded-up POWs, with soldiers still combing the surrounding area for fugitives who had fled into the swamp. Jeeps roared off in all directions. Che and Granado approached a group of prisoners. Upon recognizing Che, one of the POWs was so terrified that he defecated and urinated in his trousers. Che tried to question the man, but the prisoner was so afraid he could not speak properly. Finally, Che turned away and told one of his bodyguards, "Get a bucket of water for that poor bastard." Fidel, of course, was jubilant. He himself had directed the battle at Playa Girón, and he had personally fired a tank cannon at one of the American motherships. His men swore afterward that he had scored a direct hit. All folklore aside, the battle had been a stunning victory for Cuba's revolution. The people had stood up to Washington, and they had won. With the crisis over, Che went to see Hilda and Hildita. He seemed rather proud of his new gunshot wound, which had left a scar on his cheek, and as Hilda looked at it, he told her with studied dismissiveness, "It was an unimportant accident, but it was another close call. An inch closer, and I wouldn't be here to tell it." On the morning of April 26th, Felix Rodriguez went from his Havana safe house in a chauffeur-driven green Mercedes belonging to the Spanish ambassador to the Venezuelan embassy compound. 4 months later, he would be granted diplomatic safe passage to leave the country, but he would soon be back in Cuba. Neither he nor the CIA had given up the battle against Castro and his communist government. 5. 4 months later, in Punta del Este, Uruguay, Che delivered a message of gratitude to President Kennedy through Richard Goodwin, his young White House aide. "Thank you for Playa Girón," he told Goodwin. "Before the invasion, the revolution was shaky. Now it is stronger than ever." In recent months, the Cold War between East and West had intensified and become a personal test of wills between Kennedy and Khrushchev. Khrushchev seemed to revel in the competition and pressed his advantage whenever he could, all the while thumbing his nose at the inexperienced young occupant of the White House. For years, Washington and Moscow had fought to assert power in the vacuums left by the retreating European colonial governments in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. So far, Moscow seemed to be winning. Since 1956, a series of international crises had pointed up the weaknesses and limitations of Western power abroad, as Washington or her allies took beatings in Suez, Lebanon, Indonesia, and Hungary. The Soviets had raced ahead with their nuclear arms program, and the ensuing missile gap controversy in the United States had led Eisenhower to put U-2 spy planes over Soviet Russia. This, too, had led to embarrassment when American U-2 pilot Gary Powers was shot down in June 1960 and then reappeared on Soviet television, apologetically confessing he had been on a spying mission. Before the end of 1961, U.S. intelligence would determine that the United States was far ahead of the Soviets in nuclear strike capability, but the missile gap contretemps would continue to influence American policy for decades. In 1958, the USSR had become the first nation on Earth to put a satellite into space, and followed that in early April 1961 by launching cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin into orbit. On the eve of Kennedy's decision about whether to go ahead with the Bay of Pigs invasion, a triumphant Khrushchev had trumpeted his space victory, daring the West to catch up. JFK grumbled that he didn't like having America come in second. Simultaneously, new flashpoints had erupted around the world. Africa was in ferment. In the Congo, rival factions backed by East and West continued to struggle for power. Rwanda, Tanganyika, and Sierra Leone had all gained independence. But in the Portuguese colony of Angola, an armed Angolan resistance movement began a struggle against Lisbon's steadfast colonial rule. In Algeria, the 7-year-old independence war had already cost hundreds of thousands of lives and threatened civil war within France itself. In April, angered over de Gaulle's decision to negotiate Algerian independence with the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN, top commanders of the French army revolted. In Southeast Asia, Viet Cong guerrillas backed by Ho Chi Minh's communist North Vietnamese government in Hanoi were harassing the U.S.-backed government of South Vietnam. In neighboring Laos, Soviet and Chinese-backed Pathet Lao guerrillas launched a major offensive against the U.S.-backed Vientiane regime, forcing JFK to consider American military intervention there. In the end, a ceasefire was arranged, but Laos remained tense and unstable. In the Caribbean, there was one less dictator to worry about after May 30th, when Generalissimo Rafael Trujillo's life and his 30-year-long tyranny were cut short in a fusillade of bullets. The assassination team's weapons had been supplied by the CIA. Washington had been under mounting pressure from the Latin American reformist governments to do something about Trujillo, as a quid pro quo for their backing of Washington's anti-Castro policies. But for Kennedy, Cuba remained an open sore, and Castro now had something Kennedy wanted: the 1,200 POWs taken at the Bay of Pigs. Kennedy felt morally obliged to secure their release, and Fidel had been rubbing his face in his predicament. Fidel offered to free them for 500 bulldozers. Kennedy was willing to give tractors. Fidel insisted on bulldozers, then asked for money. A haggling session ensued before talks broke down in June, and the POWs remained in Cuban prisons. In December 1962, the prisoners were finally released, in exchange for $62 million worth of medical supplies. Meanwhile, the Soviet-Cuban alliance looked cozier than ever. In May 1961, the Soviet Union awarded its annual Lenin Peace Prize to Fidel. The White House worried about the Soviets consolidating their foothold by installing missile bases on the island. Despite Khrushchev's reassurances to the contrary, Attorney General Robert Kennedy warned of this prospect in an April memo to his brother and urged prompt action. The time has come for a showdown, for in a year or 2 years, the situation will be vastly worse. Kennedy spent summer weekends reading both Mao's and Che Guevara's writings on guerrilla warfare. Convinced that a new emphasis had to be put on counterinsurgency warfare to confront the growing threat of left-wing insurgencies, he instructed the Army to beef up its anti-guerrilla capability. By September, his initiative had resulted in the creation of a new elite counterinsurgency corps, the Green Berets. In early June, Khrushchev and Kennedy met for the first time in Vienna for a 2-day tough-talking session. They agreed on neutrality for Laos, but their talks on a nuclear test ban treaty and disarmament were inconclusive. Khrushchev took the occasion to move another chess piece. Demanding that Berlin be demilitarized, he threatened to deny the Western occupying powers, France, Great Britain, and the United States, access to the city. These powers rejected the proposals and dispatched more troops to their sectors of the German city. Invoking what he called the worldwide Soviet threat, Kennedy called for a massive increase in the U.S. military budget and its troop levels. In August, East German and Soviet troops erected the Berlin Wall, sealing off East and West Berlin, and for some tense hours, U.S. and Soviet tanks faced off against one another in the newly divided city. The loss of Cuba to the Soviets had motivated Kennedy to take measures in Latin America to ensure continued American hegemony in the region. To thwart other Cuban-style revolutions from occurring in the hemisphere, Kennedy had drawn up a massive economic development aid package for Latin America. This was the tense international backdrop to the OAS Economic Conference held in August 1961 at Uruguay's Atlantic coast resort of Punta del Este. Kennedy sent his Treasury Secretary, Douglas Dillon, to unveil his vaunted Alliance for Progress, the ambitious and unprecedented $20 billion 10-year aid development package for Latin America. To represent Cuba at the forum, Fidel sent Che. Punta del Este's staid atmosphere was electrified by the arrival of Guevara, who instantly stole the show from other ministers. Photographers and journalists eager for pictures and quotes followed him around everywhere. With Che, the conference had become high theater, a historic event. The Cold War had come to Uruguay. Che lived up to his revolutionary reputation. His adolescent bodyguard, Leonardo Tamayo, went with him everywhere, lending an exotic touch to the proceedings. While all the other ministers attending the conference wore suits, Che wore his olive-drab military uniform. While the other ministers gave their own speeches sitting down, he delivered his speech on August 8 standing up. And while Douglas Dillon ostentatiously looked at the ceiling and yawned, Che lambasted the American foreign policy proposal as an American plan to further isolate Cuba, while extending its control over the rest of Latin America's nations through financial bribery, only increasing their subjugation to the great neighbor to the north. On the other hand, Che argued, the Cuban example of asserting political and economic independence by carrying out land and housing reform, by kicking out the monopolies and choosing its own trading partners and creditors, could provide a blueprint for the rest of Latin America. As for the U.S. estimates of spurring a 2.5% annual economic growth rate in Latin America through the Alliance for Progress, he declared Cuba expected to best that by attaining an extraordinary 10% growth rate within a few years. Lest Cuba be seen as only a spoiler, Che suggested a series of conditions that should be set by the countries that joined the proposed alliance. Freedom to export their raw materials wherever they chose, an end to the protectionist American subsidies of its own goods, which kept out competition, and aid to industrialize their economies, the real cornerstone to economic independence and prosperity. Then, after a lengthy resume of the multiple acts of U.S. aggression against Cuba, culminating in the recent Bay of Pigs invasion, Che waved an olive branch to the Americans. Cuba wished no harm to its neighbors, he explained, and wished to be part of the American family of nations. It was willing to sit down and discuss differences with the United States at any time, so long as there were no preconditions. All Cuba asked for was a guarantee that she would not be attacked, and would be granted her right to be different within her borders. We cannot stop exporting an example as the United States wishes, because an example is something that transcends borders. What we do give is a guarantee that we will not export revolutions. We guarantee that not a single rifle will leave Cuba, that not a single weapon will leave Cuba for battle in any other country of America. But he warned that Cuba could not guarantee that her example would not be emulated. Unless her neighbors improved social conditions in their countries, the example of Cuba would inevitably take fire, and as Fidel had warned in his July 26 speech a year earlier, the Cordillera of the Andes would be the Sierra Maestra of the Americas. As Che finished his 2-hour and 15-minute speech, the hall was interrupted by the loud cry of "Asesino!" And then, as security guards scuffled with the heckler and dragged him outside, 2 other strangers climbed onto the podium where Che stood and began insulting him. Ignoring them, Che calmly left the podium and conference room. Later, police informed the press that the hecklers were Cuban exiles who belonged to the Frente Democrático Revolucionario, the CIA-sponsored anti-Castro group. Che's family had traveled to Uruguay, and for the first time since leaving Argentina, he saw his brother Roberto and sister Ana Maria again. His father, mother, brother Juan Martín, sister Celia and Aunt Beatriz were there as well. Quite a few friends also came. Julio Gaucho Castro, whom Che had tried to get to come to Cuba, Beto Ahumada, Pepe Aguilar, and his old business partner, El Gordo Carlos Figueroa, and that other Gordo Ricardo Rojo, who had resigned his post in Bonn since seeing Che in Cuba and returned home. Che and his brother Roberto could not have been more different. Roberto had married a woman from one of Argentina's aristocratic families, and although publicly apolitical, he was a lawyer for the Social Welfare Office of the Argentine Navy, one of the most conservative political bastions in the country. Roberto has never said if he and Che discussed their differences. In an interview, he would say about their Punta del Este encounter only that he found Che radically different from the brother he had last seen 8 years before. Austere, driven, and evidently lacking in humor. When he remarked about this transformation, Roberto recalled, Che told him curtly, "I'm no longer interested in witticisms. I have a different sense of humor now." Che's bodyguard, Tamayito, said that there was an argument between the brothers, which he witnessed. Che criticized Roberto for serving as an instrument of repression, and took the occasion to relate how he had evaded the military draft after graduating from medical school, because he wasn't willing to serve in the armed forces of a corrupt regime that was an ally of American imperialism. While Tamayito's recollection of what was said may not be accurate, Che's sermonizing must have rankled his brother. After all, Ernesto had been turned down by the draft because of his asthma, not because of any heightened political consciousness. A family photo taken at Punta del Este shows Che, looking scruffy and dressed in fatigues, surrounded by his family. Standing slightly behind him to one side, Roberto looks well-groomed, conservatively dressed in slacks, a white shirt, cardigan, and tie. His hands are in his pockets, and he is staring intently at his brother. Beto Ahumada, Ernesto's rugby-playing partner in the days of Chang Cho and still close to the Guevara family, also found his old friend different. He had always been a free man, Ahumada recalled, and now here he was, hooked into a process with responsibilities, a position that implied constant danger. And he always had people around covering him. He had changed completely. He was a more reserved man, more careful in the things he said. After an initial and brusque meeting in public, Che arranged to spend a little time with his childhood friends in private. There, something of the old Ernesto returned. He handed out Cuban cigars, and they puffed away happily. All of them, said Ahumada, took the opportunity to offer Che their help if he felt they could be of service in Cuba. He joked with us, pulled our legs, recalled Ahumada. He told Carlitos Figueroa, who was selling real estate, that in Cuba they didn't need real estate specialists because the state owned the property, and nothing was for sale. And he ribbed me, telling me I wasn't needed as a lawyer either, because in Cuba there were no lawsuits, so what could I possibly do there? Of all of them, Carlos Figueroa alone recalled Che as being the same old Ernesto, who bantered and joked and tried to impress him with stories that sounded like adolescent tall tales. With a boyish relish, Che told Figueroa some of the more thrilling experiences he'd had. "You can believe it or not," he boasted, "but I went hunting on an elephant with Nehru." And he admitted that when the Russian cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin had recently come to Cuba, he had been so excited to meet the first man to go into space, he'd stayed glued to him for an entire day. Another night, Che, his friends, and the whole family dined together. At one point, recalled Figueroa, his Aunt Beatriz leaned over and asked Che about his new wife, Aleda. "She's a country girl," Che said, "a guajira." "And what is that?" Beatriz asked in bewilderment. "A hacendada?" At this description, Che laughed uproariously. His sheltered aunt obviously imagined he had married some aristocratic Cuban landowner's daughter. Che paid special attention to his youngest brother, Juan Martín Guevara, who had just turned 18 and was still living at home with Celia Madre. Juan Martín was half-heartedly studying journalism at an institute in Buenos Aires, and had begun going out with a fellow student, Maria Elena Duarte, 4 years older than himself. Juan Martín was at loose ends, and chafed under his father's critical comparisons of his life with the achievements of his older brothers and sisters. At the same time, Juan Martín idolized Che and read Marxist texts avidly. Evidently aware of his youngest brother's predicament, Che sought to give him some direction during their time in Uruguay, inviting him to come to Cuba and go to university there. Juan Martín was enthusiastic, but the decision about exactly when he would go was left pending. While Che was lodged in a nondescript hotel with the rest of his large official entourage, his family stayed in a nearby villa, rented by a left-wing journalist, Julia Constenla de Giussani. Called Chiquita, Little One, by friends because of her petite size, Julia had become friends with Celia Madre after interviewing her for a women's magazine that wanted a profile on Che's mother. Together with her journalist husband, Julia now edited a pro-Cuban political magazine called Che, and worked closely with Alfredo Palacios, the venerable and eccentrically mustachioed leader of Argentina's Socialist Party. She had come to Punta del Este to cover the proceedings and interview Che, but her most vital mission was to meet with him privately. She was to make him a proposal on behalf of an Argentinian political coalition of socialists and left-wing Peronistas that was preparing for upcoming elections. Specifically, they wanted to know if they proposed his name for a candidacy in the parliamentary elections, would Che be willing to return to his homeland? When Julia finally met with Che alone, he quickly turned down the offer. Cuba still needed him, he explained. He had a destiny there to fulfill, and he didn't see himself as an Argentine politico. Then, looking directly at her, smiling ironically, he asked, "Madam, I am a minister. Do you see me as a parliamentary deputy in Argentina?" But there was quite a bit more to the proposal Julia carried. She explained that they wanted him to lead a symbolic candidacy for the left. If a popular front gained power through the elections, then he would have helped the effort. But if the elections were cancelled and a peaceful solution was seen to be impossible, he could become the leader of a guerrilla movement, the commander of Argentina's revolutionary transformation. It was up to him, she said. He could remain in Cuba, isolated, or he could help set in motion the process of change in Latin America. He asked me for precise details, explanations, descriptions of individuals in the various political groups, my analysis about union leaders and Argentine politics in general, recalled Julia. It was like he was giving me an exam. I think I reminded him of his youth and how he had once been, and he wanted to find out how that world he had been a part of had changed. Che went over Julia's proposal point by point, even discussing the relative merits of rural over urban guerrilla warfare, but at no moment did she feel that he wavered on his decision. He seemed to her to be completely pessimistic about the prospects for change through the electoral process in Argentina, and in the ability of its leftists to bring about true social transformation. He asked her how she thought the unions would react to an armed struggle, about the prospects for mobilizing the urban masses, and which places she thought were best for the installation of a guerrilla force. He mentioned the recent spate of small-scale terrorist activities by the Argentine left and said he was against them. Every action taken should be something that takes one closer to the seizure of power, Che told her. And after the seizure of power, the goal should be the conquest of the national territory. Afterward, Julia said she realized there had been a logic to all this questioning. There were already Argentines in Cuba undergoing military training. She represented the viewpoint of those who had stayed behind, those who, as she put it, were not within the bureaucratic structure of the export of the Cuban model. Julia found Che to be a complex and fascinating man, but also one with a mean streak. One evening, dining with Che and his family, she reminded him of the dedication he had written in a copy of Guerra de Guerrillas and sent to the Argentinian Socialist Party founder, Alfredo Palacios. Julia had seen what he had written. To Dr. Palacios, who, when I was a child, was already talking about revolution. The subtlety had not been noticed by Palacios, who was thrilled and flattered by what he took to be Che's consideration of him. But Julia had caught the meaning of Che's inference immediately. Palacios had only talked, but never done. She thought it was cruel, and told him so at the dinner table. Che replied simply, "That's all he ever did." With that, he ended the discussion, said Julia. It was an example of a part of his character. He could be really disrespectful to some people. He could be really sharp, and was capable of saying hurtful things. It was as though the only people who merited his respect were the dispossessed, a hungry worker, a malnourished peasant. Even his parents didn't seem to merit the same respect. Despite this arrogant side of him, Julia said that if she hadn't been so much in love with her own husband, she could easily have fallen headlong for Guevara. As a person, he had an incalculable enchantment that came completely naturally. If he entered a room, everything began revolving around him. He was blessed with a unique appeal. Julia also had opportunity to see Che's physical frailties. A few days after arriving at Punta del Este, he had such a severe attack of asthma that he had to spend a night in an oxygen tent. His bodyguard, Tamayito, stayed by his side the whole night. The next day, Che was able to walk around, but he was still in great discomfort and breathing with difficulty. He didn't want to show his weakness in public, but the next day at the conference he made a discreet sign to Julia that he wanted to meet her in the lobby outside. She went ahead, and he appeared a couple of minutes later. He said nothing but leaned close to her, his back to the public, took out his inhaler and sucked on it, then quickly slipped it back in his pocket. Afterward, Julia watched him for signs of distress, and whenever he gave his signal, she immediately walked out into the hall. This happened 7 or 8 times during the conference. One time he was in such a bad state that he leaned against the wall and he made a gesture with a limp hand, because he didn't have the strength to get out his inhaler. One day, Che disappeared from the conference for a couple of hours, his unexplained absence provoking rampant press speculation. One prominent journalist assured the others he had seen Guevara's car head toward where the American delegation was lodged. He had taken a gift box of Cuban cigars with him. The journalist even knew the brand. In actuality, Che had escaped to go see his parents, but when he arrived at the rented villa, only Julia was there. Che came in anyway, and she served him tea and cakes, to which he observed acidly, "How nicely left-wing journalists live." But then he relaxed, taking off his boots, and sat in front of the fireplace, drinking his tea. He seemed exhausted, and Julia let him be. They hardly spoke during the hour he stayed. In a press conference the next day, Che was asked which of the myriad rumors circulating about his whereabouts the previous day was the correct one. "Some journalists are better informed than others," he replied enigmatically, before turning to Julia. "And you, madam, do you know anything?" "No, Comandante," she replied. "I'm not one of the better-informed journalists." For another participant at the Punta del Este conference, the inveterate gadfly Ricardo Rojo, it had been only 4 months since he had last seen Guevara, on the eve of the Bay of Pigs invasion. Rojo had resigned his post in Bonn over his opposition to President Frondizi's policies, especially over his decision to grant U.S. companies oil exploration rights in Argentina, a move seen by many Argentines as an affront to the country's national sovereignty. But Rojo was not the kind of man to burn his bridges entirely, and he now carried a message from Fidel. The Argentinian president wanted to meet with Che in secret. Rojo had been stunned when approached by an intermediary to deliver the message. Frondizi was already deeply unpopular with the armed forces. There had been numerous coup plots and revolts against him, and such a meeting, if ever made public, could only aggravate his tenuous hold on power. But Che agreed to the encounter. In fact, he had already accepted a similar overture for a meeting from Brazil's president Jânio Quadros through his representatives at Punta del Este. The two South American powerhouses were vital links in the Kennedy administration's new Latin policy proposal, and both had been involved in previous unsuccessful attempts to mediate between Cuba and their powerful northern neighbor. It was agreed that Che would travel to Buenos Aires after the conference ended, and from there go on to Brasilia. On August 16th, in his closing remarks to the conference, Che declared that Cuba could not ratify the resolution to support the Alliance for Progress. Few of Cuba's suggestions had been discussed seriously, he pointed out, and few substantive changes had been made in what he considered a seriously flawed document. Finally, because it was, in the end, an initiative aimed at isolating Cuba, his government could not possibly approve it, but he took the occasion to reiterate Cuba's willingness to talk with the United States on any issue without preconditions. The following night, at his behest, and with the connivance of some Argentine and Brazilian diplomats, Guevara was introduced to President Kennedy's 29-year-old personal assistant, Richard Goodwin, a key member of the U.S. delegation, at a birthday party for one of the Brazilian delegates. As Goodwin told President Kennedy afterward, the encounter came about after he had rejected several prior efforts by the Brazilians and Argentines to get the two of them together. While having dinner with one of the Argentine delegates, a pair of Brazilian newspapermen and a couple of blondes, Goodwin had been invited to the birthday party. On the way there, Goodwin had kiddingly asked an Argentine, "You're sure Che won't be there?" To which his friend had protested vehemently that he wouldn't do anything like that. There were about 30 people at the party, Goodwin recalled to Kennedy, drinking and dancing to American music. I talked with several people, and after about an hour, I was told Che was coming. In a few minutes, he arrived. I did not talk to him, but all the women in the party swarmed around him. Then one of the Brazilians said he, Che, had something important to say to me. 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 They adjourned to an adjoining room where they talked for the next 20 to 40 minutes, with interruptions from waiters and autograph seekers, until the American envoy took the initiative and broke off the conversation. Face to face, Goodwin found Guevara quite different from the daunting public figure he had observed from a distance, as he told President Kennedy in an August 22nd memorandum. Che was wearing green fatigues and his usual overgrown and scraggly beard. Behind the beard, his features are quite soft, almost feminine, and his manner is intense. He has a good sense of humor, and there was considerable joking back and forth during the meeting. He seemed very ill at ease when we began to talk, but soon became relaxed and spoke freely. Although he left no doubt of his personal and intense devotion to communism, his conversation was free of propaganda and bombast. He spoke calmly, in a straightforward manner, and with the appearance of detachment and objectivity. He left no doubt at any time that he felt completely free to speak for his government, and rarely distinguished between his personal observations and the official positions of the Cuban government. I had the definite impression that he had thought out his remarks very carefully. They were extremely well organized. Goodwin says he told Che that he possessed no authority to negotiate, but that he would report what he said to the relevant officials of the U.S. government. He said good, and began. Guevara began by saying that I must understand the Cuban Revolution. They intend to build a socialist state, and the revolution which they have begun is irreversible. They are also now out of the U.S. sphere of influence, and that too is irreversible. They will establish a single-party system with Fidel as Secretary-General of the party. Their ties with the East stem from natural sympathies and common beliefs in the power structure of the social order. They feel that they have the support of the masses for the revolution, and that support will grow as time passes. Che warned Goodwin that if the United States thought Fidel could be overthrown from within, or believed he was actually a moderate surrounded by fanatics and could be won over by the West, these were false assumptions. The revolution was strong and could withstand such threats. He spoke of Cuba's appeal throughout the hemisphere, and warned that civil war would break out in many countries if Cuba were attacked. He brought up again the contradictions he saw inherent in the Alliance for Progress, which he thought might encourage the forces of social change, setting loose forces that would escape the Americans' ability to control, leading to Cuba-style revolution. He spoke with great intensity of the impact of Cuba on the continent and the growing strength of its example. Che spoke candidly of Cuba's problems: the armed counter-revolutionary attacks, disaffection on the part of the petite bourgeoisie and the Catholic Church, the damage caused by the U.S. embargo, the lack of spare parts or means to replace them, its inability to import consumer goods, and insufficient currency reserves. He told Goodwin that Cuba didn't want an understanding with the U.S. Cuba knew this would be impossible, but a modus vivendi. In return, Guevara said, Cuba could agree not to make any political alliance with the East. The expropriated American companies could not be returned, but compensation would be worked out in the form of trade. They would hold free elections once the revolution had been institutionalized. The U.S. naval base at Guantanamo, of course, would not be attacked, Che said, and laughed as if at the absurdly self-evident nature of such a sentiment. He also hinted obliquely that Cuba would be willing to discuss the activities of the Cuban Revolution in other countries. He then went on to say, Goodwin wrote, that he wanted to thank us very much for the invasion, that it had been a great political victory for them, enabled them to consolidate, and transformed them from an aggrieved little country to an equal. Che couldn't pass up the opportunity for this jab, but he had not come to goad Washington, only to propose some form of negotiations. Before their meeting ended, he told Goodwin he would relay the substance of their conversation only to Fidel. Goodwin said he would not publicize it either. For all this easy repartee, Goodwin clearly saw Che's overture as a sign of weakness, and that is what he advised Kennedy in a follow-up memo on August 22nd. I believe this conversation, coupled with other evidence that has been accumulating, indicates that Cuba is undergoing severe economic stress, that the Soviet Union is not prepared to undertake the large effort necessary to get them on their feet, and that Cuba desires an understanding with the U.S. It is worth remembering that Guevara undoubtedly represents the most dedicated communist views of the Cuban government. And if there is room for any spectrum of viewpoint in Cuba, there may be other Cuban leaders even more anxious for an accommodation within the U.S. Based on this premise, Goodwin outlined a series of actions for Kennedy to take. They included stepping up the economic pressure against Cuba and taking retaliatory measures against anyone doing business with the Castro regime, as well as intensifying anti-Cuban propaganda while simultaneously trying to find some way of continuing the below-ground dialogue which Che has begun. We can thus make it clear that we want to help Cuba, and would help Cuba if it would sever communist ties and begin democratization. In this way, we can begin to probe for the split in top leadership which might exist. Was Che's offer a sincere one? Perhaps. He sought a means of stalling Washington from taking its policy of regional containment any further. But in fact, his offer held little substance. The offer to decline membership in the Warsaw Pact was a formality Cuba could easily forswear. And if the United States accepted recompensation in the form of trade with Cuba, it could hardly enforce its trade embargo on other countries. As for elections, once the revolution was institutionalized and the remaining malcontents had left the island, this was a process that the revolution could easily control. Significantly, Che had not said that he would end Cuban support for guerrilla insurgencies in the region. He had promised publicly that not a single weapon would leave Cuba for use in other countries, but he had not mentioned training guerrillas or providing funds or fighters. As for weapons, they could be obtained anywhere, even in the United States. The next day, August 19th, Che was flown in a small plane to an airfield outside Buenos Aires. The military officer whom President Frondizi had sent to meet the plane was unaware of the identity of the person he was to pick up and take to the presidential residence. When he saw Che Guevara descend from the plane, he was dumbstruck. Che met over a lunch with Frondizi, who plainly wanted to use their meeting to test the waters as to Cuba's future intentions. He outlined his hopes for a peaceful coexistence with Cuba, and that Cuba would not enter into a formal alliance with Moscow. Che assured Frondizi that Cuba had no intention of doing anything of the kind unless it was attacked by Washington. After their luncheon, Che asked a favor from Frondizi. Could he visit his seriously ailing aunt, Maria Luisa, who lived in the suburb of San Isidro? Frondizi agreed, and Che went off to see his aunt for the last time. For the first time in 8 years, Che saw the streets of Buenos Aires again, through the windows of a presidential car, a clandestine visitor to his own country. He was then driven back to the airfield and flown across the Rio de la Plata to Uruguay. He did not leave the airport there, but got on board the Cubana plane, where his entourage awaited, and flew off to Brasilia. The news of Che's secret visit spread rapidly, however, causing real consternation in military circles. That same night, a bomb exploded in Buenos Aires, blowing out the front door of the apartment building on Calle Arenales where Che's uncle, Fernando Guevara Lynch, lived. When the press questioned him, Che's uncle said he had not seen his nephew, and learned about his lightning visit only afterward. It was 1953 when he left the country. It would have given me great pleasure to have seen him. Then he excused himself, and with true Guevara aplomb, told the reporters that he was going out for dinner with friends and hoped to make it if a bomb hasn't been placed under the hood of my car. The bombing was not the only fallout from his visit. Over succeeding days, Argentina's newspapers ran stories about the concern felt by the armed forces over Che's unorthodox visit, along with photographs of grave-faced generals coming and going from tense meetings with the president. Argentina's foreign minister was forced to resign, and 7 months later, when Frondizi himself was overthrown in a military coup, most political observers agreed that his encounter with Guevara had hastened his fall. Indeed, wherever Che alighted, calamities followed. During a speech he had given at the University of Montevideo, there were protests and a shot was fired, killing an Uruguayan professor in the crowd. Tamayito was convinced it had been a plot to kill Che, carried out by anti-Castro exiles flown in by the CIA. At his meeting with Janio Quadros, the president of Brazil, Che was decorated with the prestigious Orden Cruciero de Sol. 5 days later, besieged by criticisms over the controversial ceremony, Quadros resigned. Apparently, Quadros expected his gesture to be rejected by Congress, but instead it was accepted, and his political career was suddenly over. 6. Within a few weeks of Punta del Este, Washington had sent a clear message it was not interested in Che's overture. Congress passed a bill banning U.S. assistance to any nations dealing with Cuba. That same month, Costa Rica broke off relations with Havana, and in November, Rómulo Betancourt's government in Venezuela followed suit. By now, Latin America's armies were on the alert for any signs of Cuban subversion, and U.S. military aid and specialized training was on offer to deal with the threat. In October 1961, the first Inter-American Counter-Revolutionary War course began at Argentina's Escuela Superior de Guerra. At the inaugural ceremony, echoing the language used by Che Guevara to unite Latin Americans for the common struggle against imperialism, Brigadier General Carlos Turolo invoked the spirit of international solidarity with the people of the Americas, faced with the imperative necessity to coordinate action, prevent and combat the common enemy, communism. The counterinsurgency era had arrived in Latin America. Faced with the threat posed by people such as Che Guevara and the power to inject others with the demon seed of subversion, Washington had decided to use preventative medicine to inoculate the hemisphere. The vaccine was a potent one. Counterinsurgency training, coordinated action by the region's military, police, and intelligence agencies, a stepped-up role for the CIA, economic and social development programs through the Alliance for Progress, and military civic action projects in backward areas to win the guerrilla-targeted civilians' hearts and minds. CIA Director Alan Dulles had been fired after the Bay of Pigs disaster, but under the new director, John McCone, the agency had more strength to deal with Cuba. In November 1961, JFK gave Langley a $50 million annual budget for a new covert action program against Cuba, codenamed Operation Mongoose. Coordinated out of Washington and the CIA's Miami station, the ambitious program aimed to destabilize the Cuban regime through espionage, sabotage, military attacks, and selective assassinations. In time, it would become the CIA's largest covert operation in the world. As the planning for Operation Mongoose got underway, the CIA was actively trying to rebuild its underground resistance network in Cuba, devastated in the massive roundup of suspected dissidents by Cuba's security forces after the Bay of Pigs. In October, only weeks after he had left his Venezuelan embassy asylum, the agency's contract employee, Felix Rodriguez, was on his way back to the island. His mission? To rebuild the CIA's infiltration routes for future paramilitary actions. By the year's end, Kennedy's policy of containment was enjoying some success. In December, an OAS resolution by Cuba's neighbors condemning its Soviet bloc alignment was virtually unanimous. Only Mexico sided with Cuba in voting against it. That same month, Colombia, Panama, Nicaragua, and El Salvador severed relations. In Havana, Fidel made a speech that definitively sealed Cuba's break with the West. "I am a Marxist-Leninist," he declared, "and will be until I die." At the end of January 1962, the OAS voted to suspend Cuba's membership in the organization and ban arms sales to the island by member states, and agreed on measures for joint defense against Cuban actions in the region. In February, Kennedy tightened the already stringent trade embargo against Cuba, banning all exports except medical supplies. Operation Mongoose Director Edward Lansdale came up with a rip-roaring schedule for a package of actions, including attacks on key leaders, to culminate in Castro's overthrow by October. This plan was then scaled down, but the final guidelines for Mongoose, while calling for the CIA to make maximum use of indigenous resources to bring about Castro's overthrow, also concluded that to achieve its aims, U.S. military intervention would be required. In February in Buenos Aires, a bomb was discovered and defused by police outside Celia's house on Calle Araoz. A week later, Argentina severed its diplomatic links with Cuba. In March, with agricultural production sharply down in Cuba and consumer shortages in all the shops, mandatory government rationing for foodstuffs and other basic goods was imposed. From now on, Cubans would have to line up to buy food with ration booklets used to record their weekly allowances. It had been only 7 months since Che had confidently predicted that Cuba would soon be virtually self-sufficient in food. Who was to blame for the shortages? Was it caused by the U.S. trade embargo? In part, yes. Was it the revolution's radicalization that had caused the crippling exodus of technicians, managers, and traders from the island? Yes. Was it the incompetence of the revolution's leaders in attempting to convert a capitalist economy to a socialist one? Yes. All of these were contributing factors. Although neither Che nor Fidel would acknowledge the fact, the advent of food rationing heralded the end of their illusion of making Cuba a self-sufficient socialist state free of external dependencies. As for Che's illusion that a global fraternity of socialist nations could bring about the demise of capitalism, it was about to be dashed to pieces. 7. In late April 1962, Alexander Alexiev was urgently summoned back to Moscow by Nikita Khrushchev. No explanations were given, and Alexiev was alarmed. A child of Stalinism, Alexiev says he immediately began thinking the worst and preparing himself for some kind of punishment, while racking his brain to figure out what he could have possibly done wrong. He stalled for time, asking to remain for the May Day festivities in Havana. 1 million people were expected in the Plaza de la Revolucion, and the Internationale was to be sung for the first time in the now openly socialist state of Cuba. He was given permission to stay for the event, but told to come to Moscow immediately afterward. On the 3rd day of May, Alexiev flew to Mexico, where the Soviet ambassador told him he had orders to lodge him at the embassy, not in a hotel. It was the same story at his next stop, London. Quite obviously, the Kremlin wanted to keep a close eye on Alexiev, and he arrived in Moscow extremely worried. A department chief of the Soviet Foreign Ministry was waiting for him at the airport. Not a normal assignment for such a high-ranking official. Alexiev was by now truly mystified, and was left none the wiser by the official, who would tell him only that he would learn tomorrow why he had been called home. The next morning, Alexiev was escorted into the Kremlin and taken to the office of Mikhail Suslov, Khrushchev's deputy. Suslov wasn't there, but 2 high-ranking Central Committee secretaries were, Yuri Andropov and the KGB chief Alexander Shelepin. Shelepin took Alexiev into his office and explained that he was to be the new Soviet ambassador to Cuba, that Nikita Khrushchev himself had made the decision. While they talked, Khrushchev called and asked Alexiev to come quickly to his office. Khrushchev was alone, and the 2 of them talked for about an hour. The Premier confirmed Alexiev's ambassadorship, which Alexiev tried to decline with humility. What Cuba needed with all her current problems, he said, was an ambassador who knew about economics, and he was an illiterate in that field. That's not important, Khrushchev told him. What is important is that you are friendly with Fidel, with the leadership, and they believe in you, which is the most important thing. As for economists, he would give Fidel however many experts he needed. Right there and then, Khrushchev made a call and ordered a team of 20 top-level ministerial advisers from every field of the economy to be assembled, to accompany Alexiev back to Cuba. He then turned to Alexiev and told him they were through for now, but he wanted to see him again in a couple of weeks to talk more concretely. Toward the end of May, Khrushchev sent for Alexiev again. This time, he found the Soviet leader with 6 other officials, his aide, Frol Kozlov, Deputy Premier Mikoyan, Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, Defense Minister Rodion Malinovsky, and the Politburo alternate member, Sharif Rashidov. Alexiev was invited to sit down. It was a very strange conversation, said Alexiev. Khrushchev asked me again about Cuba, the Cuban comrades, and I talked about each one, and then, when I was least expecting it, he, Khrushchev, told me, "Comrade Alexiev, to help Cuba, to save the Cuban Revolution, we have reached a decision to place nuclear rockets in Cuba. What do you think? How will Fidel react? Will he accept or not?" Alexiev was astounded. He told Khrushchev that he thought Fidel wouldn't accept the offer because his long-held public stance was that his revolution had been carried out to restore Cuba's independence. They had thrown out the American military advisers, and if they accepted Soviet rockets on their soil, it would seem to violate their own principles. It would also be viewed through the eyes of international public opinion, and especially by Cuba's Latin American neighbors, as a serious breach of trust. For these reasons, Alexiev concluded, I don't think they will accept. Malinovsky reacted angrily. Malinovsky attacked me, Alexiev recalled. What kind of revolution is this that you say won't accept? I fought in bourgeois Republican Spain, which accepted our help, and socialist Cuba has even more reason to. Alexiev was intimidated and kept quiet as another official rallied to his defense, but Khrushchev said nothing, and the argument fizzled. They began talking about other subjects, and finally adjourned for lunch in the adjoining dining room. Over lunch, Khrushchev announced that while Fidel might not accept the offer, he was at least going to send a couple of high-ranking commanders, Sharif Rashidov, the Politburo official, and Marshal Sergei Biryusov, commander of the Strategic Rocket Forces, back to Havana with Alexiev to talk with Fidel. There's no other way for us to defend him, Khrushchev said. The Americans only understand force. We can give them back the same medicine they gave us in Turkey, where the United States had installed nuclear missiles pointing at the USSR. Kennedy is pragmatic. He's an intellectual. He'll comprehend and won't go to war because war is war. Our gesture is intended precisely to avoid war, because any idiot can start one, but we're not doing that. It's just to frighten them a bit. They should be made to feel the same way we do. They have to swallow the pill like we swallowed the Turkish one. Khrushchev was referring to the threatening U.S. deployment of nuclear-tipped Jupiter missiles taking place in neighboring Turkey that same month, the culmination of a 1959 agreement negotiated by the Eisenhower administration with its NATO partner, and reluctantly followed through by Kennedy. Khrushchev warned that the operation to install the missiles in Cuba would have to be carried out in the utmost secrecy, so that the Americans wouldn't suspect anything until after their upcoming congressional elections in November. It could not be allowed to become a campaign issue. If it was done right, he said, he was convinced the Americans would be too busy with their campaigning to notice anything, and by then the missiles would be in place. A day or two before he was to leave for Cuba, Alexiev was tracked down by Kremlin officials. Nikita Khrushchev wanted to see him again. They took him to Khrushchev's dacha at Peredelkino in the forested countryside outside Moscow, where he found the premier and the entire Politburo gathered. Khrushchev presented him to the assembled officials, and then announced, "Alexiev here says Fidel won't accept our proposal." Khrushchev had thought up an approach that might work, however, and he tried it out on the others. He would tell Fidel that the missiles would be placed only as a last resort. First, the Soviet Union would attempt all other means of persuasion to dissuade the Americans from attacking Cuba, but he would offer his strong personal opinion that only the missiles would do the job. He hoped that would convince Fidel, he said, and told Alexiev to relay the proposal. A few days later, still convinced that the overture would be rebuffed, Alexiev returned to Cuba with his agricultural delegation, which included Rashidov and a disguised Marshal Biryosov in tow, with Biryosov traveling as a simple engineer named Petrov. As soon as they arrived, Alexiev went to see Raul Castro and told him his group was on a mission for Khrushchev and needed to meet with Fidel immediately. "Engineer Petrov is not Engineer Petrov," he told Raul. "He is a marshal in charge of the Soviet missile program." Raul understood Alexiev's insinuation and went into Fidel's office. He didn't come out again for 2 or 3 hours. Then they met with Fidel in Dorticos's office. "I saw that Raul," Alexiev recalled, "for the first time ever was writing things down in a notebook." When the Soviets had finished explaining Khrushchev's missile proposal, Fidel was non-committal, but made favorable noises. He told the Soviets to give him until the next day. The way Alexiev understood it, Fidel wanted to consult with Che. The next day, Alexiev was summoned by Fidel. Once again, they met in Dorticos's office, but this time several others were present, including Che, Dorticos, Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, and Blas Roca. They had considered the proposal, and agreeing that the missiles could stop the Americans from invading Cuba, were willing to go ahead with the missile program. The conversation then turned to the likelihood of a U.S. invasion, and Alexiev recalled that Che was the most active in the discussion that followed, making his opinion on the missile issue clear. "Anything that can stop the Americans," Che said, "is worthwhile." The Soviets and their Cuban counterparts proceeded immediately with the job of selecting missile sites, and then Fidel told Alexiev he wanted a military pact to formalize the affair, and would send Raul to Moscow to sign the agreement. According to Vitaly Koryonov, a Central Committee advisor, Fidel outlined for inclusion in the pact a list of Cuban objectives he wanted the Soviets to negotiate with the Americans once the presence of the missiles was made public. In addition to securing a non-invasion commitment from Washington, he wanted the dismantling of the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay. The Soviets agreed to the demands, and over the next week, Alexiev and Raul worked closely to produce a Spanish-language version of the agreement. Then, said Alexiev, Raul and Marshal Malinovsky signed each page of the document. By July 2, 1962, Raul was in Moscow, carrying the treaty draft. Over the next week, according to Alexiev, he met with Khrushchev twice. But Vitaly Koryonov recalled things differently. He said that when Raul and his wife, Vilma Espin, arrived, he was called by Prime Minister Alexei Kosygin to go with him to receive them at the airport. Then they were taken to a protocol house. There, Koryonov Kosygin, and Raoul went into the dining room, where there was a grand piano. It was just the three of them. Raoul put the document on the piano, with Fidel's points, now translated into Russian, and there, without sitting down, Kosygin and Raoul signed the document. Afterward, Kosygin said he was leaving, and told Koryonov to stay and calm down Raoul, who was extremely nervous. He was in a state of tense expectancy, said Koryonov, as if thinking, what is going to happen now? Because the Cuban comrades understood how this could end. As requested, Koryonov stayed with Raoul, and they sat up all night, talking and drinking Armenian cognac. Fidel had also told Raoul he wanted Khrushchev to answer one question. What would happen if the Americans discovered the operation while it was still in progress? Alexiev said that Khrushchev's reply was short and breezy. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. If the Americans start getting nervous, we'll send out the Baltic Fleet as a show of support. Raoul accepted Khrushchev's answer as a firm commitment of support. Alexiev recalls Raoul remarking to him, "This is great, just great. Fidel will accept everything. He may correct a few things, but that's all. In principle, he'll accept." It was a fearsome and hefty military package indeed. 24 medium-range and 16 intermediate-range ballistic missile launchers, each equipped with 2 missiles and a nuclear warhead, 24 advanced SAM-2 surface-to-air missile batteries, 42 MiG interceptors, 42 IL-28 bombers, 12 Komar-class missile boats, and coastal defense cruise missiles. The arsenal would be accompanied by 4 elite Soviet combat regiments, totaling 42,000 troops. The agreement was renewable every 5 years, and stipulated that the missiles would be completely under the command of the Soviet military. Around July 15th, even before Raoul had left Moscow, or Fidel had seen the agreement, the first missiles were surreptitiously shipped out from the Soviet Union's Black Sea ports, concealed aboard cargo ships. Military men and troops also began to leave for Cuba secretly. On July 17th, Raoul flew back to Havana, followed in 3 weeks by Alexiev, now the new Soviet ambassador. With him, he brought the agreement that had been ratified by Raoul. Before leaving Moscow, Khrushchev had informed Alexiev that there were already Soviet missiles in Cuba, and stressed again the necessity to maintain total secrecy about the operation until November or later. Not one cable should be sent from Havana. If he had something important to discuss, Alexiev should come to Moscow himself or send an emissary. As yet, Khrushchev had not signed the agreement, pending Fidel's final approval. His plan was to travel to Cuba himself for the January anniversary of the Cuban Revolution triumph, and there, after he and Fidel had signed the agreement, sensationally divulge it to the world. By then, everything would be in place, and the fait accompli would give Khrushchev tremendous strategic bargaining power with Washington. 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 As it turned out, of course, things did not go as planned. First, Fidel did not like the draft agreement. It was too technical, with not enough of a political framework. In particular, says Alexiev, Fidel took issue with the preamble that originally read, "In the interest of ensuring her sovereignty and to maintain her freedom, Cuba requests that the Soviet Union considers and accepts the possibility of installing missiles on her territory." As Alexiev explained it, Fidel's changes shifted the onus of the decision to install the missiles from appearing to be a Cuban request to a responsibility shared equally between the two nations. In essence, he wanted to formalize what Khrushchev had already promised rhetorically, that an attack against Cuba would be considered an attack on the USSR. Accordingly, the new preamble read, "It is necessary and has been decided to take the necessary steps for the joint defense of the legitimate rights of the people of Cuba and the Soviet Union, taking into account the urgent need to adopt measures to guarantee mutual security, in view of the possibility of an imminent attack against the Republic of Cuba and the Soviet Union." When the revised draft was ready in late August, Fidel did not send Raoul back to the Soviet Union. Instead, he sent Che, and with him Emilio Aragonés, an old July 26th associate, and now one of his close advisers. On August 30th, they met Khrushchev at his summer dasha in the Crimea. Khrushchev agreed to the amended language of the accord entitled Agreement between the Government of the Republic of Cuba and the Government of the USSR on military cooperation for the defense of the national territory of Cuba in the event of aggression, but stalled on signing it, saying he would do so when he came to Cuba in a few months. Probably concerned that the Soviets were carrying out a double cross, Che argued for the agreement to be made public, but Khrushchev refused, insisting that it should remain secret for now. Che and Aragonés then repeated Fidel's nagging worry, one shared by several senior Soviet officials, including Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko, about a premature discovery of the operation by the Americans. As Aragonés later retold it, Khrushchev was as dismissive about this concern as he had been with Raoul. He said to Che and me, with Malinovsky in the room, "You don't have to worry. There will be no problem from the U.S., and if there is a problem, we will send the Baltic Fleet." Aragonés recalled that when they heard this, Che and I looked at each other with raised eyebrows. Clearly, neither man was convinced by Khrushchev, though they had little choice at this point but to take him at his word. Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence had learned to keep an acute watch on Che's movements, and it was scrutinizing his activities in Russia with a wary eye. On August 31st, a CIA cable went out noting that the composition of Che Guevara's delegation to the USSR indicates the delegation may have a broader mission than his announced agenda, which pertains to industrial matters. Guevara is accompanied by Emilio Aragonés, apparently not trained or experienced in economics or industrial matters. The Guevara mission was met at the airport by Soviet economic officials and by First Deputy Premier Kosygin, a member of the Soviet Party Presidium. By September 6th, when Che arrived back in Havana, the Soviet military buildup in Cuba had already been detected. In recent days, American U-2 reconnaissance planes had discovered the new SAM-2 missile sites and coastal defense cruise missile installations. Kennedy had been assured by his experts that the weapons were not a threat to U.S. national security, but their presence was a danger sign that could not be disregarded. On September 4th, Kennedy had sent his younger brother, Robert, the Attorney General, to discuss the buildup with the Soviet ambassador to the United States, Anatoly Dobrynin. Dobrynin had relayed Khrushchev's reassurances that no offensive weaponry had been deployed in Cuba. The new weapons were purely intended for Cuba's defense. But the White House remained suspicious. New reconnaissance photos indicated that a Soviet submarine base might be under construction. Kennedy issued a public statement announcing that the United States had detected not only the SAMs, but an increased number of Soviet military personnel in Cuba. He admitted that the United States had no evidence of the presence of either Soviet bloc combat troops or offensive ground-to-ground missiles, but warned that if they existed there, it would give rise to the gravest issues. The next day, Kennedy asked Congress for approval to call up 150,000 military reservists. The United States announced plans to hold a military exercise in the Caribbean in mid-October, which Cuba denounced as proof of Washington's intention to invade. Once again, Dobrynin insisted that Moscow was supplying only defensive weapons to Cuba. Each day brought the tension levels higher, as new details of the Soviet buildup filtered in, and U.S., Soviet, and Cuban accusations and denials flew back and forth. Then, on September 9th, U.S. intelligence monitors recorded some unsettling remarks made by Che at a reception at the Brazilian embassy in Havana. Speaking to a reporter, Che had called the latest Soviet military aid deal to Cuba a historic event that heralded a reversal in East-West power relations. In his opinion, it had shifted the scales in favor of the Soviet Union. As one classified cable paraphrased him, Guevara had said, "The United States cannot do anything but yield." It concluded, "He seems to feel that the Soviet military aid to Cuba is a gesture of great importance." As the United States and the rest of the world was about to learn, indeed it was. In a few short weeks, the deal concluded by Che would bring the world to the brink of nuclear war. 25. Guerrilla Watershed. The blood of the people is our most sacred treasure. But it must be used in order to save the blood of more people in the future. Che Guevara. Late 1962 in Tactics and Strategy of the Latin American Revolution. One day, I reached the summit of a mountain with a rifle in my hand, and I felt something I had never felt before. I felt so strong. I had a beautiful feeling of freedom, and I said to myself, "We can do it." Héctor Ove, one of Che's guerrillas in Argentina in 1963 through 1964. 1. In December 1961, Julio Roberto Cáceres, El Patojo, Che's young Guatemalan friend and protege, secretly left Cuba for his homeland, determined to help launch a Marxist guerrilla struggle there. Che had always been especially brotherly with the introverted Patojo, and had tried to help nurture his revolutionary aspirations. Che had kept him with him at La Cabaña, INRA, and the Ministry of Industries, and for most of the last 3 years, Patojo had lived with him in Aleda. A few months earlier, Che had asked the economist Regino Botti, who ran the Central Planning Board, Juseplan, to find a job there for his Guatemalan friend. Botti did so, and when Patojo disappeared soon afterward, Botti understood that Che had used the office as a means of disappearing Cáceres from his usual habitués and laundering his exit from the country. Patojo's return to Guatemala coincided with a propitious climate for revolution there. Congressional elections had just taken place amid widespread allegations of fraud. Then, in late January 1962, Idigoras Fuentes' secret police chief had been assassinated, and 2 weeks later, the first hit-and-run attacks against military posts were launched near Puerto Barrias by the guerrillas led by Yon Sosa and Turcios Lima. Calling their group the Alejandro de León November 13th Guerrilla Movement, in commemoration of the date of their earlier failed uprising and in honor of a late comrade, the rebels made their aims public in a February communique calling for a rebellion against Guatemala's tyranny to restore the country to democratic rule. Patojo's own mission, backed by Guatemala's Communist Party, the PGT, was launched independently at around the same time. In March 1962, only 4 months after Patojo had left, Che received word that his friend had been killed in action. When, a few months later, Mirna Torres visited Havana, she brought Che a notebook Patojo had left with her in Mexico en route to the battlefield. It included a poem to his girlfriend back in Cuba. Che wrote a eulogy to Patojo that was published in Verde Olivo that August, a bittersweet parable of redemption aimed at Cuba's revolutionary armed forces. After giving a brief account of Patojo's life and their own relationship, how they had lived and worked together as itinerant photographers in Mexico, how Patojo had also wanted to join the Granma expedition but had been left behind, how he had then come to help in Cuba's triumphant revolution, Che wrote, "After he came to Cuba, we almost always lived in the same house, as was fitting for 2 old friends. But we no longer maintained the early intimacy in this new life, and I suspected El Patojo's intentions only when I occasionally saw him studying one of the native Indian languages of his country. One day, he told me he was leaving, that the time for him had come to do his duty. He was going to his country to fight, arms in hand, to reproduce somehow our guerrilla struggle. It was then that we had one of our long talks. I limited myself to recommending strongly 3 things: constant movement, constant wariness, and constant vigilance. This was the synthesis of our guerrilla experience. It was the only thing, along with a warm handshake, that I could give to my friend. Could I advise him not to do it? With what right? El Patojo left, and with time the news of his death came. And not only he, but a group of comrades with him, all of them as brave, as selfless, as intelligent perhaps as he, but not known to me personally. Once more, there was the bitter taste of defeat. Once again, youthful blood has fertilized the fields of the Americas to make freedom possible. Another battle has been lost. We must take time to weep for our fallen comrades while we sharpen our machetes. From the valuable and unfortunate experience of the cherished dead, we must firmly resolve not to repeat their errors, to avenge the death of each one of them with many victorious battles, and to achieve definitive liberation. When El Patojo left Cuba, he had few clothes or personal belongings to worry about. Old mutual friends in Mexico, however, brought me some poems he had written and left there in a notebook. They are the last verses of a revolutionary. They are, in addition, a love song to the revolution, to the homeland, and to a woman. To that woman whom El Patojo knew and loved in Cuba are addressed these final verses, this injunction. Take this. It is only my heart. Hold it in your hand, and when the dawn arrives, open your hand and let the sun warm it. El Patojo's heart has remained among us, in the hands of his beloved, and in the grateful hands of an entire people, waiting to be warmed beneath the sun of a new day that will surely dawn for Guatemala and for all America. Patojo's commemorated death signaled only the beginning of a new wave of Cuban-backed guerrilla activity in Latin America. For through Che's efforts, Cuba became a fully operational guerrilla central in 1962, activating manpower and material resources to fuel the far-flung substations of armed revolution throughout the hemisphere. In the face of Washington's continued hostility, Cuba's hemispheric isolation, and the unflagging threat of an American military invasion, Che's dream of a continental revolution now made strategic sense. The spreading guerrilla threat helped divert American pressure away from Cuba, and simultaneously made Washington pay a high price for its regional containment policy. What's more, Fidel had made it government policy. Responding to the January 1962 expulsion of Cuba from the OAS, Fidel had rallied back on February 4th with what he called his Second Declaration of Havana, proclaiming the inevitability of revolution in Latin America, in what jittery Latin American governments took to be a tacit declaration of war by Cuba against their countries. Juan Carretero, alias Ariel, a high-ranking Cuban intelligence officer at the time, says he began working with Che in 1962 to create a transcontinental anti-imperialist revolutionary theater in Latin America. Ariel worked directly under Manuel Piñero Lozada, alias Barbaroja, Red Beard, Ramiro Valdez's deputy at State Security, who oversaw the guerrilla programs. By the spring of 1962, Che was overseeing a campaign to recruit and organize guerrilla trainees from among the hundreds of Latin American students invited to Cuba on revolutionary scholarships. Among them was Ricardo, the younger brother of his ex-wife, Hilda. He had finished high school in Peru, and in 1958 gone to study journalism at Argentina's renowned University of La Plata, a magnet for students from all over Latin America. There, he had joined the Peruvian Aprista youth movement, and like many of his student friends, Ricardo quickly became imbued with the Cuban revolutionary cause, seeing it as a model for political change in Latin America. With Che Guevara as his brother-in-law, there was also a personal incentive. In his spare time, he helped out at the July 26 Support Committee's offices in Buenos Aires, working with Che's father. In 1960, he decided to go to Cuba himself to finish his studies and to participate in the revolution he sympathized with so strongly. With Hilda there, it made things easier for him. She was no longer Che's wife, but had stayed on in Cuba and could help set him up. When Ricardo arrived, he learned that he wouldn't be able to pursue his journalism career. The official university reform process was underway, and the journalism school at Havana University, not a priority profession in the new Cuba, was, as he put it, somewhat disorganized. Instead, he began studying economics. The dean of his faculty was none other than the venerable old communist Carlos Rafael Rodriguez. When the CIA-backed invasion came at Playa Girón, Ricardo and many of his fellow Latin American students volunteered for the revolutionary militias, hoping to be sent to the front, but instead, he and his expatriate comrades were left behind in Havana to guard public buildings. For Ricardo it was a disappointment, but undeterred, he remained in the university's militia forces. By early 1962, hundreds of new Latin American students had arrived in the country as part of a general invitation made by Cuba to the hemisphere's communist and left-of-center opposition parties. There were Bolivians, Venezuelans, Argentines, Uruguayans, Nicaraguans, Guatemalans, Colombians. About 80 came from Peru, and Ricardo immediately fell in with his compatriots. Before long, however, a schism opened between those students who only wanted to study and those who, as Roberto described it, wanted to take advantage of Cuba's revolutionary experience to learn from it, and return to our own country to carry out our own revolution. It was a moment of definition for Ricardo, and he opted for the latter group. His decision coincided with the March 1962 military coup in Peru that annulled the election results, suspended Congress, and placed the whole Peruvian political system in doubt. For Peruvians seeking to apply the Cuban model to their nation, it was the time to strike. By mid-1962, Ricardo Gadea and his Peruvian comrades had left the university for guerrilla training in the Sierra Maestra. Their instructors were veterans of the Cuban struggle. Fidel himself spoke to them and gave them advice, but it was Che, said Gadea, who was their undisputed revolutionary mentor. Of all the leaders, said Ricardo, Che was the most charismatic, sensitive, and involved as a Latin American. He understood us, knew our difficulties, and helped us overcome many of our problems. Another country whose liberation was a goal close to Che's heart was Nicaragua. Since their early debacle on the Honduran-Nicaraguan border in the summer of 1959, the Nicaraguan rebels, battling the Somoza dynasty, had been coming to and going from Cuba. Carlos Fonseca, the group's ideologue, had recovered from the wounds he suffered in that experience in Cuba, then returned to Central America to seek a political alliance between his university-based group, other exiles, and anti-Somocistas within Nicaragua itself. While Fonseca was traveling around, one of his closest disciples, a short, squat, and full-lipped former law student named Tomás Borge, traveled to Havana seeking help for their recently formed Juventud Revolucionaria Nicaragüense, Nicaraguan Revolutionary Youth Group. He and another comrade named Noel Guerrero joined Che's friend Rodolfo Romero on a visit to Che at the National Bank. As Borge recalled it, he launched into a flowery greeting on behalf of Nicaragua's youth, which Che cut short, telling him curtly, "Let's forget the greetings and get down to business." But at Borge's insistence that his intended speech was not demagogic, Che agreed to hear him out. When Borge had finished his heartfelt discourse, he said Che embraced him, told him he accepted the greeting, and gave him and his comrades $20,000 to organize themselves. Rodolfo Romero was designated the military chief of the group, and with Che's funding, Borge and the others began bringing Nicaraguans to Cuba from all over the region. Eventually numbering about 30, they were inducted into Cuba's revolutionary militias and sent off for first-hand combat experience in the counterinsurgency war taking place in the Escambray. In 1961, Romero went into the Cuban counterintelligence school for training in espionage and tradecraft, the only Nicaraguan there, as he probably recalled, then joined Borge, Fonseca, and the others at an artillery training course given by Czech advisors at a remote Cuban military base. By July 1961, Carlos Fonseca was back in Nicaragua, and by the following summer his organization was developing. Fonseca oversaw the anti-Somozan urban underground effort in Nicaragua's cities, pulling off bank robberies and carrying out propaganda and sabotage actions, while Tomás Borge and about 60 other guerrillas under Noel Guerrero's leadership slipped into Nicaragua's northern jungle from Honduras. The group that would eventually call itself the Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional, FSLN, was ready for action. While generous with the future cadres of the Latin American Revolution, Che was considerably less so with his own family, refusing his parents any financial help that would allow them to visit him. After their first visit in 1959, Celia Madre had come back to Cuba for a visit in 1960. And the following year, Guevara Lynch had written to Hilda to say he was trying to save up enough money for a return visit with Celia. They wanted to meet their newest granddaughter, Aledita, and to see Hildita again. Very soon, they knew, they would have another grandchild, for Aleda was pregnant a second time and due to give birth in May 1962. When Hilda took it upon herself to ask Che why he didn't assist his parents, the query earned her a sharp retort. "So," Che said, "you're one of those who don't believe I'm on a fixed salary, and can use the public funds as I like." Stung, Hilda denied she meant anything of the kind. "I only suggested you pay your father's passage because he wants to come," she said. "You can pay it back in installments." Che then calmed down and said, "All right, but let's leave it for later on. Now's not the time." Some months later, however, when Argentina broke off relations with Cuba and Havana's diplomats and a group of Argentine communists were preparing to leave aboard a charter flight, Che saw the opportunity to get his brother Juan Martín to Cuba. According to Maria Elena, his wife at the time, Juan Martín was prepared to go, but some last-minute difficulties prevented him from making the flight. In the end, as his personal life became complicated with a wife, children, and the need to earn a living, Juan Martín never did return to Cuba while his brother was alive, nor did Guevara Lynch or anyone else in the family except Celia Madre. In Venezuela, meanwhile, an insurrectionary climate had taken hold in the country following the political ruptures in Betancourt's ruling coalition. Here and there, guerrilla forces had begun operating. In May 1962, troops at a naval base near Caracas revolted against the government. The Communist Party openly backed the uprising, and in retaliation, Betancourt banned both the Communist Party and the MIR. In June, a second naval uprising was put down after 2 days of bloody fighting with Loyalist army troops. Dissident officers and troops fled into the hills, where many of them joined the fledgling guerrilla forces. In December, the outlawed Communist Party officially endorsed the armed struggle, and 2 months later, a guerrilla coalition group, Fuerzas Armadas de Liberación Nacional, FALN, announced its creation and intention to wage war against Betancourt's regime. Calling itself a democratic and nationalist movement, the FALN also had a communist-dominated political front, the FLN, or Frente de Liberación Nacional. Reminiscent of Fidel Castro's wartime communiques, those of the FLN denied government accusations that it was communist or anti-American, and called for Venezuelans of all creeds to join its united front to make Venezuela master of her own destiny and her own riches. Just as he was helping the guerrilla movements of Nicaragua, Peru, and Guatemala, Che also assisted the new Venezuelan revolutionary organization. With each new rifle raised aloft, his vision of a continental guerrilla struggle against American imperialism was coming one step closer to reality. 2. By now, Che was also planning to launch an insurgency in his native Argentina. He had been cultivating the idea for some time, but it had taken on new vigor after the Argentine military toppled President Frondizi. He had chosen the far northern jungle of Argentina near Salta, not far from the rugged Bolivian border, as an exploratory theater of war. Interestingly, it was the same area he had journeyed through in 1950 on his motorbike trip, during which he had paused to reflect about the meaning of life, death, and his own destiny. Che's plan was for the Argentine journalist Jorge Ricardo Massetti to lead his advance patrol. His mission was to become acquainted with the terrain and quietly establish a guerrilla base of operations. Before engaging the enemy, he was to build up a base of support among rural peasants and a civilian support infrastructure in Argentina's cities. Later on, when the conditions were right, Che would come and lead the force himself. Che asked Alberto Granado for help in recruiting Argentines for the guerrilla venture. In October 1961, Alberto had moved with his family from Havana to Santiago to start up a biomedical research school at its university, and during 1962 he used his job and nationality to assess the potential of his fellow expatriates for Che's Argentine Revolution scheme. In Santiago, he became friendly with the Argentine painter Ciro Roberto Bustos, who had arrived in Cuba as a revolutionary volunteer about the same time as he had. Bustos had set up a small ceramics factory in the Oriente countryside, and was also giving twice-weekly painting classes at Santiago University. Granado invited him to stay at his house when he was in town. Their conversations soon broached the topic of armed struggle, and when Granado learned that Bustos supported the idea of a Cuban-style revolution in their homeland, he passed along his positive appraisal of the painter to Che. Before long, Granado arranged for them to meet. That year, Granado made a trip to Argentina. He journeyed around the country, working through the Argentine Communist Party to recruit technicians and other skilled people to work in Cuba. A plausible cover story for his recruitment of guerrilla cadres. However, as Granado acknowledged years later, the Argentine security services were already suspicious, and had evidently monitored his movements, for several of the people he met with were temporarily detained after his visit. Even so, he was able to recruit a couple of men who soon arrived in Cuba for guerrilla training. Massetti was no longer at Prensa Latina. After the Bay of Pigs invasion, he had conducted a televised interrogation of the prisoners, then dropped from view. Officially, he had been forced to resign his job. It was well known that Massetti was no communist, and after a long-running standoff with the doctrinaire Communist Party faction at the agency, he had been removed. Afterward, he was said to be employed by the propaganda department of Cuba's armed forces, but in reality, he was working for Che. After leaving Prensa Latina, Massetti went through an officer's training course to gain military experience, graduating with a captain's rank, and traveled on secret missions for Che to Prague, a new way station for Cuba's overseas espionage activities, and to Algeria, where he smuggled a huge quantity of American weapons seized at Playa Girón to the FLN insurgents via Tunisia. One of Granado's recruits, an Argentine mechanic in his early 20s named Federico Mendez, who had military experience, accompanied Massetti. For several months, they stayed at the FLN's General Staff headquarters, where Mendez gave the Algerians training courses in the use of the American arms. By the time they returned to Cuba, they had established close links with the grateful Algerian revolutionary leadership and its top military officers. Che was casting his net wide to take soundings of Argentina's political situation. When Cuba's diplomats were expelled from Argentina in March 1962 and flew home on a plane from Uruguay, he sent a telegram to his old Dean Funes high school friend, the Radicalista youth militant Oscar Stemelin, inviting him to take advantage of the evacuation flight to come and visit him. Stemelin and another old Dean Funes classmate of Che's took up the invitation and stayed in Havana about a month. Later, Stemelin couldn't be certain exactly why Guevara had invited him to Cuba, apart from the fact that they were old friends and he was one of the few Cordobeses Che knew personally who was politically active. During Stemelin's stay, he and Che met 8 or 10 times to talk about old times, Cuba's revolution, and Argentine politics. On May 25th, the Argentine Day of Independence, the 380 members of Cuba's Argentine community in Havana gathered to celebrate with a traditional outdoor asado, complete with folk music, traditional dances, and typical Argentine costumes. When Che was invited to attend as the guest of honor, he suggested to its organizers that they invite the young German-Argentine woman, Heidi Tamara Bunk. Since her arrival from Berlin, Tamara, as everyone knew her, had been working as a German-Spanish translator at the Ministry of Education, and she was enthusiastic about everything going on. She joined in volunteer labor sessions, worked as a literacy instructor, signed up for the militias and her local CDR Watch Committee, activities that had quickly earned her a reputation for revolutionary zeal. She had become a regular fixture at the social gatherings of Latin American guerrillas in Havana, and espoused great sympathy with their causes. 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 She and Che's deputy, Orlando Borrego, had also renewed their friendship begun in Berlin. To him, Tamara made no secret of her desire to become a revolutionary fighter in one of Latin America's guerrilla wars, and was constantly asking Borrego to introduce her to Che. But Borrego stalled her. He knew that there were always people trying to see Che, and he didn't want to waste his jefe's precious time. Tamara finally got her way by arranging to participate in a day's volunteer work alongside him at a school being built near his house. "I underestimated her," observed Borrego wryly. At the Independence Day asado, Che gave his usual speech on the revolutionary struggle in Latin America, putting special emphasis on Argentina. He spoke of the need for Argentina's anti-imperialist forces to overcome their ideological differences, specifically including the Peronistas in this appeal. According to a Cuban who was present, at one point during their meal, Che scribbled something on a matchbox and wordlessly handed it to an Argentine sitting near him. It bore the word Unidad, unity. As the matchbox circulated, Che's message was clear. No more sectarian infighting. It was a significant moment to the group of Peronista exiles who were present, and their leader, John William Cook, stood up to echo Che's appeal for revolutionary unity and laud Cuba for leading the second emancipation of Latin America. Cook, a former Peronist youth leader and personal representative of Perón, had been living in Cuba for several years, but he continued to correspond regularly with the exiled caudillo living in Madrid. Cook had been won over by Cuba's revolution and evoked it for Perón in flattering terms, extending Fidel's invitation for Perón to visit, promising a reception with the honors of a head of state. Perón never took up the invitation, but sent flattering responses back, much as he continued to play kingmaker from exile with all the various Peronista factions that competed for his approval. Cook dreamed of bringing about Perón's triumphal return to his homeland at the head of a reconstituted, Cuban-backed revolutionary alliance. According to Cook's former comrades, after a tepid beginning, due to Che's lingering skepticism about Perón, he became friends with Cook and his wife, Alicia Ereguren. In the course of their many conversations, Cook's arguments gave Che a broader view of Peronismo's potential as a revolutionary force, while Che in turn was influential in Cook's assimilation of Marxist-Leninist concepts. This helped to galvanize the revolutionary current Cook founded, Acción Revolucionaria Peronista, ARP. With Che's approval, that same summer of 1962, Cook's men also began receiving guerrilla training to prepare themselves for a future revolutionary war in Argentina. Stealthily, Che was setting up the chessboard for his game of continental guerrilla war, the ultimate prize being his homeland. He was actually training several different Argentine action groups, distinct in their ideologies, but united by a common desire to take to the field. At the right time, each group would be mobilized to take its place in a united army in the Argentine campaign under Che's command. Massetti's forward patrol was Che's first move on that chessboard. The others would follow at the right time. Ironically, neither Che, Massetti, nor Cook would live to see the day, but the forces they helped set in motion eventually brought about a period of revolutionary violence and vicious counter-repression by the military that would drastically alter the political landscape of modern Argentina in the years to come. Beyond all of this behind-the-scenes activity, a number of events that were to have a direct bearing on Che's future had occurred. The previous September, UN General Secretary Dag Hammarskjöld had been killed in a suspicious plane crash while visiting the Congo, after UN troops had intervened against Belgian and South African mercenary-backed secessionist rebel forces in the copper-rich Katanga province. The new UN secretary, Burmese diplomat U Thant, had inherited the job of resolving the seemingly insoluble crisis in the Congo, where the Western-supported central government in the capital of Leopoldville continued to fence for power with the standard-bearers for the late Prime Minister, Patrice Lumumba, based in the distant northern city of Stanleyville. The Congo was later renamed Zaire. Its capital, Leopoldville, became Kinshasa, while Stanleyville became Kisangani. The long-simmering Sino-Soviet dispute had finally become public in October 1961, when Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai walked out of a Communist Party Congress held in Moscow. Both powers now increased their jockeying for global influence, pressuring Cuba and Latin America's communist parties to choose a side. In Cuba, the sectarianism waged by the PSP's old communists through its attempts to control the Organizaciones Revolucionarias Integradas, or ORI, the new official party headed by Fidel, which had subsumed the July 26 movement along with the PSP and Directorio Revolucionario, was publicly denounced by Fidel in March 1962. Accused of favoring party comrades for a wide variety of government posts, ORI's organization secretary, the former PSP eminence Aníbal Escalante, was the leading victim of the purge. Publicly castigated, he was sent into exile in Moscow. Afterward, Fidel announced a new name for the Reformed Party, PURS, the Partido Unificado de la Revolución Socialista, the next stage in the creation of a new Cuban Communist Party. Che was immensely gratified by Fidel's purge. He loathed the holier-than-thou party apparatchiks who sought to impose themselves and their own ideological guidelines throughout Cuba, and he had defended a number of people whose careers had been damaged, giving them posts and protection at his ministry. In May, he issued strict guidelines forbidding the practice of ideological investigations at his ministry. The sectarianism, as the period of Communist Party dogmatism was called, had affected even non-Cubans, such as Ciro Bustos. Taking its cue from the chauvinistic PSP, the Argentine Communist Party had tried to wield its control over all the Argentines living and working in Cuba. While he was in Holguín, Bustos had been summoned by the party's representative in Cuba and questioned about his political background and party affiliations. When he explained that he didn't have an official Communist Party membership, he was warned that if he didn't regularize his situation, he would have to leave the country. The anti-sectarian purge had come just in time for him, however, and he was once again breathing freely when, in the summer of 1962, Granado arranged for him to meet with Che. Their midnight encounter, which took place in Che's Havana office late in July, was peremptory. Che explained to Bustos that there was a group being prepared for Argentina, and asked him if he wanted to participate. The painter said yes. That was all. Bustos was told not to leave his hotel. Some people would be coming by to pick him up. In the next stage of his revolutionary metamorphosis, Bustos was first taken to a house in Havana's Miramar neighborhood, where he was greeted by a man he recognized from news photographs to be Jorge Ricardo Massetti. In fact, Massetti's 1959 book about the Cuban War, Los que luchan y los que lloran, Those Who Fight and Those Who Cry, had helped spark Bustos' interest in Cuba. Massetti explained to Bustos that this was Che's project, but since the Comandante couldn't leave Cuba just yet, Massetti was to lead the guerrilla force in its startup phase. Then Che would come, and the war would begin. He asked Bustos if he was prepared to leave everything to join the project, and once again Bustos said yes. For appearance's sake, he would return to Holguín until he was called, and then a Ministry of Industries scholarship for him to study in Czechoslovakia would be arranged to explain his subsequent disappearance. His wife would have to stay behind and keep the secret. Later, once the guerrillas had secured a liberated territory, she could undergo training and join him. By September, Bustos was ensconced in a safe house with 3 other Argentines, Leonardo, a doctor, and Granado's recruits Federico and Miguel. Their new home was an elegant villa in the exclusive country club neighborhood on Havana's eastern edges. Deserted by the exodus of Cuba's wealthy, the leafy, tree-lined enclave of walled compounds was now guarded by Cuban security forces, offering maximum discretion to the group. The Argentines settled down to life, camping in one room of the mansion they occupied, getting to know one another, and preparing for the life ahead of them. Their training consisted of hikes and practice at a firing range. For something to do at night, they went out on patrol, trying, with little luck, to catch the gangs of thieves they discovered were breaking into the empty villas and carrying off whatever they could find. But they were always smarter than we were, recalled Bustos. We made too much noise. Massetti, Che, and intelligence officials such as Ariel and Pinheiro came and went. Che's men, Orlando Olo Tamayo Pantoja, who was one of Che's officers during the Sierra War, and Hermes Peña, one of Che's bodyguards, took active part in their training sessions, and they soon found out that Capitan Hermes would be going with them as Massetti's deputy commander. In that same month, August 1962, Hermes Peña's disappearance from Che's security detail was noted by his fellow bodyguards, Alberto Castellanos and Harry Villegas. In response to Che's insistence that they better themselves, they had been away at a training course for future Ministry of Industries administrators and knew nothing beforehand about the guerrilla project, but with Hermes gone upon their return, they realized something was up. Castellanos went to see Che, told him that he knew something was being planned, and said, "I just want to tell you that if you are going off anywhere, I am ready to go with you, and Villegas wants you to know he feels the same." Che wouldn't confirm or deny anything, but merely told Castellanos that he would keep him and Villegas in mind. Another personality who showed up regularly at the safe house was Abelardo Coleme Ibarra, alias Furry, none other than Havana's police chief. He too would be joining the Argentines as their future rearguard base commander and liaison for communications with Cuba. Their chief trainer was neither Cuban nor Argentine, however, but a Hispano-Soviet general, a man they knew only as Angelito. Ciro Bustos and the others understood that they were not to ask too many questions of him. At this point, the presence of Russian military men in Cuba remained a highly sensitive subject. Actually a Spanish-born Catalan, Angelito, also known as Ángel Martínez, was nonetheless an active general in the Red Army, a Spanish Civil War hero whose real name was Francisco Ciutat, one of a half-dozen Spanish Republican exiles dispatched to Cuba by the Moscow-based Spanish Communist Party to help train Cuba's militias in the struggle against bandits. He was a real personality, recalled Ciro. Tiny, with quite a few years on him, but like a gymnast. He could do flips in the air. As Angelito's deputy, Hermes Peña worked as their hands-on instructor, reconstructing Sierra War battles for them to study and emulate in their training exercises. Before long, each of the men in the safe house was assigned specific duties for which he showed a special aptitude. Leonardo was to be the expedition medic, Miguel to handle logistics, and Federico, whom Bustos described as a no-nonsense tough guy of few words, was put in charge of armaments. Bustos himself was given specialized training in security and intelligence. Che himself always arrived at the safe house extremely late, at 2 or 3 in the morning. Ciro Bustos recalled his impression of the first meeting he and his companions had as a group with Che. Practically the first thing he told us was, "Well, here you are. You've all agreed to join, and now we must prepare things. But from this moment on, consider yourselves dead. Death is the only certainty in this. Some of you may survive, but all of you should consider what remains of your lives as borrowed time." Che was throwing down the gauntlet for his future guerrillas, just as he had done during the Cuban struggle with his invasion column before marching for the Escambray. It was important that each man prepare himself psychologically for what was to come, and Ciro understood the message. We were going to go and get our balls shot off, without knowing if any of us were going to see it through, or how long it would take. Che let them know he was not sending them off alone to an uncertain fate, however, telling them he planned to join them as soon as he could. 3. The October missile crisis forced Che to accelerate plans for his Argentine guerrilla force. As had been his duty during the Bay of Pigs invasion, Che commanded Cuba's Western Army based in Pinar del Rio during the crisis. His command post was situated in some mountain caves near one of the Soviet missile installations. When the crisis erupted, Che took his Argentine guerrilla trainees with him and placed them in a battalion under the command of Cuban officers. If there was fighting, they were to join in. At the moment of maximum tension, after a Russian SAM surface-to-air missile brought down an American U-2 spy plane, killing its pilot, Fidel cabled Khrushchev, telling him he expected Moscow to launch its missiles first in the event of an American ground invasion. He and the Cuban people, he assured him, were ready to die fighting. Only a day later, Fidel learned that Khrushchev had made a deal with JFK behind his back, offering to pull out the missiles in exchange for a promise not to invade Cuba and a withdrawal of U.S. Jupiter missiles from Turkey. Fidel was incredulous and furious, and reportedly smashed a mirror with his fist when he was told. When he heard the news, Che tersely ordered his troops to sever his command post communication line with the adjacent Soviet missile base, and rushed off to Havana to see Fidel. Over the coming days, Fidel recriminated bitterly with Khrushchev, and the hapless Mikoyan was dispatched to Havana to patch things up. Mikoyan did what he could, but Fidel and Che were convinced Khrushchev had sold them out for his own strategic interests. Their talks went on for several weeks, and at times were exceedingly tense. One day, a mistranslation by the Russian interpreter even sparked a shouting match. When the misunderstanding was cleared up, Che calmly removed his Makarov pistol from its holster, handed it to the interpreter, and said, "If I were in your place, for instance, the only thing left to do—" According to Alexiev, everyone laughed, including Mikoyan. Che's dark humor had cleared the air. In public, relations between Moscow and Havana remained fraternal, but under the surface the climate was extremely tense, and it stayed that way for some time. In the streets of Havana, indignant Cubans chanted, "Nikita Mariquita, lo que se da no se quita." Nikita, you little queer, what you give, you don't take away. In his memoirs, Khrushchev later acknowledged that the Soviet position had been the foremost concern in his decision to install the missiles. The fate of Cuba and the maintenance of Soviet prestige in that part of the world preoccupied me. One thought kept hammering away in my brain. What will happen if we lose Cuba? I knew it would have been a terrible blow to Marxism-Leninism. It would gravely diminish our stature throughout the world, but especially in Latin America. If Cuba fell, other countries would reject us, claiming that for all our might, the Soviet Union hadn't been able to do anything for Cuba except to make empty protests to the United Nations. In an interview with Che a few weeks after the crisis, Sam Russell, a British correspondent for the Socialist Daily Worker, found Guevara still fuming over the Soviet betrayal. Alternately puffing a cigar and taking blasts on his asthma inhaler, Guevara told Russell that if the missiles had been under Cuban control, they would have fired them off. Russell came away with mixed feelings about Che, calling him a warm character whom I took to immediately, clearly a man of great intelligence, though I thought he was crackers from the way he went on about the missiles. They also discussed another subject close to Guevara's heart, global communist strategy. Russell found Guevara to be extremely critical of the Western communist parties for adopting a peaceful parliamentary strategy for power. He said this would deliver the working class bound hand and foot over to the ruling class. Che was, of course, determined to do something about it. As Ciro Bustos recalled, when the missile crisis tension relaxed, we were brought back to Havana and Che told us, "You're leaving. I want you out of here." Those were special days. They were still afraid there might be a U.S. invasion. There was a very heavy war atmosphere. There was also bad blood with the Soviets. It was very cold and very angry with the Soviets. The men in the safe house were told to leave the house as they had found it, to remove all traces of their presence. Federico Mendez was sent off for a field radio training course, and Bustos underwent a week-long intensive course to learn the art of secret codes and cryptology. He was taught a Soviet code system based on 10 never-repeated numbers. It was James Bond style, recalled Bustos. You burned the papers after using the codes. Then Piñero's passport experts began to arrive. They gave each man in the group a different nationality, and Bustos became an Uruguayan, but he was unhappy when he saw his passport. It was unbelievable, he said. They gave me a really young age and blonde hair. I was pretty bald even then, and what hair I did have left was black. When he complained, the expert reassured him that it was to be used only as far as Czechoslovakia, a friendly country where no questions would be asked. By now the men knew they were to continue their training until Cuba's security apparatus could prepare a safe rear-guard base of operations for them on Bolivia's southern border with Argentina. They knew few more details than that, except that the Cubans had made arrangements with Bolivian friends to help make the arrangements. They also knew that they were to be called the Ejército Guerrillero del Pueblo, People's Guerrilla Army. All were given noms de guerre. Bustos was now Laureano. Massetti was Comandante Segundo. The Comandante Primero, of course, was Che, who for the moment would remain their invisible guiding hand, dubbed Martín Fierro. Their operation itself was called Operación Sombra, Operation Shadow. All were literary double entendres. Their names, and that of the operation, corresponded to the Argentine gaucho archetypes Martín Fierro and Don Segundo Sombra. In Prague, the group of 5 was met by Major Rafael Papito, Little Daddy, Cerguera, whom they had briefly met during their training in Havana, and who was now operating out of the Cuban embassy in Prague. He drove them to Lake Slappy in the countryside about an hour outside the capital, where they were booked into an exclusive lakeside hotel. It was the dead of winter, and there were no other guests. It was just them and the hotel staff. By agreement with the Czech intelligence services, however, they were given a simple cover story to explain their presence. "We were a group of Cuban scholarship students," said Bustos, "who were going to stay a while." Papito Cerguera visited them once or twice, but apart from that, the 5 prospective guerrillas were on their own. They had nothing to do, so to keep fit, they began making cross-country treks through the snow, 20 to 25 kilometers, 12 to 15 miles, in every direction. Finally, growing ever more frustrated as the weeks dragged by, they contacted Cerguera at the embassy in Prague to complain, and he told them to be patient. The Bolivian farm that was to be their base had not yet been purchased, and more details had to be settled before they could travel. Meanwhile, he told them, they were to stop their hiking around. The Czech military had relayed its irritation to him about these treks, for they had apparently been seen wandering into an unauthorized military zone. Massetti and his men spent another month incommunicado at the Lake Slappy Hotel before Cerguera finally allowed them to come to Prague. The Czechs, they were told, were not pleased by the security breakdown, so they were split up. Ciro Bustos and the others lodged in one hotel, while Massetti stayed in another. "Massetti was really restless," said Ciro. "There were meetings with Papito. He asked us for more patience, telling us things were almost resolved. But by now it was December, and the Czechs were becoming increasingly upset over the Cubans' prolonged presence. Finally, Massetti could stand it no longer, and announced he was flying to Algeria to arrange for the group to go there to complete its training. The Algerian revolutionaries owed him a favor, and now they were in a position to repay it. In July, Algeria's freedom from French colonial rule had finally been secured through the peace talks with de Gaulle, and the Front de Libération Nationale was now the government of an independent Algeria. Ben Beya, the new Algerian leader, had been in Havana on the eve of the missile crisis, had met with Che and Fidel, and before leaving had signed a declaration of revolutionary fraternity with Cuba. "Massetti flew off to Algiers and came back 2 days later," said Bustos. "He told us Ben Bella and Houari Boumediene, the Algerian Minister of Defense, had welcomed him at the airport and agreed to help us. We left immediately. But to fly to Algiers, the band had to lay over in Paris for several days, and for Bustos, still traveling on his blonde passport, this posed a problem. He solved it by dyeing his scarce hair with peroxide. Suddenly my hair was yellow, he recalled, laughing ruefully. I looked like a cabaret transvestite. It was New Year's Day, 1963, when they arrived in Paris. For 3 or 4 days, they stayed in the old Palais d'Orsay hotel above the Orsay train station. Imbued with the need to maintain absolute secrecy about their mission, they took precautionary measures, with Bustos in charge of the group security, having the final say on what they could and couldn't do. He found humor in the incongruity of having Furry, Havana's chief of police, now under his orders. So as not to arouse suspicions, Bustos decided, they would pretend to be tourists. We went to the Louvre, he recalled, and we walked around a lot. On January 4th, they arrived by airplane in the whitewashed Mediterranean city of Algiers, where the sweeping dockside French Cornish and stone colonial edifices of the city center gives way to the walled maze of the ancient Muslim quarter, blanketing the hillside like a great cubist beehive. While bullet-pocked buildings and the uncleared rubble of blown-up dwellings provided untidy evidence of the recent human ferocity that had taken place, the city's prolonged bloodletting had not destroyed its arresting beauty. While coming to grips with their transition from resistance army to national government, the Algerians were still engaged in the cleansing process that revolutionary Cuba had applied 4 years earlier to its chivatos and war criminals. A palpable war psychosis endured as FLN gunmen roamed the city, hunting down suspected wartime collaborators or ex-torturers, and suspicious Arab civilians looked upon Europeans or foreigners with open hostility. Conscious of the risks faced by Che's guerrillas in this uncertain climate, Algeria's revolutionary leaders sent 2 generals and an entire security retinue to meet them at the airport. They were immediately driven to an isolated seaside villa on the city's outskirts and left under armed guard for their own protection. After some time, they were moved to a villa with a walled garden in Algiers itself, but because of the danger of being misidentified as French, they rarely went out. Whenever they did, they were surrounded by armed Algerian security men. For the next few months, with a permanent retinue of Algerian revolutionary veterans, the Argentine team practiced their marksmanship, did calisthenics, and took military courses in their assigned specialties. The Algerians took them to see their former front lines, the ingenious cave and tunnel system they had used to hide their fighters and cache weapons during the war, and showed them the former French lines as well. Conveniently appointed as the new Cuban ambassador, Papito Cerguera soon arrived, and in addition to his other duties, served as the group's relay for communications with Che. Retaining his role as the group's security man, Bustos alone was allowed out of the safe house to visit the embassy in order to pick up messages. Bustos still hadn't been able to get rid of the peroxide in his hair, however, and Cerguera jokingly began calling him El Sovietico. During their stay, the Argentines established close affinities with their Algerian liaisons. They were feted by their hosts with a banquet, and they had reciprocated with a traditional Argentine asado at their seafront villa, attended by Juari Boumediene. But time was dragging on, and Massetti was anxious to get moving. In answer to his incessant queries, Papito Cerguera relayed what Bustos called strange and contradictory messages from Havana, supposedly sent by Che. Furry flew back to Havana to find out what was going on, and returned with some disquieting news. Together he and Che had gone over the messages the group had received, and Che had identified several that had not originated with him. Since all their communications were channeled through Barbaroja Pinheiro, whom they called El Colorado, the Red Man, they speculated about a malfunction in his security apparatus. Some, including Bustos, came to suspect there was more to it than that, perhaps even an intentional sabotage of Che's plans. It would remain a mystery that Bustos, at least, was never able to unravel. While leaving some of the complaints against him unanswered, Pinheiro refuted Bustos' version of events, indicating that Massetti's movements were all coordinated out of Havana. If Massetti went off to Algeria, it was with prior approval from Che, and if not, Ben Bella would have asked us for our approval. In Cuba, Che's bodyguards, Alberto Castellanos and Harry Villegas, had awaited their own marching orders from their comandante, but many months had gone by and Che had not sent for them. Castellanos had finished his administrator's classes, re-entered the armed forces, and begun a military training course. Arriving home in Havana on a weekend pass in late February 1963, he had almost forgotten about his August conversation with Che, but then his jefe suddenly sent for him. Because of the peremptory nature of his summons, the happy-go-lucky Castellanos assumed he was going to be punished for something. Every time Che sent for you, it was to pull your ear about something or other, he said. I said to myself, well, what a coincidence. This weekend I didn't do anything, didn't even get drunk, so I couldn't imagine what Che wanted to see me about. In a worried state, Castellanos presented himself at Che's office and asked the secretary, José Manresa, what was going on. The sphinx-like Manresa told him, nothing. Everything is normal. When he walked into Che's office, Che asked him, do you remember something? 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 Castellanos drew a blank, but then Che shot him a meaningful look, and it struck him. What, you mean about us going? When do we go? He asked excitedly. Che told him to hold on a minute, to listen to what he had to say. Reminding Castellanos that he had a wife to consider, he warned him that the mission was not to be taken lightly. This mission is either 20 years fighting, or else you don't come back at all." Che told him to think about it seriously before making up his mind. Castellano says he stood there and thought for a moment or two before asking again, "When do I go?" "Okay," Che told him. "But don't go getting dressed up as Indian because you're not one. And tell Villegas he can't go with you because he's black, and where you're going, there's no blacks." Che didn't spell it out any clearer than that, except to tell Castellanos that where he was headed he would find some people he knew personally. He added, "You're going to wait for me with a group of comrades I'm sending. You are going to be their boss until I arrive." He said he intended to join them by the end of the year. Afterward, Castellanos went off to see Pinheiro for his debriefing, his new leyenda, clandestine identity, and his travel itinerary. 4. At about the same time, the young German-Argentine woman, Tamara Bunk, began receiving training in tradecraft and espionage by Pinheiro's department, after being subjected to what her official Cuban biographers described as months of security clearance. "She approached us and asked to be taken into consideration for a mission," said Pinheiro's deputy, Ariel, adding that Cuba's secret services had checked her out and cleared her for training. At the time, Ariel said, they considered her a prime candidate as a future espionage asset in Argentina, to be activated when the need arose. Ariel's pointed mention of Tamara Bunk's security clearance is noteworthy because of the enduring mystery surrounding Tanya, as she later became known. According to former East German state security files, Tamara Bunk was an IM, informal informant, for the Stasi, or secret police, before she went to Cuba in 1961. At the time, she was also under consideration by its Overseas Espionage Division, the HVA, as a deep cover agent for insertion first in Argentina and eventually the United States. Considering the tightly controlled internal security system of the German Democratic Republic and Tamara's own Marxist-Leninist upbringing, the fact that she became an informant for East Germany's secret services is hardly surprising. To inform on her fellow citizens or foreign visitors on behalf of the communist state she so fervently believed in was a patriotic duty she would have performed, and evidently did perform, without compunction. But who was Tanya working for when she was in Cuba? The Cubans, East German intelligence, or both? Speaking with the habitual opacity of a lifelong revolutionary cuadro still living in Cuba, Tanya's friend Orlando Borrego has offered that he has no doubt that she worked for the German services, but neither did he have any doubts about her loyalties to the Cuban Revolution. Speaking in a vastly altered Moscow nearly 3 decades after Tanya's death, the veteran KGB official Alexander Alexiev indicated that she had been a German agent, seconded to the Cubans for their own use. The Germans wanted to help, he explained. They tried to have a friendship with revolutionary Cuba that was as good as ours, and they wanted to do even more, and for that reason they fulfilled any desire or whim of the Cuban leaders, even more than we did. Pressed for additional details, Alexiev insinuated that when it came to assisting Che in his foreign revolutionary ventures, German and Soviet intelligence had an agreement to divide up the work. The Germans considered themselves to be more revolutionarily aggressive than us. They were younger, we were older, had more experience and maturity. And if we, the KGB, had gotten involved, there would have surely been even more risk of failure. Our services were a big bureaucracy, but the Germans were technically more equipped, the case of Tanya being probably the most important. As for Tanya, Alexiev agreed with Borrego, saying he had no doubt her loyalties were with the Cubans, with Fidel, and with Che. He surmised that Che had conquered her with his ideas. He was such a convincing and attractive personality. Another man, an Argentine who worked closely with Che and who also knew Tanya personally, offered his view. My impression was that Tanya worked for the German services and transferred to work for Che's intelligence service, and that she asked for license to do it. Neither Che nor the Germans would have liked her to be sending reports to 2 places at the same time. Che wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to permit a double loyalty. According to recently released former East German Stasi files, Tamara Bunk, as she was still known, had been recruited as an informant by an East German counterintelligence official named Gunther Manel, in charge of the United States Department of the Stasi's HVA. A month after Tamara's departure for Cuba in 1961, Manos slipped into West Berlin, defected, and before long was working for the CIA. He soon betrayed the identities of some of his agents, who were arrested in the West, and it might be presumed that he also informed the CIA about Tamara, the gifted and fiercely committed young communist agent who had just gone to Cuba. Evidently, the HVA made this presumption. Immediately after Manos' defection, according to an internal HVA report dated July 23, 1962, Bunk had been sent a letter in Cuba warning her of the danger and requesting that she not attempt to go to South or North America, and that in any case she should consult with us beforehand. Since then, there had been no further contacts with her, according to the report, but it was known that Tamara appeared to be progressively asserting herself in Cuba, working with a whole series of government institutions, and was always importuning visiting GDR delegations to be their interpreter. It added that she had apparently given up her resolve to go on to Argentina, and intends to stay in Cuba, and also to assume Cuban citizenship. She also has close ties to Cuban security, and permission to wear a military uniform, and she makes use of it constantly. The Stasi file suggests that the East German Counterespionage Agency had an agreement with Tamara Bunk, but that she severed contact after she had arrived in Cuba. The Stasi files, however, give rise to other questions. When Tamara was accepted for service by Cuban intelligence, did she tell her handlers about her prior links with German intelligence? Or the fact that her recruiter had defected a month after her arrival? If she did tell them, why did Cuba eventually use her in the same region, Bolivia and Argentina, as that in which the HVA had originally planned to use her? It surely had to be assumed that both Tamara's identity and her intended future espionage role were known to the CIA and its allied intelligence agencies after Manos' defection. In response to these questions, Barbaroja Piñero said, "I handled Tanya directly, and I asked her if she had been recruited by the German intelligence services. She said no." Piñero added that if he had known about Manuel and the letters she had sent, he would have approved her anyway, both because she displayed excellent qualities as an agent and because he trusted his organization's ability to build her an undetectable new false identity. 5. As Tanya began her Cuban training, and Massetti's men continued theirs in Algeria, Che analyzed the political developments in his native Argentina, determined to have all the information possible to help him decide when to strike. One of the ways he did this was to send for Argentine friends and acquaintances, as he had done with Oskar Stemmelin the year before, and engage them in long discussions over several weeks, pumping them for information, trying out his theories, and debating them point by point. In February, he sent for Ricardo Rojo. "I want to talk," he told Rojo when he arrived. They didn't see eye to eye politically. Rojo was liberal, an anti-imperialist, though not a socialist, but the two of them went back a long way, and Che knew him to be both well-connected and an acute political analyst. It was Rojo, after all, who had introduced him and Hilda, who had first sent Massetti to Cuba, and who most recently had become a close friend of Che's mother. Che put Rojo up in a top-flight government protocol house in the former country club section of Miramar, not far from the Massetti Group's former safe house. He remained there for 2 months, and Che called for him frequently to talk. Rojo later wrote that he found Guevara depressed about Cuba's growing regional isolation, and still upset over the Soviets' paternalistic treatment of Cuba in the missile crisis. In their conversations, Che made clear his belief that Cuba could not break out of its regional straitjacket until socialist revolutions had taken power in the other Latin American countries, and made no secret of the fact that he was actively studying how to bring that process about. Rojo recalls that together they discussed each Latin American country, until one day Che asked him to discuss Argentina with him, systematically. As they talked, Che took notes. Rojo noticed that Che showed special interest in the Argentine labor and university movements, and was anxious to update his knowledge about who was who in Argentina's opposition politics. They also discussed Perón's enduring popularity with the Argentine working class, and Che showed Rojo a letter he had received from the deposed Caudillo, expressing his admiration for the Cuban Revolution. It seemed to Rojo that Che was weighing the pros and cons of an alliance with the Peronistas as a means of sparking revolt. There was an unpopular military government in Argentina and increased labor strife. Che wondered aloud what the reaction of the masses would be if Perón were to come to Cuba to live. Something Perón's leftist disciple, John William Cook, had been trying to convince Che to arrange for some time. In early April 1963, just before Rojo left Cuba, there was a brief but bloody naval uprising in Buenos Aires. It was rapidly suppressed by the army, but to Che, the incident revealed the existence of serious disunity in military ranks, and he told Rojo that he thought the objective conditions for struggle were beginning to appear in Argentina. It was time to follow up with subjective conditions, to show the people that they could overthrow their rulers by violent means. Rojo argued that the revolution had worked in Cuba because the Americans had been caught off guard, but that day had passed, and the United States and its regional allies were now on the alert. Che conceded the point, but, as always, refused to accept that Cuba's success was an exception that could not be repeated elsewhere. Che never told Rojo explicitly that he was preparing for a guerrilla foco in Argentina, but there were enough hints for his friend to draw his own conclusions. For instance, he had shared his flight to Havana with a left-wing Peronista guerrilla, a leader of a short-lived December 1959 uprising in Tucumán province. He too had come to see Che. And then there were Che's last words to Rojo as he prepared to leave Cuba. "You'll see," Che said. "Argentina's ruling class will never learn anything. Only a revolutionary war will change things." In his book, My Friend Che, Rojo claimed that Massetti was present in some of the sessions with Che, while Ciro Bustos insists that Massetti never left his group except for his short visit to Algeria from Prague. Back in Algeria, Massetti learned that Piñero's people had finally purchased a farm for their use in Bolivia, but there was still no sign that he and his men were about to be moved. Massetti decided he could not wait any longer, and asked the Algerians to assist him in getting to Bolivia, to which they immediately agreed. "The Algerians gave us everything," recalled Bustos. "They would have given us arms, but we couldn't take them, since we were going to have to go through the border controls of several different countries. But they gave us all kinds of military equipment, passports, everything." In May 1963, 7 months after leaving Havana, Massetti's group was finally on its way to South America. But they were minus one man. Miguel, one of Alberto Granado's recruits, had been left behind in rather chilling fashion. The real name of Miguel has apparently been forgotten by his surviving former comrades, but they remember him as a well-educated Argentine Jew, a significant detail in light of what happened within the group when they reached Argentina. Miguel had become increasingly argumentative and disobedient during their long wait. One of the strict rules they had all observed since entering clandestine life, and which Ciro Bustos was supposed to enforce, was that nobody wrote letters home, not even to their mothers, and Miguel had violated that rule. Bustos had caught him trying to mail some letters when they were in Paris. That was only the start of the downward spiral. In Algeria, Miguel had become steadily more critical of Massetti, openly questioning his leadership and causing bad blood. The two argued constantly and became fiercely competitive with one another. One day, trying to best Miguel in their physical training exercises, Massetti had strained his back quite badly, an injury that was to cause him great pain in the months ahead. Matters reached a head as they were preparing to leave Algeria, when Miguel announced he didn't want to go if Massetti was the leader, predicting that the two of them would end up shooting each other. As Bustos recalled, Massetti, who had been in the Argentine Navy and who always tried to be the macho of the movie, did not take it lying down. There and then the two men squared off for a fistfight. The other men intervened, but Massetti still wanted vengeance. He insisted that a summary trial be held to decide whether Miguel should stay in the group. Bustos was appointed prosecutor, and Federico as Miguel's defense lawyer. At this point, Bustos believed the problem was that Miguel had gotten cold feet and provoked the fight with Massetti in order to stay behind. As prosecutor, Bustos argued that Miguel's negative attitude posed a security risk. And since they were about to undertake a delicate trip across several foreign borders, The reasonable solution was that he be left behind. Even Miguel's defender, Federico, did not oppose this solution. But it was not enough for Massetti. He argued that Miguel's wish to withdraw from the group was tantamount to a defection, a crime punishable by death, so Miguel should be condemned to stand before a firing squad. What's more, he said, he could arrange for the execution to be carried out by his Algerian military friends. Massetti's argument won the day, and the group unanimously voted for Miguel to die. Massetti, Papito Serguera, and Furry talked with the Algerians, and a military unit came and took the condemned man away. Afterward, Bustos remained convinced that the decision had been the right one, but felt badly nonetheless. One of the things that affected us the most, he recalled, because we were sure they took him away to shoot him, was that the guy had behaved really well. He wasn't offensive or anything. He prepared his things and he left, like a man, correctly, without any lamentations or begging for clemency. From that moment forward, Bustos and the others referred to Miguel not by his name, but as El Fusilado, he who was shot, their first sacrifice in the cause for the Argentine Revolution. It would be much later when they learned that they had been wrong to speak of him in the past tense. Traveling in separate groups under false identities, with Algerian diplomatic passports, and accompanied by the two Algerian agents who had been their constant companions of late, Massetti and his men flew to Rome. There they reconvened, and while Massetti and Furry took a different itinerary, Bustos, Federico, Leonardo, Hermes, and the two Algerians flew on to Sao Paulo, Brazil, with the Algerians carrying the rebels' gear in their sealed diplomatic luggage. From Sao Paulo, they traveled overland by train to the city of Santa Cruz de la Sierra, in Bolivia's tropical eastern lowlands. There, for discretionary reasons, the Algerians parted from them and traveled on to La Paz, where they left their equipment at a drop site before continuing on their diplomatic mission to Bolivia's neighbors on behalf of the new Algerian regime. A few days later, Bustos and his comrades arrived in La Paz and got in touch with their contacts, all young members of the Bolivian Communist Party, soon to be joined by Furry. After linking up with Furry, they headed to their base of operations and met Massetti near the old colonial mountain capital of Sucre. The group's cover story was that they were the Argentine and Bolivian partners of a new joint venture, traveling together to set up a farming and cattle ranching operation on a tract of land they had recently bought. They reached their farm in a remote area where the Rio Bermejo forms Bolivia's border with Argentina and makes a sharp dip south. Their land was strategically set in the middle of this mountainous and forested triangle, with Argentina on either side. There was only one dirt road leading in or out, and they were miles from the nearest neighbors. They already had a caretaker, actually a Bolivian Communist Party member on site. An older man, he spent his days doing little else but making peanut soup. Furry, the administrator, came and went in his jeep, bringing them supplies and arms. But when they saw the gear that had been locally bought for them by Piñero's people and the Bolivians working with them, they were stunned. There were thin uniforms, made out of shiny nylon, said Bustos, ordinary nylon shirts, and Tom Mix-style holsters with little stars on them. It really seemed like a joke. Their backpacks and boots were poor quality as well, but fortunately, the Algerians had provided them with some good Yugoslav military uniforms, cartridge belts, and field binoculars. Their arsenal, somehow smuggled in from Cuba, was plentiful and in good condition. Chinese bazookas, pistols, a Thompson submachine gun, automatic rifles, and lots of ammunition. Ciro Bustos acquired a gun with a silencer. After exploring some access routes into Argentina, Massetti decided they were ready to go. On June 21st, the 5-man vanguard of the Ejército Guerrillero del Pueblo crossed the border into Argentina. 6. Massetti's mission nearly coincided with the route of another Cuban-trained guerrilla force in Peru a month earlier. In May, Héctor Béjar's Cuban-trained Ejército de Liberación Nacional, ELN, consisting of a column of 40 guerrillas, had been detected and turned back in its attempt to cross from Bolivia into Peru. Béjar's mission had been to reach the Valle de la Convención in Peru's southern Andes, where the military were trying to corral a small rebel band led by Trotskyite peasant leader Hugo Blanco. Blanco's band had attacked a Guardia Civil post the previous November and been on the run ever since, and the Cubans saw the fracas as a good opportunity for the ELN to go into action. Just as for Massetti's guerrillas, the large, mostly undeveloped country of Bolivia, situated at the heart of the South American continent, with its porous and ill-protected borders shared with Peru, Chile, Argentina, Paraguay, and Brazil, was the most logical point of entry for Béjar's guerrillas. Another factor in Bolivia's favor was the good relationship between Cuba and the center-left MNR, Movimiento Nacionalista Revolucionario government of Victor Paz Estenssoro, one of the few remaining Latin American governments that still retained diplomatic ties with Havana. As its envoy, Cuba had dispatched a man close to Che, Ramón Aja Castro, who had accompanied Che to the Punta del Este conference, and placed Piñero's man Ariel on his staff. Not least, the Communist Party was legal in Bolivia, and could help Cuba with contacts, safe houses, and transport for guerrillas. Cuba had asked for the help of the Bolivian Party in getting Béjar's column as far as the Peruvian border and Massetti's to the Argentine frontier. The party had agreed, and assigned some of its cadres to help both groups, but its decision to support these operations was a tactical one, and taken reluctantly. The Bolivian Communist Party, or PCB, operated legally, but like most of the kindred parties in neighboring countries, its leaders had eschewed the kind of armed struggle espoused by Cuba, and Che in particular, in favor of gaining further ground through electoral politics. The Bolivian Party had established amicable relations with Paz Estenssoro's government, and hoped to keep things that way. In essence, the Bolivian Communists agreed to help Havana in its guerrilla plans for Argentina and Peru, in hopes of discouraging Cuba from starting an insurgency in their own country. Within the party's youth wing was a faction of pro-Cuban militants who could well provide the nucleus to such a group, but allowing them to help the Argentines and Peruvians would perhaps channel their revolutionary fervor elsewhere, preventing an internal schism like the one that had riven the Peruvian party. As Mario Monge, Bolivia's former Communist Party chief, tells it, he was first approached on the subject by Cuba's diplomats in La Paz. They told me that they needed help for some young Peruvian communists who had been trained and wanted to return to their country. They had thought the best country to enter from was Bolivia, in the Altiplano, Andean Plateau region. Monge says he told the Cubans he didn't agree with the strategy, that the Cuban experience was unique and couldn't be repeated elsewhere. He also told them he could not do anything behind the backs of his comrades in Peru's Communist Party, and would have to inform them and ask their opinion. When Monge told the Peruvian Party about the Cuban proposal at meetings in Chile and Uruguay, he found them adamantly opposed. They did not want to have anything to do with guerrillas, he said. Despite his agreement with them, Monge says he tried to convince the Peruvians not to precipitate an open break with Havana, urging them to be flexible and try to control the situation. Otherwise, he warned, this thing, Cuba's export of armed struggle, will hit the fan everywhere and do damage to the Peruvians and everyone else. By now, however, Monge and his comrades had already begun hearing rumors that Havana wanted to get a guerrilla war going in Bolivia as well. The Bolivian Politburo held a meeting and voted unanimously against the notion of an armed struggle in their country, and afterward Monge traveled to Havana with fellow Politburo member Hilario Claure. Their mission, according to Monge, was to express the Bolivian party's official policy, opposing Cuban interventionism in the region generally, while also trying to mediate between Havana and the indignant Peruvians. Meeting with the Aminals Gris of Cuba's guerrilla support agency, Manuel Piñero, Monge reminded him that in the 1930s under Stalin, the Soviets had backed guerrillas in Latin America, and it hadn't worked. They pushed armed struggle over here, guerrillas over there, he told Piñero. They tried it in different countries and failed, and now you are trying to repeat what they did. Piñero suggested they speak directly with Fidel, and arranged a meeting where, Monge says, he once again outlined his and the Peruvian party's opposition to the scheme. Calling Cuba's revolutionary experience a genuine alternative to the traditional Communist Party approach, Fidel said that he could not and would not deny that alternative to other young guerrillas who wanted to emulate Cuba's struggle. "We are going to help them," Fidel told Monge. "I understand your position, but I think we have to help those who are going to be arriving in your country now. I'm not asking for the help of the Peruvian party. I'm asking for your help." Evidently believing that they had bought Fidel's gratitude and that he would not authorize any guerrilla activity in Bolivia behind his party's back, Monge says that he and Claure acceded to Fidel's request. Without informing the Peruvian Communist Party, they would assist in getting Béjar's group into Peru. Afterward they met with Che, but their meeting with him was less friendly. Che expounded his defense of the guerrilla project aggressively and firmly, recalled Monge, and the air between them was one of tension, not trust. Claure offered a subtly different account of the Havana talks. He agrees that he and Monge made clear their opposition to a Cuban-sponsored guerrilla war in Bolivia, but found Fidel non-committally diplomatic, while Che was arrogant, dismissing their argument by retorting, "That's what the communists here told us when we wanted to make the Cuban Revolution. If we'd listened to them, there wouldn't have been one." Afterward, Claure says, he and Monge returned to La Paz with the suspicion that the Cubans were going to go ahead with whatever they had already planned in spite of the Bolivian Communist Party, and thereafter they remained watchful of the Cubans' moves. Before long, they sensed their worries were well-founded. On a subsequent visit to Havana, says Monge, he and Che were relaxing outside one day, lying on some grass and talking, when Che turned to him and said, "Hey, Monge, why don't you get a guerrilla war going in Bolivia?" "And why should I?" Monge retorted. "What will it get us?" Che challenged him. "It's because you're afraid, isn't it?" Monge says he shot back, "No, it's that you have a machine gun stuck in your brain, and you can't imagine any other way to develop an anti-imperialist struggle." Monge says Che laughed at his retort and let the matter rest. Quite apart from their conceptual differences over revolutionary theory with Cuba, Monge and his Bolivian party comrades suspected Cuba's guerrilla push was not for their own benefit so much as to further its own interests. Not long after his exchange with Che, Monge said a top Cuban official told him that it would be great if his party began an armed struggle in Bolivia, because it would distract the imperialists and release pressure on us. For the time being, Monge kept his relations with the Cubans as fraternal as possible. Anxious to appear conciliatory and to keep abreast of the Cubans' intentions at the same time, he even requested Cuban permission to send some young party cadres to Havana on the grounds that his party was keen to learn from Cuba's revolutionary experience. Meanwhile, his people began helping Béjar's and Massetti's groups, assigning some young party members to work with them, providing them with safe houses, food, supplies, and transports. While Massetti and his men were still in Algeria, the Bolivians had located and purchased the Argentines' future rearguard base of operations on the Rio Bermejo, and after some delays and changes of itinerary, they had moved Béjar's column out of La Paz and on a long river journey through Bolivia's eastern jungle toward the Peruvian border. Béjar's group had reached the Peruvian border in May, by which time their intentions had evidently become well known to the Peruvian authorities. Béjar sent an advance party across the border, but it was discovered almost immediately by police in the Peruvian town of Puerto Maldonado. One of the fighters, a talented young poet named Javier Herald, was killed in the resulting shootout. Most of the others managed to escape back into Bolivia, whereupon a dozen or so of Béjar's men were captured by local authorities, but then released in an apparent goodwill gesture to Cuba by Paz Estensoto's government. While these leaders eluded arrest, a dozen or so followers were captured after returning to Bolivia, only to be quietly released by Paz Estensoto's police as an apparent goodwill gesture to Cuba. By late May, Hugo Blanco had also been captured and imprisoned in Peru. In early June, Peru's military junta held the elections they had promised after seizing power the year before, and the winner was the center-right candidate Fernando Belond Terry, a U.S.-educated engineer. The first Peruvian guerrilla venture had failed miserably, but Béjar and his comrades began reorganizing, and before long they would try again. 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 In the face of persistent and proven inadequacies of the Cuban security apparatus to successfully implement Che's guerrilla programs, a number of former guerrillas, including Ciro Bustos and several of his comrades, have singled out Piñero for blame. Piñero's task was a thankless one, however. In addition to Béjar's and Massetti's groups, his department was simultaneously assisting the Guatemalan, Colombian, and Venezuelan guerrillas, among others. And there were problems arising on every front, ranging from logistical and communication difficulties to factional splits and military and political setbacks. Posthumous suspicions about the quick detection of Béjar's group soon focused more on the local communist parties. Béjar himself later accused Monge's party of acceding to Peruvian Communist Party demands to thwart his effort, pointing out that the Bolivians had delayed their entry by rerouting his force to a point hundreds of miles from where Blanco was operating. To their critics, however, Bolivia's party leaders could say they had complied with Cuba's wishes. Its cadres had escorted the ELN to the Peruvian border and even helped them after their debacle by lending refuge and other assistance. Still, the suspicions of internal treachery persisted over the years. As Humberto Vázquez Villaña, a PCB youth militant at the time, later quipped acidly, his former organization had striven to be good with both God and the devil. As for Che's ex-brother-in-law, Ricardo Gadea, he had missed the Béjar fiasco. After a factional split, he and other would-be guerrillas formed the MIR, which opted for a different approach from the Cuban ELN model. They believed they should build up a social and organizational base in Peru before beginning a war. The Cubans did not approve, and Gadea said that he and his comrades were kept on ice in Cuba. Piñero confirmed Gadea's version, explaining that the difference in treatment had to do with their different conceptions. Béjar was willing to go into action immediately, which is what Cuba thought was the best plan, while Gadea's group had a looser, longer-term, and therefore less attractive agenda. So while Béjar and his followers were shipped out to Bolivia, Gadea's group was dispatched to the Escambray Mountains to fight the counter-revolutionary bandidos operating there. Their requests to return to Peru were rebuffed or not answered at all, and after several months they realized they were being kept against their will. It wasn't until after Béjar's fiasco, and after a special trip was made to Havana by their group's leader, Luis de la Puente Uceda, that they were finally allowed to depart. Before he left, Gadea saw Che one last time. It was an important conversation for me, Gadea recalled, because it was the first time Che saw me, not just as a student or out of a family obligation, but because of the decision I had made regarding the revolution in Peru. Che made it clear that there was no bad blood, and gave him his blessing. He told me, "Well, go have your experience. Everyone has to test himself, and you must learn and gain knowledge through your own experiences." Gadea described his feelings upon leaving Cuba as akin to those of an adolescent who leaves home to his parents' disapproval and nagged by self-doubt, but nonetheless determined to prove himself. More than 30 years later, he is still proud of the fact that all the members of his group made it to Peru without being arrested, began their work of underground organization, and within 2 years were ready for war. Thinking of his own future plans, meanwhile, Che anxiously awaited the outcome of Massetti's effort to establish an Argentine guerrilla foco. 7. Aleda did not want Che to leave, but she knew she couldn't stop him either. He had been a revolutionary fighter when she met him, and he had never stopped being one. From the beginning he had made clear to her that one day he would leave to carry the revolution to his homeland. Until 1962, his departure had seemed like an abstraction, but once Massetti's group had been formed and their training was underway, she could no longer ignore the prospect. Their second child, Camilo, had been born in May 1962. Just as their daughter, Aliusha, had inherited Che's darker coloring, the new baby had Aleda's fairness. He would grow up to have her blonde hair, but his father's massive forehead and intense stare. During the missile crisis, Aleda had become pregnant again, and they had moved to a new, larger house on Calle 47, in a residential neighborhood in Nuevo Vedado, a few blocks from the zoo and close to the government complex around Plaza de la Revolucion. On June 14, 1963, Che's 35th birthday, Aleda gave birth to a second daughter, whom they named Celia, after Che's mother. Their name choice for the new baby was a particularly poignant homage to Che's mother, for at that moment Celia Madre was in prison. She had arrived in Cuba in January 1963, stayed with them for 3 months, and on her return to Argentina in April, been arrested and imprisoned on charges of possessing subversive Cuban propaganda and of being an agent for her infamous son. On June 9th, Celia wrote to Che from the Women's Correctional of Buenos Aires. "My dear," she began, "you had asked me to write you, and a lot of time has gone by since then. The Correctional isn't such a nice place to write a letter from. I share my present kingdom with 15 people, almost all communists. They were fine companions," Celia noted, "apart from their enforcement of an overly iron discipline and an irredentist dogmatism that she found trying. Aside from that, she spent her time enjoyably enough. She didn't know when she'd be freed, but you know that if there is someone who is well constituted to withstand prison in good humor, that's me. It will also serve me as an exercise in humility. The only thing I find uncomfortable is not having a single minute of intimacy in the entire day. We eat, sleep, read, and work in our cell of 14 by 6 meters, and exercise in a gallery where you can see the sky through the bars, and from which they throw us out when a common prisoner arrives. It seems we might infect them with a terrible contagious disease. I eat breakfast at 8, do exercises. From 3 to 4 we play volleyball in the patio. I am practically the oldest on the team, apart from Consuelo, a detainee of 70, and there's a group of 6 very young girls, all students. By unanimity I've been proclaimed the best player, and the team I belong to is the prison champion." She had also learned some prison crafts, such as making papier-mâché dolls. They're horrible, but a good way to kill time. She had a good bed, a warm blanket, the food was acceptable, and the guards didn't mete out any unnecessary cruelties. Apart from the lack of privacy, her biggest complaints were the body searches she was subjected to before and after each visit, and the reading of all her letters, which she found especially humiliating. The searches include doubtful caresses. Almost all the prisoners here are lesbians, and I suspect that the guards have elected this wonderful work because they have the same inclinations. I don't know, or rather, yes, I do know why the government has wanted to put me in this place. I'll tell you as a point of curiosity that one of the questions they asked me in the DIPA, Argentine Secret Police, was, "What is your role in Fidel Castro's government?" She reassured Che that she hadn't been mistreated. The police who had interrogated her hadn't even raised their voices to her, but that hadn't stopped her from thinking of them as sons of whores. As for the military junta running the country, she hoped they got a good kick in the ass in the elections they had agreed to call in July. As you can see, they always provoke elevated thoughts. Prison is a marvelous deformatory, as much for the common prisoners as for the political ones. If you are lukewarm, you become active. If you're active, you become aggressive, and if you're aggressive, you become implacable. In fact, ever since her son Ernesto had become Che, Celia had undergone a significant political radicalization. In recent years, she had actively supported Ismael Viñas, a former radicalista politician who had formed his own leftist party after breaking with Frondizi. She claimed now to believe in socialism, but she was not a communist, and she didn't really like or trust Fidel, according to people who knew her well. Most of all, she didn't like what she saw as his hold over her son, and Che's subservience to him. But in spite of her private qualms about Cuba's disorganization and incompetence, she vigorously defended Cuba's right to determine its own political destiny on grounds of principle. Above all, she defended the revolution because of her son's role in it. Whatever the Argentine security forces suspected, there was a bitter irony to Celia's imprisonment along with members of the Argentine Communist Party. Although she downplayed it in her letter, Celia's life was made extremely difficult by her doctrinaire cellmates. According to her daughter-in-law, Maria Elena Duarte, they made her life impossible to the extent that Celia broke down and cried about it when she visited her. They imposed rules even the jailers didn't impose. For instance, she liked to read, and as if to persecute her, they turned out the lights. The lights had to be turned out at such and such an hour. If she wanted to play a certain sport in the patio, they told her no. That was not the correct hour for that sport. It was so cruel, and so obviously directed against her. Celia used to say they were worse than the jailers. The leader of the communist women, and the person Maria Elena Duarte holds chiefly responsible for Celia's ill treatment, was Fanny Edelman, a veteran party activist and founder of the Communist Front Argentine Women's Union. Many years later, Edelman acknowledged that she and her comrades had organized life in the prison and imposed very rigorous norms of conduct. But she reacted with indignation at the notion that Che's mother had been in any way singled out for persecution. We were a harmonious group. On the contrary, we respected her a great deal, precisely because she was Che's mama. At the same time, Edelman admitted that her party at the time was dogmatic and reformist, out of touch with the revolutionary impulse, and rejected outright the armed struggle as a means of gaining power. It was a historical period in the life of our party in which all guerrillas, all armed groups, were taboo. Indeed, for all its official trumpetings of revolutionary solidarity with Socialist Cuba, at home the Argentine Communist Party was a monolithic, well-entrenched bureaucracy that sought political respectability above all else. Like its kindred parties in Bolivia, Peru, and Chile, it was vehemently opposed to the Cuban-inspired calls for armed struggle that had begun issuing from the ranks of its younger militants. Che was aware of this, and for that very reason, not only was his bid to install a guerrilla foco being conducted behind the party's back, but he was counting upon party dissidents to join up and become its fighters. Not long after she wrote to Che, Celia was released from prison, but life was not the same. She had been cut from her moorings. Her children had grown up and moved on, and she no longer had a real home of her own. After the bomb incident the previous year, she and her youngest son, 19-year-old Juan Martín, had left the house on Calle Araoz in the care of their Indian maid, Sabina Portugal, and moved into a small rented apartment, soon to be joined by Juan Martín's new bride, Maria Elena. While Celia was in prison, Maria Elena had given birth to a baby boy. Rather than inconvenience them, upon her release, Celia let them have the apartment and went to live with her daughter Celia in a dark old house on Calle Negro. Maria Elena and Juan Martín felt badly for Celia, and they had asked her to stay with them. "No," she said, "we have an excellent relationship, and I don't want to ruin it by living together." They saw each other frequently, meeting up most weekends at Roberto's home, but Celia lived an immensely solitary life, aspects of which not even her children knew about. They knew she loved going to the cinemas, for instance, but it was only after her death that they found ticket stubs in her coat pockets, and discovered she had almost always gone on her own. Celia had her circle of friends, her political activities, but she had compartmentalized her life in a very private, solitary kind of way, said Maria Elena. And I think in some way she enjoyed the solitude. She read and thought a great deal, and was undergoing a period of reflection, a re-evaluation of her political points of view. Of course, being Che's mother had turned Celia's life upside down, just as it had altered the lives of all of the family members in one way or another. Friends described the effect on the Guevaras of Ernesto's transformation into Che the Revolutionary as an explosion, forcing them to come to terms with their own political attitudes, and involuntarily to suffer persecution merely for being related to the famous Comandante Comunista. For Celia Madre, the consequences were the most immediately dramatic. As revolution and war had become features of Che's life, bombs, imprisonment, and political persecution had entered hers. The unique mother-son symbiosis that Ernesto had severed during his soul-searching years on the road had been strangely restored. Celia had come into confrontation with her own society, and Che, likewise, was finding himself at a new kind of watershed in his adopted Cuban homeland. In her letter from prison, Celia had wished him a happy birthday, saying that she imagined he would spend it submerged in the ministry and its problems, and added, "I almost forget. Can you tell me about the progress of Cuba's economy?" As Celia undoubtedly knew, it wasn't really a matter of progress. Ricardo Rojo's latest trip to the island had coincided with her own visit, and he had instantly noted the marked decline since his earlier stay. The neon signs that had once lit up Havana had been switched off. American cigarettes, no longer available, had been replaced by Cuban brands such as Criollos and Dorados. Cuba's cars and buses now looked shabby from lack of spare parts and maintenance, while hundreds of neglected U.S.-built tractors were rusting in the fields for the same reasons. Cuba's revolutionaries clearly had not thought through the consequences of going for a complete break with the United States. The old system had been brought to a screeching halt, and the new one had not caught up with Cuba's present needs, much less its ambitious future plans. Soviet petroleum was highly sulfuric and corroded the piping in the U.S.-built refineries, while the Eastern Bloc technicians had proven ill-equipped to take over the modern American-built technology left behind in Cuba. Even the simplest logistical detail caused enormous difficulties. For example, the Soviets' tools were metric and didn't fit the American-manufactured machinery in Cuba. And there were other disappointments. Much of the industrial equipment bought from the Soviet bloc by Cuba had turned out to be shoddy and outdated. Oscar Fernandez Mel recalled Che's outrage over the crude file-lathing equipment he had purchased from Russia. Che used to say, "Look at the shit they've sold us," claiming all it consisted of was a system to turn out rough, elongated pieces of metal that were then dipped in silver-colored paint. Beset by a multitude of practical problems, Che told Rojo that to get Cuba's industrialization underway, he needed to produce construction materials, but he had 2 large kilns standing idle because they didn't have fire bricks. "We even have to improvise screws," he explained. Textile plants had shut down because the quality of thread they were producing was too uneven, and so on. "Were I to draw a conclusion about Guevara's state of mind during those months," wrote Rojo, "I would say that the struggle was undermining his optimism. His ingenuity seemed blunted, his spirit smothered under the mountains of statistics and production methods." To Alberto Granado, Che's malaise was also due to his loss of faith in the imperfect Soviet model he had originally embraced with such innocent fervor. He now chafed at the slipshod efforts to transplant it in Cuba, complete with its concomitant inefficiency, bureaucracy, and triumphalist rhetoric. Granado recalled how Che had described his conversion to Marxism when he was in Guatemala and Mexico. Che had remained a skeptic, he had told Granado, until his discovery of Stalin in books, and he had been bowled over by what he had read. That was when he began to find a world that was not all slogans and manifestos. An important world, and I think that intoxicated him, and made him feel that in the Soviet Union lay the solution to life, believing that what had been applied there was what he had read about. But in 1963 and 1964, when he realized that they had been tricking him, Che couldn't stand being lied to, then came the violent reaction. As Sartre had remarked, the revolutionary honeymoon was over by late 1960, and that, in revolutionary terms, was a very long time ago. Che was now, at the threshold of middle age, the father of 4 children and a government minister at the pinnacle of his career in revolutionary Cuba. He carried a grave air about his person. He seemed less light-hearted, and he looked his age. He had shorn the long locks of hair that he had grown in the mountains and worn during the first year of free Cuba. He still wore the beret, but his face appeared puffy and swollen. Despite what he had once told Ricardo Rojo about cortisone giving him a heavier appearance, he had gained weight. So had Aleda, who had grown plump from her string of pregnancies. Ever the iconoclast, Che steadfastly wore the shirt-jacket of his olive-green uniform outside his trousers, with his belt on top, the only Cuban comandante who refused to conform to the military dress code. More often than not, he wore his trousers hanging loose outside his boots, instead of tucking them in. No one dared reproach him, of course. Che es como es, his colleagues would say with a shrug of their shoulders. Che is the way he is. When he was home, Che spent hours closeted away in the austere little rooftop office full of books he had outfitted there, reading, writing, and studying. Its only adornments were a bronze bas-relief of Lenin, a small bronze statue of Simón Bolívar, and a large framed photograph of Camilo Cienfuegos. When people asked him why he didn't take a break, he gave a work-related excuse. There was never very much time to be with Aleda and the children. More often than not, duty called, and his trips away were invariably long ones. He never took Aleda with him. In Cuba, he inspected factories, military units, cooperatives, and schools, gave speeches, received foreign dignitaries, attended diplomatic receptions. To such functions, whenever possible, he brought Aleda along. But his work week lasted from Monday through Saturday, including nights, and on Sunday mornings he went off to do volunteer labor. Sunday afternoons were all he spared for his family. At such times, he threw himself down on the living-room floor and played with his children and his dog, a German shepherd named Muraya, Wall, who also escorted him to the office. His eldest child, Hildita, now almost 8, was usually there on weekends, and they watched boxing matches and soccer games together on television, pretending to place bets on who would win. Occasionally he stopped by to see Hilda. She noted his extreme tiredness, and later recalled how he used to take their daughter in his arms and tell her he wanted to take her on a trip with him someday, but he never did. At other times, Che's disciplinarian streak showed up. Once, when Alyosha had a tantrum, Che walked over and smacked her bottom. Her wails increased. When her nanny Sophia tried to pick her up and comfort her, Che told her to leave her, so she would remember why she had been punished. He was especially severe with his bodyguards, who lived in an annex of the house. One of their fiancées recalled the time Che made Harry Villegas, his favorite, strip off his clothes, locking him in a closet as punishment for some misdemeanor. It occurred when Celia Madre was visiting, and she yelled at Che, telling him to be more lenient. He had told his mother to keep out of it, that he knew what he was doing. This was Che the Implacable, Cuba's revolutionary avenging angel and ultimate political commissar, demanding the impossible of those around him, but above reproach himself because he lived up to his own severe dictates. He was respected and admired, despised and feared, but nobody was indifferent to him. Summing up the unusual personality of his late comrade, Manuel Piñero said, Che had something of the missionary in him. Perhaps his most controversial disciplinary innovation was Guanaca Habibes. Like his volunteer labor scheme, Guanaca Habibes was part of Che's scheme to create a new revolutionary morale. It was a rehabilitation camp at the remote, rocky, and devilishly hot westernmost tip of Cuba, where he dispatched transgressors from the Ministry of Industries to undergo periods of self-effacing physical labor to redeem themselves before returning to their jobs. The sanctions were voluntary and could last from a month to a year depending on the offense, generally of the ethical variety. If someone had practiced nepotism, intentionally covered up a mistake, or had an affair with a comrade's wife, he was called before Che. He gave offenders an opportunity to accept their punishment with a stint at Guanaca Habibes, or else they could leave the ministry. If they did their time and showed that they had learned the errors of their ways, they could return to the ministry with no black mark on their record. If they refused, they were out of a job. In time, due to the excesses of the camp's comandante, Guanaca Habibes acquired a sinister reputation, a Cuban equivalent of a Siberian gulag. Despite his dismissal, however, Guanaca Habibes remained controversial, and around the time Che left Cuba, it was closed down. Another pet project of Che's was the Cerro Redondo Experimental Farm in Matanzas Province. The Cerro Redondo was an agricultural cooperative farm, where mostly illiterate guajiros from his old Sierra column lived and worked communally according to his doctrine of moral incentives. He insisted they better themselves through schoolwork as well, and had assigned them a teacher. He often flew there to check up on their progress in the little Cessna airplane he had learned to fly with his private pilot, Eliseo de la Campa. Once he took the economist Regino Botti with him to the farm, and tested some of the men on their reading comprehension. One man did so badly that Che insulted him, saying, "Well, if you keep studying, maybe you'll get to be as smart as an ox in 20 years, and turned on his heel. The poor Guajiro was so humiliated that he began crying. Botti went and talked to Che, telling him that he had been wrong to be so harsh, to go back and talk to the man to lift his spirits again. Such episodes were commonplace. Che's tendency to be harsh often had to be tempered by a more diplomatic companion or friend. He seemed to have little sense of the intimidating effects his words could have on others. There were also some comic incidents that served to remind him of his public celebrity, however. One such instance occurred right on the seafront Malecón in Havana, when Che, a notoriously bad driver, rear-ended another man's car. The man's reaction was typical. He emerged cursing the mother and father of whoever it was who had hit him, but when he saw it was Che, he became cravenly apologetic, and his expression of bug-eyed choler turned to one that was beatific. "Che, Comandante," the man reportedly sighed. "What an honor for me to have my car struck by you." Then, caressing his new dent, he announced that he would never have it repaired, but would keep it as a proud reminder of his personal encounter with Che Guevara. Such tales remain enduring folklore in Havana. Most have to do with his famous working hours, his hatred of adulones, or brown-nosers, and his personal austerity. Evidently, he was as strict with Aleda as he was with his underlings at the Ministry of Industries. People speak of the time Celia Sanchez, Fidel's great dispenser of favors, sent Aleda a new pair of Italian shoes, and of how, when Che found out, he made her return them. Did the average Cuban wear imported Italian shoes? No. Then she couldn't either. When they moved from their house on Calle 18 in Miramar to their new home in Nuevo Vedado, Che discovered Aleda fixing decorative lamps on the walls of the new house. When she explained that she had taken them from their last home, he blew up and ordered her to take them back. Another time, one of the children was sick, and Aleda asked to be allowed to take the child to the hospital in his car. He refused, telling her to take the bus like everybody else. The petrol she would use was the people's, intended for use in his public duties, not for personal reasons. When food rationing began, and one of his colleagues complained, Che criticized him for the remark, telling the man that his own family was eating fine on what the government allowed them. When the colleague pointed out that Che was eating well thanks to a special food supplement, Che had the claim investigated. Finding out that it was true, he had the benefit eliminated. His family would receive no special favors. Rumors circulated about how the Guevaras often didn't have enough to eat, and that Aleda had to borrow money secretly from the bodyguards to make ends meet. Timur Gaidar, a former Pravda correspondent in Cuba, recalled the time a sympathetic Soviet embassy official furtively slipped some hors d'oeuvres into Aleda's purse at a diplomatic reception when he was sure Che wasn't looking. Whether or not Che was as severe as these stories suggest, his widow will not say. She feels a duty to protect the image of the man who has become an international myth, and insists he was a man without defects. Che's relationship with Aleda was a source of curiosity to many, for they were a true study in contrasts. He was an intellectual, a scholar, and an assiduous reader of books. Aleda preferred movies and social gatherings. He was austere, and shunned the good things in life. Aleda, like most people, appreciated them, and aspired to possess some of the comforts enjoyed by most comandantes' wives, even in revolutionary Cuba. It was a constant bone of contention between them, and evidently produced frequent arguments. Some Cubans close to them have drawn comparisons between their relationship and that of Karl Marx with his unintellectual wife, Jenny Westphalen. While Che had his head in the clouds with his work, his philosophizing, and revolutionary theory, Aleda kept the house running, the bills paid, and the children fed. She was fiercely devoted to him, and despite their differences, they enjoyed each other's company, had a strong physical attraction for one another, and by all accounts, were faithful. Both enjoyed an open, earthy repartee. At times it was shared with others. Once, while he was visiting his mother-in-law's house in Santa Clara, The old woman asked him if he wanted a bath, and he quipped wickedly, "Not if Aleda's not in it." Both of them were also romantics at heart, although Che rarely showed this side of himself in public. At night, in the privacy of their bedroom, he used to recite poetry to Aleda, a habit that thrilled her. His favorite, as always, was Pablo Neruda. 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 Another thing they shared was their bluntness of speech. If anything, Aleda was less tactful and even more brutally honest than Che. If she didn't like someone, she would say so to his face. It was, Che used to say, one of the things he liked about her the most. But the main reason Che loved Aleda, say their closest friends, was that she provided him with a home, something he'd never really had in the conventional sense. Che regarded his father warmly for the parenting he had given him, said Aleda, but because of his father's locuras, he sometimes thought of him as immature, even younger than himself. Aleda herself never had much time for Guevara Lynch, and acknowledged that after Che's death they had had a public falling out when, at a gathering of people, she heard the old man say he had been responsible for inculcating Che's early socialist leanings. She challenged him, telling him it was a lie, and the old man never forgave her for that. With Celia Madre it was something different. She and Che were like splinters off the same tree, as the Latin American saying goes. When Celia came to Havana, she and Che would spend hours talking and were always fighting, said Aleda. They would argue about everything from Latin America to their opinion of world figures. Celia still defended her old imperialist World War II hero, Charles de Gaulle, for instance. Celia was very political and opinionated, and sometimes, if you heard them, you'd think they were finishing off the world, but it was just the way they discussed things. But as much as Che loved his mother, she had never been a physically demonstrative woman, and it was something he had always craved. Just as in his adolescence Che had gone to his Aunt Beatriz for some maternal attention, he now sought it as a grown man from Aleda. She recognized this need of his, and responded as best she knew how by mothering him, dressing him, and even bathing him. Aleda said that before Che left for the office each morning, she used to make sure he had everything in order, because he was notoriously careless about his appearance. The reason he wore his uniform shirt outside of his trousers with the web belt over it, Cossack fashion with the top button undone, she said, was that he suffered from the high level of humidity in Cuba, which exacerbated his asthma. They never had carpets at their homes or in his office. The heat was also why he often sat on the floor, as numerous visitors to his office recall finding him, because it was cooler there. Since Che disliked air conditioning, the solution they came up with for his office was to seal the windows tightly so that no air came in or out. It was the only way, said Aleda, that they could control his asthma. Che's asthma was a legacy that endures. 2 of their 4 children inherited their father's asthma, and now, another generation along, some of their children are asthmatic as well. Such eccentricities added to the popular myth being woven around Che's figure in Cuba. He was aware of it, and if there were those who saw him as a bicho raro, he seemed not to care. As one Cuban woman who knew him remarked, Che was really a strange man to find in Cuba. Here was a man whose favorite form of relaxation was mathematics, and whose favorite sport was chess. Indeed, for all his posthumous mythification in Cuba, throughout his years there, Che stood out in contrast to almost everyone around him. Some Cubans saw this as a disdain for their national culture. He didn't like parties, a Cuban national pastime, and rarely invited people to his home, or went to theirs, for that matter. Borrego, one of his closest friends, says Che dropped by his house only once in all his time in Cuba, although they lived just 2 blocks from each other. In a country where the people loved to dance, and sensual Afro-Caribbean rhythmic music was the heartblood of the culture, Che liked to listen to tangos, but was tone-deaf and didn't dance. On a Caribbean island with beautiful beaches, to which Cubans traditionally escape during the hot summers, Che didn't swim. In a country where the native rum is the time-honored means of relaxing and passing the time with friends, Che didn't drink. He allowed himself red wine when it was available. Even in this habit he stood out, for most Cubans do not like wine. In a nation of coffee drinkers, where the average Cuban punctuates his or her day with little cups of hot, sweet espresso coffee, Che vastly preferred his native home-brewed yerba mate, which is a peculiarly southern cone predilection. Above all else, Cubans love to eat roast pork, while Che preferred a good grilled beefsteak. Cubans have a sense of humor that is straightforwardly bawdy or scatological. Che's was ironic, witty, and acid. Despite his honorary Cuban citizenship and the passage of time, Che was culturally still very much an Argentine. He liked to say, pointedly, that he considered himself a Latin American. This fit into his scheme to unite the nations of the hemisphere into a socialist fraternity. But he was an Argentine, really, and even in Cuba, his best friends, the people he talked most freely to, were those of a similar heritage, such as Alberto Granado, one of his dearest friends. Granado was one of the few people who could criticize Che to his face and get away with it. Granado challenged him on many things he saw as irreflexivo, or overly rigid, in Che's personality, such as his vociferous contempt for cowards, liars, and brown-nosers. And although he had helped him recruit people for the Massetti expedition, and evidently also served as his liaison with some of the Venezuelan guerrillas, Granado actually disagreed with Che's belief in jump-starting the revolutionary climate in Latin America through guerrilla warfare. It was an issue they argued over frequently, and which they never resolved. Granado recalled one conversation with Che, where he pointed out what he believed was the fundamental difference between them. Che could look through a sniper scope at a soldier and pull the trigger, knowing that by killing him he was helping reduce repression, saving 30,000 future children from lives of hunger, whereas when he looked through the scope, Granado saw a man with a wife and children. With his own penchant for dance, drink, and good times, Granado fit right into Cuban society. But Che never really did, and even Granado, desperately loyal to Che, conceded that his friend's caustic nature rubbed some Cubans the wrong way. To many he seemed altogether too serious about revolution, unrelentingly moralistic and holier-than-thou. The one intrinsically Cuban habit Che did indulge was to smoke Havana cigars, disastrous, of course, for his asthma condition. But even this he did with singular determinism, smoking the tobaccos right down to the nub in order not to waste anything that human labor had helped produce. His asthma affliction was itself another paradox of Che's presence in Cuba. Very humid, Cuba has an extremely high incidence of asthma, making it one of the worst places on earth for him to have lived. While many of his subordinates tried to emulate him, unsuccessfully it must be said, his austeridad was a constant reproof to many of his high-living and philandering fellow revolutionaries. In a country where many of the men had second and even third wives simultaneously with their marriages, sired children with several women, and had affairs quite openly, Che was, by all accounts, steadfastly monogamous in Cuba, despite the fact that women flocked to him like groupies to a pop star. Given the noticeable effect Che had on females, Borrego once asked him with characteristic Cuban bluntness why he had ever married a woman as ugly as Hilda Gadea. Che reproved him for the remark, though admitted that she was not physically beautiful. But, he said, she had been a great compañera to him, and, in her defense, added that a person didn't have to be beautiful to be good in bed. One of his aides was with him at a social gathering where a pretty young woman blatantly flirted with Che. Instead of being flattered and responding with gallantry or banter, Che primly scolded the woman, telling her to behave herself. But such severity was not constant. Even Che recognized a good-looking woman when he saw one. At a dinner in a foreign embassy, another of Che's friends was with him. They had been seated with the ambassador's gorgeous daughter. There was an obvious implication that the young woman was an offer by their host, who clearly wanted to get close to Che. The daughter, said Che's friend, was so beautiful that any man would have forgotten any marriage or revolutionary vows he had ever made just to sleep with her. Che clearly was finding it difficult to resist as well, for he finally turned to his companion and whispered, "Find an excuse to get me out of here before I succumb. Ya no puedo más. I can't bear any more." Che was suspicious of anyone doing him an unsolicited favor, seeing it as a sign of craven pandering, or worse, a symptom of moral corruption. The stories begin from his time in the Sierra and continue throughout his life in Cuba. A classic example was the time a new bodyguard brought Che his boots, freshly shined. Che gave him a kick in the rear and called him a guataca, brown-noser. Then, when the humiliated soldier reacted by hurling the boots into the street, Che punished him by docking his pay for a week. Yet Che's devotion to those who earned his trust was reciprocated by a fanatical loyalty. Known to everyone as Los Hombres del Che, they included bodyguards, accountants, economists, and revolutionary fighters. For them, Che personified the revolution, which was why, despite everything, men such as Hermes Peña, Alberto Castellanos, and Jorge Ricardo Massetti had willingly volunteered to leave their jobs, wives, and children to go off and fight in his wars. 8. For 2 weeks, Massetti and his small band hacked their way through the northern Argentine wilderness, trying to reach their target area south of the town of Oran. Their chosen path brought them up against great jungle cliffs, however, and finally they gave up and returned to the farm to recuperate before trying a different route. When they got back, they discovered that a political sea change had occurred in Argentina. The Argentine military had allowed elections to be held on July 7th, and since the military had prevented the country's biggest voting bloc, the Peronistas, from participating, Massetti and most other Argentines expected the armed forces candidate, the right-wing General Aramburu, to win. Instead, the centrist Radical Party of the People's candidate, a respected 63-year-old doctor from Córdoba, Dr. Arturo Illia, had won by a slender majority of votes. The revelation caused a major crisis in the fledgling EGP. All of them realized that it was one thing to declare war on a military regime that had illegally seized power, but quite another to wage war against a democratically elected civilian president. The news from Argentina was all about the imminent democratic aperture. "Our project disintegrated just like that," recalled Bustos, "and we spent a couple of days doing nothing, with everything on hold." Massetti decided to call the whole thing off. Furry drove off to La Paz to advise Havana through the embassy there, and he sent Federico el Flaco, the Thin Man, Mendez, into Argentina, to catch up with Jorge el Loro, the Parrot, Vázquez Villaña, a young Bolivian communist acting as one of their liaisons. Loro had been sent there to coordinate activities with the Trotskyite splinter group, whose militants wanted to join the armed struggle, and now Massetti wanted him to suspend everything. While Massetti and his men pondered what to do next, Che was in Algeria to attend the first anniversary celebrations of the triumphant Algerian Revolution. As his Argentine subordinates had recently done, he toured the country's wartime battlefield sites, and no doubt he also thanked the Algerian president for the help his government had provided Massetti and his companions. He returned to Havana in time for the July 26th celebrations, bringing with him Algeria's Minister of Defense, Houari Boumediene, a public display that Algeria and Cuba were strong revolutionary allies, 2 important links in the Afro-Asian Latin American anti-imperialist struggle. By the time Che returned to Cuba, Massetti had changed his mind again. In fact, only 2 days after sending Furry and Federico off with orders to suspend operations, he had reanalyzed the Argentine elections and decided to go ahead. He sat down and wrote what he called a letter from the rebels to President-elect Illia. After praising him for his past reputation as a civic-minded man worthy of respect, Massetti castigated Illia's decision to lower himself and play the military's game by seeking office in the most scandalous electoral fraud in the history of the country. He urged him to resign to restore his reputation, and to ally himself with the Argentines who wanted to be free of the military, those blackmailing gunmen and bodyguards for imperialism and the oligarchy. The People's Guerrilla Army, EGP, he announced, armed and organized, had gone into the mountains. "We are the only free men in this oppressed republic, and we won't come down unless it is to do battle." He signed the letter, Segundo Comandante, Ejército Guerrillero del Pueblo, July 9, 1963, Campamento Augusto César Sandino. Revolución o muerte. As soon as it was ready, he ordered Ciro Bustos to go after Federico and rescind the suspension order. Bustos was also to take the open letter to Ilia and see that it was published, then travel to Argentina's cities where he knew people and lay the groundwork for an urban support network for their rebel force. For the next several weeks, Bustos was on the move all over Argentina, between Córdoba and Buenos Aires and his home city of Mendoza. He managed to have Massetti's letter published, but only in Compañero, a leftist Peronista fringe publication, and it made little public impression. He was more successful in establishing a support network. In Córdoba, he approached a leftist academic he knew from childhood, Oscar del Barco, a co-founder and editor of the intellectual Marxist journal Pasado y Presente, revealed his mission, and asked for help. Within a day, Del Barco had assembled a group of people, mostly intellectuals and Communist Party dissidents like himself, working at Córdoba's University Faculty of Philosophy and Letters. As they listened, Bustos outlined the EGP's plan of action with frank candor. He told them that the project had Che's backing, that the core group had trained in Cuba and Algeria, and that funds were not a problem. What they needed was recruits to swell their ranks in the mountains, safe houses, urban contacts, and suppliers. In short, a clandestine national urban infrastructure. It was what these intellectuals had been arguing for, revolutionary action, a position that had earned them their expulsion from the mainstream Argentine Communist Party. Within days, they had enthusiastically begun to organize, and before long, a small but well-coordinated network was being set up in a half-dozen cities and towns across the country, from Buenos Aires to Salta, with Córdoba as its epicenter. By now, an important new personality had also arrived at the guerrilla base. José María Papi Martínez Tamayo was a Cuban army captain and one of the most valuable assets in Piñero's intelligence apparatus, seconded to Che for his own use. After serving with Raúl during the war, Papi had stayed in the military, and since late 1962 had been Piñero's roving envoy to various Latin American guerrilla groups. He had joined Turcios Lima in Guatemala, served as an instructor in Cuba for Tania's ongoing clandestine training, and helped train the Argentine Trotskyite group of Vasco Bengochea. Good-looking, strong and energetic, an impassioned conspirator, Bustos remarked, and a stupendous guy, Papi had come to see the Foco through its initial stages and help prepare the way for Che's arrival. Papi also came to take some of the load off the hard-pressed Furry, who was acting not only as the group's permanent base commander, but also as its liaison with Cuba's embassy in La Paz, handling communications, logistics, and arms supplies. With Papi around to do some of these tasks, Furry could safeguard his cover as a pioneering, rural finquero. Over the coming months, Papi came and went constantly between Bolivia, Argentina, and Cuba. By September, the signs were that the time to get moving was now. Curious Bolivian police had already paid the farm a visit, no doubt having heard rumors from locals about the unusual amount of traffic at the newly purchased finca. Fortunately, there was only one road to the farm, and a car engine could be heard long before it arrived. The police came, poked around, and left, having seen nothing overtly suspicious. In case they returned, a camp was built for the fighters in the forest a short distance away, where they could be concealed from nosy outsiders. But when Papi brought Alberto Castellanos to the farm in late September or early October, Massetti and his men were still there. Segundo had been into Argentina exploring and had returned to base. The scouts had to be extremely careful and usually traveled by night, for the Argentine police of the Gendarmería Nacional, with posts throughout the border area, patrolled constantly, on the lookout for smugglers of contraband. Also, the rural north was very sparsely settled, and strangers, especially armed, bearded, and uniformed ones, were soon noticed. Castellanos' orders had been to wait for Che, but seeing that one of Massetti's men was sick, and anxious to get into action himself, Castellanos asked Massetti to take him on as a fighter. He wrote a note to Che explaining his decision and sent it back with Papi. The group was still tiny. Besides the flap-eared, jovial Castellanos, who became known to everyone as El Mono, the monkey, there were only 1 or 2 newcomers so far. In light of his initial success at organizing the urban network, Massetti now asked Bustos to assume the duty of liaison with the outside and to begin enlisting volunteers. Among Bustos' first recruits were the Jouve brothers from a small town in Córdoba province. Emilio and Hector were the sons of a French Basque émigré builder of anarchist leanings. Both in their early 20s and former members of the communist youth, they had grown disenchanted with the party's inactivity and had begun forming a small action group of their own in Córdoba, collecting a few guns, painting wall graffiti, and not much else. They had jumped at the chance to go to La Montaña when El Pelao Bustos showed up asking for volunteers. By then, the group had bought a truck, in which a Cordobés doctor friend of Bustos, El Petizo, Shorty, Canelo, drove the recruits north. A bookstore was opened in the city of Salta, as a cover for the storage and transport of supplies to the guerrillas. From Buenos Aires, 3 more volunteers arrived. By October, Massetti and his men had moved across the border and installed themselves in a camp in the forest above the Rio Pescado, some 15 kilometers from the Argentine border town of Aguas Blancas. It lay in the mountains just off the road from Salta, south of Oran. While Bustos came and went from the city, the little force began to grow and hiked deeper into the hills looking for peasants to engage in armed propaganda. This consisted of impromptu consciousness-raising talks, where they explained they had come to liberate the peasants from poverty and injustice. But their first efforts were discouraging. It was shocking, recalled Bustos. You couldn't even call these people campesinos. These were people who lived in little bush clearings, full of fleas and dogs, and snot-nosed kids with no links to the real world, nothing. They didn't even live in the conditions of the Indians, who at least have their food, their tribes and things. These people were really lost, marginalized. They could hardly be called a social base for what we were trying to do. They were experiencing problems that were real, but their misery was such that they were completely ruined. The zone they had selected was too sparsely populated, and to reach the isolated settlers they had to hike for hours up and down steep jungle hills, fording rivers in between. It was the rainy season, and the rivers were swollen, so they spent much of the time soaked to the skin. Their muscles ached, their feet were blistered, and they were flea-bitten. Swarms of mosquitoes plagued them. With so few farmers around, food was a problem, and they depended entirely on provisions brought to them by truck from the city. It was a task that had to be done carefully so as not to raise suspicion. So far, the EGP could hardly be called an indigenous force. Without the help of a peasant strongman such as Crescencio Pérez, who had provided Fidel's tiny rebel force with his first local guides, couriers, and fighters, Massetti and his men were alien transplants on foreign soil. Most of his volunteers were city boys, young middle-class university students impelled by visions of becoming heroic guerrillas and creating a new utopian society. A few had been through obligatory military service, were physically fit, and could handle weapons, while others adapted, but most were ill-equipped to deal with the rugged terrain, the exhausting marches, the lack of food, and the rigid military discipline demanded by Massetti. The darker side in Massetti's personality began to appear more and more frequently. His frustration over the slow beginning, exacerbated by the political transformation in Argentina, turned to a kind of simmering rage as he led his greenhorn guerrillas fitfully around the sodden jungle. He channeled it mostly against the newcomers who found it tough going, contemptuously calling them pan blanco, white bread, and meting out strict punishments for petty errors, extra guard duty, mule work carrying supplies, and in some cases, hunger diets for 2 or 3 days. Hermes, the tough Guajiro from Cuba's Oriente, and already a veteran of war and Che's strict disciplines, backed him up. Massetti had his favorites, such as Héctor el Cordobés Jouve, whom he made his political commissar at the same time that he assigned El Pelao to continue his role as the coordinator between the Foco and the city. Jouve was tall, physically fit, and had been in the military. He took to the guerrilla life with ease. Those who didn't, however, soon found themselves under Massetti's brutal scrutiny. Just as he had focused on the unlucky Miguel as the object of his hostility in Algeria, Massetti now cast his gaze among the youths who had joined him, watching for a new potential deserter. He soon found him. Adolfo Rotblat was a Jewish boy of 20 from Buenos Aires, whom they called Pupi. He suffered from asthma and began lagging behind on the marches, complaining about the harshness of the guerrilla life. It was obvious he wasn't cut out for it, but instead of letting him leave, Massetti dragged him along. With every day that passed, Pupi's physical and mental state deteriorated. Soon he was completely broken. When he rejoined the guerrillas in October for a few weeks, Bustos found Pupi in a pathetic condition. He lived in a state of terror, wept, fell behind in the marches, and slowed everyone down. Men had to be sent back to drag him forward. The others felt disgusted by him. A process of degradation began, recalled Bustos. One day he went out with Pupi on a reconnaissance hike, and they became lost. Finally, Bustos found his bearings at a river, but Pupi refused to cross it. He wanted me to kill him right there, so, arguments, things. Finally I pulled out the pistol and put it against his head, and I made him walk like that, more or less by force, kicking him in the ass. I made him walk until night fell. Unable to see well enough to continue, they slept in the forest that night. Bustos tried to console Pupi, who was deeply depressed. The next morning they set out again. Halfway to camp they found Hermes, who had been sent out to look for them. Once again, because of Pupi, the group had been held up. A few days later Massetti told Bustos, "Look, this situation is becoming unbearable. He's psychologically ruining the guerrillas, and no one can stand it anymore. Nobody wants to carry him, and so a measure has to be taken that sanitizes the group's psychology, that liberates it from this thing that is corroding it." That was more or less the general consensus. Segundo had decided to shoot him. Segundo decided to kill Pupi the same night 3 new volunteers arrived in camp, and he selected one of them, Pirincho, a student from a wealthy and aristocratic Buenos Aires family, to carry out the task. The way Bustos understood it, Massetti wanted to harden Pirincho, whose gentle diplomatic personality bothered him. He wanted hard fighters, guys of steel, who responded to him. Pupi had been unwittingly prepared for his execution, given tranquilizers and tied into his hammock, hung a short distance from the camp. The others gathered. Massetti explained what had to be done, and ordered Pirincho to do it. Pirincho's face told it all. He was terrified, but he complied. Pirincho went, and we heard the shot, Bustos said. Then Pirincho came desperately, saying, "He won't die." And so I was sent. I go there and see he's got a bullet in the head, and he was a dead guy but convulsing, and so I decided to end it. Bustos pulled out his pistol, fired a bullet into Pupi's brain, then returned to his comrades. Pirincho's face showed that he was devastated by his experience, but everyone else broke into high spirits. Suddenly there was euphoria. It was curious. It reminded me of when someone dies and then everyone feels the necessity to have a lunch and everyone drinks toasts. Segundo handed out promotions and began making plans about moving to another zone. It was November 5th, 1963. The raison d'etre of the EGP had been consecrated by bloodshed. Comandante Segundo was temporarily restored to good spirits and exhibited a renewed determination to forge ahead. But it was already too late. The Gendarmeria had picked up the rumors spreading among locals about a group of armed strangers in the forests around Oran. Discreet inquiries were made among local cattle ranchers and rural storekeepers who had sighted them, and a suspicious profile had begun to emerge. By the year's end, there seemed little doubt that the men in the forest were the same rebels who had sent the communique to Ilia. The security forces began making plans to infiltrate the area. Papi told Messetti that he thought they were staying too long in one area, that the zone they were in was not appropriate for building a guerrilla foco. He endorsed opening up a second front in the Chaco region, east of the Andean Precordillera region they were installed in. El Flaco Mendez had lived there for years and was well connected. For fighters, Papi proposed activating Vasco Bengochea's Trotskyite group in Tucumán province, which he had trained in Cuba. Papi could be the military chief, and he would take Hector Jove with him as the responsible politico, responsible politico, responsible politico, responsible politico, responsible politico, responsible politico, responsible politico. Massetti angrily rejected the idea, and accused both men of trying to undermine his authority. "You've always wanted to be a comandante," he told Jouve, "but I'm not going to let you. You're staying here." Papi came and went. In November, he had brought one of Che's hombres de confianza to the Bolivian base camp. It was Miguel Ángel Duque de Estrada, Che's former auditor in the Escambray, summary tribunal judge in La Cabaña, and special operations man at INRA. Duque's job was to wait at the farm until Che arrived and then go into the battle zone with him. Meanwhile, Castellanos had acquired a bad throat infection, and by December it became obvious that he needed an operation. Their courier, Dr. Canelo, took him to Córdoba, where he arranged an operation with an unsuspecting doctor. For public purposes, Castellanos was Raúl Dávila, a Peruvian. He spent Christmas and New Year's in Córdoba, had his operation, and stayed on in the city through the month of January, convalescing. That month, Papi showed up to inform Castellanos that Che wasn't coming just yet, and that Duque had been withdrawn from the farm and returned to Havana. Che's orders were for the group to keep exploring, not to recruit peasants until we were ready to fight. 9. Back in Havana, the ground beneath Che was shifting. He had new enemies, at home and abroad. The Kremlin's ideological section was concerned about the growing body of evidence that Che Guevara's affinities lay not in Moscow but Beijing, and a senior Kremlin apparatchik had been dispatched to Havana to take his political pulse. The Sino-Soviet split was now fiercer than ever. Both Beijing and Moscow were vying for the loyalties of the world's communist parties, and in Latin America the race for influence had caused open ruptures, as pro-Chino factions broke away to form their own parties. As did Cuba herself. Most of the Latin American communist parties depended on subsidies from Moscow for their survival, and had quickly aligned themselves with the Soviet Union. Put to the squeeze, the Cuban government had finally abandoned its officially neutralist posture in the feud, with Fidel himself implicitly supporting the Soviet position during his trip to the Soviet Union in the spring of 1963. Khrushchev had treated him like a conquering hero, and Fidel had reveled in the acclaim. There had been a joint Soviet-Cuban declaration in which Cuba was lauded by Moscow as a fully recognized member of the socialist community. Moscow formally pledged its commitment to defend Cuba's independence and liberty, while in turn Fidel had reaffirmed Cuba's support for socialist unity and for Moscow's policy of peaceful coexistence with the capitalist West. It was a rhetorical vote of support, more tepid than Khrushchev would have liked, but just enough to make the Chinese nervous without alienating them completely. Fidel probably thought it was a fair trade, and he came home laden with new Soviet economic commitments for Cuba. Just in time, for Cuba's economy was in dire straits. The 1963 sugar harvest, at under 4 million tons, was the lowest in years, and the rest of the economy was crumbling. Che may have been the original architect of the Soviet-Cuban relationship, but now he was a figure of concern. In direct contradiction to the policy of peaceful coexistence, his ceaseless call to armed struggle, his emphasis on rural guerrilla warfare, and his stubborn determination to train, arm, and fund Communist Party dissidents even Trotskyites, over the protests of their national organizations, had led to the growing suspicion in Moscow that he was playing Mao's game. Ever since late 1962, in fact, the Kremlin had placed a KGB agent close to Che. His name was Oleg Darushenkov, and although his official cover duty in Havana was to be the Soviet embassy's cultural attaché, he had a special task to perform as Che's new Russian-language interpreter. His sunstroke-prone predecessor, Yuri Pevstov, had been withdrawn for health reasons after only a year in Cuba, just before the missile crisis. Che's own feelings about Darushenkov aren't recorded, but several people who were part of his innermost circle at the time expressed their beliefs in off-the-record interviews that Darushenkov was a provocateur whose real mission was to spy on Che. Especially after the missile crisis, there were many in the Kremlin who feared that Cuba's escalating support for guerrilla adventures, which everyone knew was being spearheaded by Che Guevara, might drag the Soviet Union into a new confrontation with the United States. After the crisis, there was Soviet concern over what the Cubans might do, said Georgy Kornienko, Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin's deputy at the Washington Embassy during the crisis. We didn't want our relations with the U.S. further complicated because of those activities. Fedor Burlatsky, a former Khrushchev advisor, says that in the senior circles of the Soviet Central Committee, opinion was divided between those officials who supported Che and a more predominant group of those who distrusted him. Burlatsky counted himself among the latter group. We disliked Che's position. He became an example for adventurers, which could have provoked a confrontation between the USSR and the U.S. Burlatsky said the opinion that Che was a dangerous character took on added weight because of his remarks after the missile crisis, when he told the Soviets they should have used their missiles. It was a sentiment that Fidel had also expressed privately, but Che had said so publicly. And if Fidel had soon modified his rhetoric, few doubted that Che meant what he said. Che's position echoed the sentiments of many Cubans, but his words were infinitely more embarrassing, coming from such a high-level revolutionary figure. More pointedly, they echoed Beijing's accusations that the Soviets had capitulated to Washington. That's why Che was seen as dangerous, as against our own strategy, said Burlatsky. But he acknowledged, even though Che was against our interests, there was still some sympathy for him. There was a romantic aura around him. He reminded people of the Russian Revolution. Opinion was divided. Some compared him to Trotsky, or to some of the Bolshevik terrorists. Advisors of Khrushchev, like Mikhail Suslov, who described themselves as revolutionaries, had sympathy for Che. The opposition to Che took on real vigor with his interventionist guerrilla expeditions in Peru and Argentina, and was spearheaded by Victorio Codovilla's powerful Argentine Communist Party. Kiva Majdanek, an eminent Soviet Communist Party analyst of Latin American affairs at the time, was well aware of the Argentine lobby in Moscow against Che and its repercussions. The Argentine Party's accusations against Che were that he was an adventurer, pro-Chinese and a Trotskyite. This offended Che a great deal, but this view took on weight here too, especially in the Latin America section of the Central Committee. Anything to the left of the Soviet line was considered pro-Chinese and pro-Trotskyite. The USSR began to incline toward the Latin American Communist parties. Beginning in 1964, the Latin American area began to be seen less as a battleground between the U.S. and the USSR, and more as a war of influence between China and the USSR. Seeming to play into the charges of heresy, Che had continued to test the limits of Soviet tolerance. In September 1963, emboldened by practice and by Fidel's Second Havana Declaration, decreeing the inevitability of revolution in Latin America, which he had begun to cite as the guiding philosophy of the Cuban Revolution, Che had outlined his call for continental guerrilla war in an ideologically refined sequel to his Guerra de Guerrillas how-to manual, the sequel called Guerrilla Warfare, a Method. In a rebuke to the Latin American Communist Party's claims to leadership roles in the struggle of their countries, Che wrote, To be the vanguard of the party means to be at the forefront of the working class through the struggle for achieving power. It means to know how to guide this fight through shortcuts to victory. Bolstering his argument with a quote from Fidel, Che wrote, "The subjective conditions in each country, the factors of revolutionary consciousness, of organization, of leadership, can accelerate or delay revolution, depending on the state of their development. Sooner or later, in each historic epoch, as objective conditions ripen, consciousness is acquired, organization is achieved, leadership arises, and revolution is produced." And something palpably new had emerged in his call to arms. Less reliance on the old communist euphemism armed struggle, in favor of the far more candid violence. Violence is not the monopoly of the exploiters, and as such, the exploited can use it too, and what is more, ought to use it when the moment arrives. We should not fear violence, the midwife of new societies, but violence should be unleashed at that precise moment in which the leaders have found the most favorable circumstances. Guerrilla warfare is not passive self-defense. It is defense with attack. It has as its final goal the conquest of political power. The equilibrium between oligarchic dictatorship and the popular pressure must be changed. The dictatorship tries to function without resorting to force. Thus, we must try to oblige the dictatorship to resort to violence, thereby unmasking its true nature as the dictatorship of the reactionary social classes. And finally, the revolution in Latin America must be of a continental nature, in order to outwit the Yankees who would do all they could to divide, conquer, and repress the rebelling peoples. The unity of repressive forces must be met with the unity of the popular forces. In all countries where oppression reaches intolerable proportions, the banner of rebellion must be raised, and this banner of historical necessity will have a continental character. As Fidel stated, the Cordilleras of the Andes will be the Sierra Maestra of Latin America, and the immense territories which this continent encompasses will become the scene of a life-or-death struggle against imperialism. This means that it will be a protracted war. It will have many fronts, and it will cost much blood and countless lives for a long period of time. This is a prediction. We make it with the conviction that history will prove us right. The rich nation of Argentina had long been coveted by the Kremlin, its Communist Party leaders receiving preferential treatment in Moscow and wielding an unusual degree of influence over Soviet policy in Latin America. With few exceptions, the other regional parties lent their voices to the Argentine position, and by late 1963 their message was the same. Che was intervening in their countries and had to be reined in. Initially, Khrushchev's enthusiastic desire to have an informal relationship with revolutionary Cuba had won out over the Kremlin's skeptical conservatives. They would have preferred a straightforward party-to-party relationship with Cuba that they could dominate, like those they enjoyed with the Eastern European satellite states. In their eyes, Cuba was still an unproven arriviste to the socialist bloc, and despite Fidel's declared commitment to socialism and intention to build a Soviet-style communist party in Cuba, they remained discomfited by their lack of control over the process. Nikolai Matutsov, Party Secretary Yuri Andropov's deputy in charge of relations with the non-European socialist states, acknowledged the Soviet effort to exercise a firmer control over Cuba. There was a whole group of comrades who were of the opinion that we had to teach the Cuban comrades, that we had to help them become Marxists, true Marxists, because they weren't sufficiently prepared theoretically. Among some leaders in the Central Committee Department where I worked, there was this opinion that we had to embrace our Cuban friends as strongly as possible, to squeeze them so they would not be able to breathe. It was this Soviet lobby that had led to the efforts made by the old Cuban communists and their Argentine comrades to secure greater party control over the reins of the Cuban state, and that had culminated in Fidel's 1962 purge. Khrushchev's position had been weakened internally after his missile crisis backing down, and this had strengthened the Cuba skeptics. Angered over Cuba's foot-dragging neutrality in the Sino-Soviet dispute, the escalation of Cuban-sponsored guerrilla activity in Latin America, and the divisions in the Latin American communist parties, the ideologues demanded Cuba's unequivocal allegiance. Che was seen as the fly in the ointment. Metuzov, whose last foreign post had been Beijing, was the man dispatched by the Kremlin to ascertain Che's ideological loyalties. For me, as deputy of the department, the ideological position of the Cuban leaders was an affair of the foremost importance, said Metuzov. For me, for Andropov, for Khrushchev, of course, and other members of the Politburo, the first thing was to clarify the theoretical and ideological positions of the Cuban leaders. In particular, he said, it was imperative to determine their positions on what he called the theoretical problems of the global revolutionary process, a euphemism for the Beijing-Moscow rivalry. Metuzov traveled to Cuba at the end of 1963 in a Soviet delegation led by Nikolai Podgorny, a president of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet. When he spoke about his mission many years later, he made clear that neither Fidel nor Raoul was really the issue. We knew about the process by which they had come to Marxism, how sincere their comprehension of Marxism was. We knew that in his essence, Fidel was a liberal bourgeois democrat, and we knew that his brother Raoul was closer to the communists and was in the party. Now, about Che Guevara, he seemed to me to be the most prepared theoretically of all the political leadership. That, of course, was the problem. Che had been the guiding hand in moving Fidel towards socialism, to his relationship with the Soviet Union, and now he had become the revolution's foremost revolutionary heretic, an enfant terrible with international aspirations. During his visit, Metuzov had many conversations with Che, but it was one all-night talk they had together, early in January of 1964, that Metuzov recalled in special detail. That night, they sat talking until dawn in the library of the Soviet ambassador's residence, and, when they had finished, took a swim together in the pool. The conversation began with a reproach by him, recalled Metuzov. He said he had heard the news that in the Soviet Union, in the party's Central Committee, Che Guevara was considered to be pro-Chinese, that is, that he was the person proposing Maoist tendencies within the leadership. And, of course, this was the most acute question. Metuzov said that Che then began explaining why he wasn't a Maoist. I said, Che, believe me, such evaluations of this Maoist aura you have, I tell you, someone is weaving a spiderweb. In our party, no such attitude toward you exists. Someone is trying to sow discord between us. As he spoke, trying to reassure the younger man, Metuzov said he began to experience a strange sensation. A jowly, beetle-browed man with huge ears and pale blue eyes, Metuzov found himself falling in love with Che. I told him, you know, I'm a little older than you, but I like you. I like, above all, your looks. And I confessed my love for him because he was a very attractive young man. I knew his defects, from all the papers, all the information we had, but when I was talking to him, when we dealt with one another, we joked, we laughed, and we talked about less than serious things, and I forgot about his defects. I felt attracted to him. Do you understand? It was as if I wanted to get away, to separate myself, but he attracted me, you see. He had very beautiful eyes, magnificent eyes, so deep, so generous, so honest. A stare that was so honest that somehow one could not help but feel it. And he spoke very well. He became inwardly excited, and his speech was like that, with all of this impetus, as if his words were squeezing you. Snapping back from his romantic reverie, Metuzov said that as Che spoke, he became convinced that Che was sincere. He said that according to his ideological and theoretical convictions as a Marxist, he was closer to us than to the Chinese, and he asked me to keep this in mind, to let my comrades know that he was a true friend of the Soviet Union and the Leninist Party. Still, Metuzov went away with an appraisal of Che Guevara that escaped easy definition. Externally, one could truly say that yes, Che Guevara was contaminated by Maoism because of his Maoist slogan that the rifle can create the power. and certainly he can be considered a Trotskyite because he went to Latin America to stimulate the revolutionary movement. But in any case, I think these are external signs, superficial ones, and that deep down, what was most profound in him was his aspiration to help man on the basis of Marxism-Leninism. Che's peculiarity, noted Matutsov, was his personal commitment to the revolutionary cause. He understood that his nickname, Che, had become the expression of his personality. In our conversations, I had the impression that he knew that his portrait already hung on history's walls, the history of the national liberation movement. He was sufficiently intelligent to understand this, without arrogance, and meanwhile he remained a normal person, looking for ways with his comrades to build socialism in Cuba and to make that historical portrait of his more relevant, more permanent. The issue of Che's support for the armed struggle may have been a source of worry for some of his Central Committee comrades, but Matutsov denied that it was perceived as one by the Kremlin leadership or by Khrushchev personally. Was the Soviet Union interested in developing the global revolutionary movement? Yes. So what was wrong if Cuba helped and lent its portion of support? It all went into the same piggy bank. Even as Matutsov and Che had their nocturnal conversation, Fidel was preparing to make a return visit to the Soviet Union. On January 2nd, 1964, on the 5th anniversary of the revolution and the eve of his trip, he gave a lengthy address to the Cuban people. Fidel was evidently expecting a great deal out of his upcoming mission, and was already preparing to jettison Cuba's neutrality in the Sino-Soviet dispute and align himself openly with Moscow's foreign policy. He spoke with hyperbolic enthusiasm about the future of Cuba's economy and lauded Cuba's partnership with the Soviet Union. He reiterated Cuba's support for the policy of peaceful coexistence and its desire to live in peace with any country, whatever its political system, including the United States. His speech was also clearly intended for American ears. Only 2 months earlier, he and President Kennedy had been edging toward a behind-the-scenes détente, sending exploratory messages back and forth with a view to normalizing relations when Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas. Che Guevara remained a suspect for almost any kind of international skullduggery, evidently, for his name popped up in a number of reports filed during the Warren Commission's investigation into the JFK assassination, including some quite bizarre ones from J. Edgar Hoover's FBI field agents. One in particular reported an alleged sighting of Che Guevara and Jack Ruby, Lee Harvey Oswald's assassin, together in Panama. With his national address, Fidel was sending a clear signal that he hoped the new American president, Lyndon Johnson, would resume the abruptly severed initiative. Fidel came back from Moscow, laden with a generous new 6-year, 24-million-ton sugar agreement in one hand and a joint Soviet-Cuban communique in the other. This time, he had gone all the way. Cuba and the Soviet Union rejected factional and sectarian activity in the world communist movement. They agreed on Moscow's terms for unity, and pointedly, Cuba was ready to do whatever is necessary to establish good neighborly relations with the United States of America based upon the principles of peaceful coexistence. Khrushchev praised this new Cuban orientation, which would help consolidate peace and relax international tensions. To Maurice Halperin, an American political scientist and economist who was then teaching in Cuba at Che's invitation, the document Fidel had signed in Moscow was unequivocal. The endorsement of the Soviet line vis-à-vis China was enormously strengthened by Fidel's signature on a document enjoying the status of a joint communique. At the same time, the message to the United States, and to Latin America for that matter, was clear. Castro offered to negotiate an accommodation with Washington. Khrushchev approved, and the unavoidable inference for Latin America was that Castro was prepared to abandon the Latin American Revolution for the sake of an accommodation. Of course, like most of Fidel's passionately stated positions, it was a public posture, one he would revise before long, and then continue to revise in future years. As far as affirmation of support for peaceful coexistence, it was largely intended as a statement of intent to use as a bargaining chip in hoped-for negotiations with Washington. At that very moment, Cuban arms and personnel were directly involved in a number of conflicts in Latin America, and at least one in Africa. As he spoke, Massetti's men were prowling the Oran jungle. Hector Bejar's ELN guerrilla column was busily re-infiltrating Peru, and it had been only 2 months since Venezuelan authorities had captured a shipment of 300 tons of weapons sent from Cuba for the guerrillas there. Cuba's former revolutionary police chief, Efigenia Almejeras, and other Cuban military men were in Algeria, secretly helping command an armored battalion in the border war that had broken out with neighboring Morocco. To Che, the term peaceful coexistence was anathema, mere appeasement of the imperialist system dressed up in diplomatic language. For the moment, he kept his mouth shut, but there was no longer any doubt that his and Fidel's paths had begun to diverge. Fidel's goal was to consolidate Cuba's economic well-being and his own political survival, and for that he was willing to compromise. Che's mission was to spread the socialist revolution. The time for him to leave Cuba was drawing near. He put great store in Jorge Ricardo Massetti's abilities to give him the opportunity to do just that. 10. In February, the Cuban guerrilla Alberto Castellanos returned to the war zone from Córdoba. He was overweight and out of shape after an inactive month in the city, drinking beer and eating well. On the 6-hour hike up to the guerrilla camp, he fainted 3 times. When he arrived, he learned that Massetti had decided the EGP was going to become active. The guerrillas were going to dar un pingazo, stick the dick in hard, timed with the 2nd anniversary of the military coup that had toppled Frondizi, March 18th. But as the months had rolled by in the sodden green forests of Oran, Massetti's authoritarian streak had become frightening, his paranoia about potential deserters now pathological. He had begun persecuting Henry Lerner, a young medical student from Córdoba who had arrived in camp the same night as the execution of Adolfo Pupi Rotblat. Lerner, like Rotblat, was a Jew, but at the time he didn't think there was a connection. The son of a veteran communist and a doctrinaire self-described Stalinist at the time, Lerner was proud of his own fortitude and conviction, and expected military discipline. But as Massetti's remarks toward him became increasingly hostile, and the commander singled him out for especially punishing assignments, Lerner began to realize that Massetti thought he was inadequate as a guerrilla, and was trying to break him. Lerner despaired. Conditioned to obey orders and respect his jefe, he tried to overcompensate and win Massetti's approval by performing all his duties well. But nothing seemed good enough. It was obvious Massetti thought he was pan blanco. At Christmas, the urban network had sent up a whole pile of delicacies for the guerrillas, and after their dinner, Lerner sat against a tree, smoking a cigarette and feeling nostalgic. His thoughts had turned to his family and the wife he had left back in the city, when Massetti crept up behind him. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" demanded Massetti. When Lerner told him, Massetti said, "So you're planning to desert, aren't you?" After that, Lerner understood that his situation was serious. By now he had heard about El Fusilado, and of course, Pupi had been executed the night he had arrived. In Massetti's view, to be suspected of even thinking about desertion was punishable by death. Bustos also noticed the tensions on his trips back to camp and became alarmed. He could see another Pupi situation developing. Lerner talked to Bustos privately and asked for his help. Bustos interceded, telling Massetti he was wrong. Lerner was a good cuadro, committed to the cause and definitely not a potential deserter. He urged Massetti to give Lerner a chance to prove himself, and Massetti finally agreed. He gave Lerner a task, to monitor the behavior of 2 other fighters he had singled out for punishment. One, Nardo, was a new arrival whose real name was Bernardo Groswald, a 19-year-old Jewish bank clerk from Córdoba. He had almost immediately fallen apart in the harsh jungle and was exhibiting the same symptoms of distress that had finished off Pupi. Lerner had guided Nardo on his first hike up to the camp, and recalled that the young man clearly had no idea what he was getting into. Nardo asked if we gave talks, if we had meetings, as if he were coming to some kind of flower show. He was done for after 2 days. He had flat feet, was frightened of going down slopes, and he began animalizing. It was truly repellent, and as the days went by he began physically to look more like an animal. To go down a hill, he went down on his ass, walked on all fours. A pathetic image for a gorilla. He was dirty, unclean, and finally he was punished, given the hardest jobs, that kind of thing. The other detainee was Grillo Frontini, a photographer and the son of a well-known and affluent Porteño lawyer. Grillo had been in charge of coordinating things for the EGP in Buenos Aires, but had been profligate and careless with the organization's money. Massetti had ordered Bustos to arrest him and bring him to the mountains to be tried. He placed both young men under arrest and, as a test for Lerner, gave him the job of guarding them at a bivouac in the forest for a week. He was to watch them, talk to them, and determine whether or not they were trustworthy. Depending on what he reported back, there would be a summary trial to decide their fates. There was a kind of madness floating in the air. Massetti saw enemies all around him. He had become emotionally unpredictable. One moment he was euphoric, and the next he would plunge into a deep depression that could last for days. The sciatic nerve in his spinal column, injured in Algeria in his competitions with El Fusilado, hurt him terribly, 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 hurt him terribly. Bustos was especially concerned for the fate of Nardo, and Bustos says he begged Massetti not to do anything until he could make arrangements for Nardo to be evacuated. He would find some people who could be trusted on a farm where Nardo could be kept in custody until it was safe enough to release him. Massetti promised he would wait. Meanwhile, Pirincho had left on a special mission. He hadn't been the same since killing Pupi, but had managed effectively to conceal his anguish. Having won Massetti's complete trust, he had convinced him to let him return to Buenos Aires. A Cuban agent was supposed to arrive in Uruguay with a shipment of arms, and Pirincho was to meet him and smuggle the arms across the Rio de la Plata in his family's yacht. Massetti wanted the arms for his new plan of action. The CGT, Argentina's huge Peronista-dominated workers' confederation, was planning a general strike against the Ilia government, which had given organized labor the cold shoulder. Massetti's idea was to get arms to Bengochea's group and launch a series of coordinated lightning attacks against rural military targets in the area where the Salta and Tucumán provinces joined. With the attacks coinciding with the CGT strike, the EGP could advertise its presence and show its support for Argentina's workers at the same time. The guerrillas would then escape, moving over the Andean Cordillera to a new base of operations a couple of 100 kilometers to the south. Massetti had already carried out some initial exploration of the mountains for their escape route. Their disappearance would throw off the security forces by creating the impression they were a much bigger force than they really were. It was a tactic Fidel and Che had employed with success in the early days of the Sierra War, and Massetti wanted to emulate it. He was also anxious to get things organized. In February, he asked Bustos to make contact with Pirincho in the city and find out how the arms transfer preparations were going. Bustos went to Buenos Aires and arranged a meeting with Pirincho. Pirincho didn't show. They arranged another encounter, another no-show. Finally, Pirincho agreed to meet Bustos in the Belgrano train station. When Bustos arrived, he saw that Pirincho had taken precautions, clearly afraid he had been marked for an extreme measure. Not only had he selected a public place to meet, he had several watchful friends stationed nearby, staking out the exits. Pirincho told me he had agreed to meet to give me explanations, Bustos recalled, but not to Segundo. He wanted to explain why he wasn't going back, because he knew I would understand. Then he told me the whole story, his breakdown, how he had lost faith because of the murder of Pupi, and how he knew the guerrilla thing went beyond the personality of Segundo, and that was what he respected, and he would maintain loyalty to it. He said, "I want to get out of here. I'm going to Europe. I give my word I won't say anything to anyone." While Bustos was away, Massetti broke his promise about Nardo. After spending his week with Nardo and Grillo, Lerner had returned with them to camp and reported to Massetti on their behavior. Grillo was recuperable, but there was nothing to be said about Nardo, whose behavior had worsened. Recalled Lerner, totally broken. He didn't talk. He got down on all fours. He dragged himself, poor thing. He wept. He masturbated. That was how he cleaned himself, like a primitive form of hygiene. Massetti ordered a trial for Nardo. Federico was the prosecutor, Hector the defense lawyer, and Hermes played the role of tribunal president. Lerner recalls that they all sat around like a chorus. Lerner's memory blocked out much of the trial, which lasted 10 or 15 minutes, but he recalled feeling that Nardo had decided to inculpate himself, because he said nothing to refute the charge that if they freed him and he was caught by the police, he would tell all he knew. It was, of course, a foregone conclusion, and the verdict was quickly delivered. He was condemned to death, Lerner said, told that he would be shot by firing squad for not complying with the revolutionary laws. But Nardo's agony was not over yet. He had to spend a final night alive under guard. Massetti decided that he would be shot at dawn the next day, February 19th, and that the newest volunteers would form the Pelotón de Fusilamiento to toughen them up. At dawn the grave was dug, and at the side of the grave he was shot. Lerner stood to one side watching. At the last minute, when the order to fire came, he saw Nardo swell out his chest. He looked straight ahead. He didn't tremble. He didn't fall on his knees. He didn't ask for anything. Afterward, nobody said a word. We all tried to hide from ourselves, recalled Lerner. Massetti acted as if nothing had happened. He ordered the task to be completed. Nardo was buried, his grave covered over. Life went on. It was part of guerrilla life. The EGP was once again free of contagion by the debilitating presence of whitebreads in its midst. Massetti's treatment of Henry Lerner improved afterward, the veil of suspicion that had hung over him now lifted. It was only many years later that Lerner came to grips with the fact that he himself had come very close to becoming one of Massetti's victims. He reflected on the fact that he, Miguel, Pupi, and Nardo were all Jews, and wondered on Massetti's political origins in the ultranationalist and anti-Semitic Alianza Libertadora Nacionalista. Bustos arrived back. He was upset about Nardo, but there was little to be done about it now. They had bigger problems. When he told Massetti about Pirincho's desertion, Massetti refused to believe it. Pirincho was one of his golden boys. He wouldn't desert him. He knew Pirincho had a problem with his girlfriend. Surely that was all it was, and Bustos had misunderstood him. He ordered Bustos to return to Buenos Aires and bring Pirincho back with him. But it was too late. Not only for Pirincho, who had, as promised, left for Europe and vanished. It was also too late for the Ejército Guerrillero del Pueblo. A few days after Bustos left again for the city, 5 new volunteers arrived, forwarded by a dissident Communist Party cell in Buenos Aires. 2 of them were undercover agents for the Argentine DIPA, the secret police. Their orders were to infiltrate the EGP, find their base, and return with information. The DIP agents' infiltration coincided with the Gendarmeria's detection of the guerrillas' location. The group's supplier and courier in Salta, the young and cultured Enrique Bolini Roca, had simply not been a believable provincial bookstore owner. He made too many unexpected trips out of town in his camioneta, and he was also too handsome for his own good. The local women chased him. He attracted attention. The gendarmes soon had the remote spot he drove to on the Salta-Oran road staked out. Now it sent its first reconnaissance patrol into the forest. Almost immediately, the soldiers stumbled into a group of guerrillas at the small supply camp where provisions were stored, before being dispatched up to the main group in the mountains. Among them were Castellanos, Lerner, Grillo Frontini, and another guerrilla known as El Marqués. They claimed they were hunters, looking for wild turkeys in the bush. Nobody believed that story. The 2 DIPA agents were also captured, but soon told the gendarmes their identity and what they had learned. More patrols were sent in, and gradually the EGP began to fall. By April 18th, Che's advance patrol had been liquidated. Hermes was dead, ambushed by a patrol at a peasant's house. With him died Jorge, a philosophy student, their peasant host, and one of the ambushing soldiers. Led by Masetti, the rest of the guerrillas split up and tried to find a way across the mountains. They climbed and climbed. Before long they were in the sodden cloud forest high in the mountains, at an altitude of some 3,000 or 4,000 meters, over 10,000 feet. They had no food. They could barely see because of the fog. 3 of the newcomers died in their sleep of starvation. Masetti, barely able to walk because of his injured back, was with a separate group, Atilio, Hector, and Antonio Paul. He sent Hector and Antonio back to find the others. As they climbed down the mountain, Antonio fell off a high cliff above a river. Hector tried to catch him and fell too. Antonio hit the rocks and broke his neck, while Hector hit the water. He crawled over to where Antonio lay, gave him an injection of morphine, and stayed with him until he died. Within a few days, the remaining survivors were captured. Bolini Roca and other members of the urban underground were caught and arrested in Jujuy, Oran, and Buenos Aires. Bustos and the members of the Córdoba network went into hiding, fleeing into Uruguay. Furry made it back to Cuba undetected. Nothing more was heard of Masetti and Atilio. Gendarmes combed the forest for them but came back empty-handed. By the end of April, there were 18 men in Oran's prison, among them Castellanos, Lerner, Frontini, Federico, and Hector Juve. The group was hermetic and unrepentant. They acknowledged and defended their revolutionary goals, but kept silent about their Cuban links, and even managed to keep the true identity of Che's bodyguard, Alberto Castellanos, a secret. The Cuban connection was soon uncovered, however. Hermes's diary was found, and from the slang terms he used, police were able to determine that the dead man had been a Cuban. The Argentine security forces checked the origin of the arms seized and learned that their Belgian FAL automatic rifles were from a shipment sold by Fabrique Nationale to Cuba. Some dollars found on the guerrillas were also traced back to Cuba. As for their Soviet-issue weapons, Cuba was the only country in the hemisphere that they could have come from. The press speculated out loud. Was Che Guevara the driving force behind the EGP? When the late Hermes Peña was revealed to be one of his former bodyguards, the connections were easily made. When the missing Comandante Segundo was identified as Jorge Ricardo Masetti, and Che paid public homage to him as a heroic revolutionary, the question became a moot point. But neither Che nor anyone else involved in the adventure confirmed anything more specific than that. The whole episode of the guerrillas of Salta remained something of an enigma, a small incident that was quickly overtaken by larger, more dramatic events. Only a handful of people knew how important the episode had been to Che, or that Masetti's failure had altered the course of his life and of history. Masetti was never found, and his surviving companions believe there are only 3 possible explanations regarding his fate. One theory is that when Masetti realized it was all over, he and Atilio committed suicide. The second is that they starved to death. And third, that the gendarmes did find them, stole the estimated $20,000 Masetti had in his possession, and then murdered both men to keep the secret. Before long, the guerrillas were brought to trial. They had a good team of lawyers, including Griot's father, Norberto Frontini, a left-wing Córdoba lawyer named Horacio Lonati, Ricardo Rojo, and Gustavo Roca. But all received prison sentences ranging from 4 to 14 years. Federico El Flaco Mendez was given the highest sentence for his role as the prosecutor in Nardo's execution. Hector Juve was given 12 years for his part in the same trial. Castellanos and Lerner each were given sentences of 5 years. Their sentences would be appealed, but little could be done for them immediately. Gustavo Roca was a Marxist, the enfant terrible of the eminent conservative Córdoba clan, a cousin of Che's old love, Chichina Ferreira, and a friend of Che's since adolescence. Over the coming months and years, Roca did what he could to denounce the human rights abuses and anomalies in the sentences of the imprisoned guerrillas, but his most important role was as a personal courier among Che, the prisoners, and the surviving guerrilla underground network in Argentina. Che was devastated and bewildered by the news of his Foco's nightmarish collapse. He learned about it while traveling in Europe, where he had gone to speak at the founding conference for UNCTAD, the UN Conference on Trade and Development, being held in Geneva at the end of March 1964. Afterward he had traveled to Paris, where Gustavo Roca met him and informed him of the unraveling disaster. After stopping briefly in Algiers and Prague, he returned to Cuba, arriving on April 18th, the same day Hermes was killed. As the weeks passed and Massetti wasn't found, Che knew he was probably dead. It was a personal tragedy as well as a major setback to his carefully laid plans to launch the armed struggle in Argentina. Not only had Che lost two of his closest disciples, Hermes and Massetti, but it was obvious that they hadn't heeded his warnings and had committed a number of errors that had led to their discovery. Few people realized the depth of Che's longing for his homeland. An Argentine journalist named Rosa Maria Oliver thought she had caught a glimpse of his feelings during a conversation they had in February 1963. They had been sipping mate together and talking nostalgically about their country, when suddenly Che struck his knee with his hand and exclaimed almost imploringly, "Enough! Let's not talk about Argentina anymore." "Why, if you love it so?" Oliver asked. "For that very reason." Not long after the news of Massetti's disappearance, Alberto Granado went to see Che at his office. He looked depressed. Trying to cheer him up, Granado quipped, "Che, what's the matter? You've got the face of a dead dog." Che answered, "Petiso, here you see me, behind a desk, fucked, while my people die during missions I've sent them on." Che continued talking, wondering out loud why Hermes, an experienced guerrilla, hadn't followed his instructions to keep on the move. The group's downfall had been to stay in one place long enough for the Argentine gendarmes to find them. Constant movement was a cardinal rule of guerrilla warfare, and Hermes should have known better, even if Massetti didn't. That was why Che had sent him along, to lend a guerrilla veteran's instincts and expertise to the mission, and it hadn't helped. The failure of the guerrillas of Salta was a crucial watershed for Che. Once again, good but inexperienced men had failed trying to test his theories for guerrilla warfare. It was plain that he would have to demonstrate personally that his ideas could work. Just as the Cuban Revolution had been able to count upon Fidel as a figure to rally around and unite disparate revolutionary forces into an effective fighting machine, the success of the Continental Revolution depended upon the physical presence of a recognized leader, and he was it. 26. The Long Goodbye. 1. By the summer of 1964, Che had resolved to leave Cuba and return to the revolutionary battlefield. The question was, where? The conditions had to be prepared for him somewhere. From now on, this goal became Che's greatest single obsession. In Cuba, he was no longer indispensable. The revolution was probably as secure as it would ever be. Although there was still plenty of CIA-sponsored counter-revolutionary activity and continuing U-2 spy plane overflights of Cuba's airspace, it seemed unlikely that the Americans would invade any time soon. Kennedy had, after all, promised not to, in return for the withdrawal of the Soviet nuclear missiles. A promise could always be broken, but Kennedy's successor, Lyndon Johnson, had his hands full with the acrimonious black civil rights issue, the upcoming presidential race, and the escalating conflict in Vietnam, where American troops had intervened directly to shore up an unstable South Vietnam against the Communist North. Khrushchev now extolled Cuba as the daughter of the USSR, and in Havana, nobody chanted Nikita Mariquita in public anymore. Soviet aid flowed more generously than ever to the island, but with it there was a clear trend toward Cuba's dependency on Moscow. The situation displeased Che, but at least for now, Fidel appeared to have fewer qualms, and in any case, no ready alternatives. Che remained convinced that in the long term, Cuba's independence depended not on Soviet subsidies, but on the success of the Latin American Revolution. Sharing their collective resources, a fraternal community of revolutionary Latin American states could reduce their country's traditional dependencies on external forces, including Moscow, and usher in a new socialist era in the developing world. There were other factors influencing Che's decision to leave. They had existed in 1962, when the Salta Foco was still in the planning stages, but by 1964 they were much more acute. Cuba's political atmosphere was becoming claustrophobic. He had new enemies at home and abroad. Latin America's mainline communist parties were furious with this export of the armed struggle to their countries. The Salta episode had outraged Victorio Codovilla, the Argentine Communist Party's venerable strongman, and his party had vigorously condemned the Massetti Foco, pointing out that the communists involved were radicals who had been expelled from the party. Needless to say, Peru's Communist Party and Monge and his Bolivian comrades shared Codovilla's feelings and, like him, had made their feelings known in Moscow. Despite Che's reassurances, the enduring consensus in the Kremlin was that he was a Maoist, a dangerous extremist, a Trotskyite. The Chinese were well aware of the rumors and had begun doggedly pursuing Che. When he was in Geneva for the UN Conference on Trade and Development, Chinese agents had tailed him everywhere, staking out the lobby of his hotel, watching who went up and down the elevator to his floor. Sergo Mikoyan had been in Geneva at the time, and hoping to dispel the rumors, tried to arrange an informal get-acquainted meeting between Che and the Soviet Foreign Trade Minister, Nikolai Patolichev. When Mikoyan went to Che's hotel, he noticed the Chinese in the lobby. In his hotel room, Che was happy to see him, and immediately agreed to the meeting with Patolichev, then asked, "Did you see any Chinese downstairs?" When Mikoyan said he had, Che nodded. "In Moscow you think I'm China's agent or connected to them, but I'm not. The truth is they follow me around all the time." But Che's protestations of innocence sounded disingenuous to most of the Soviet leadership. In Cuba, his preference for the Chinese's more disinterested display of revolutionary solidarity was well known among his aides. Orlando Borrego pointed out that the only Chinese technicians working in Cuba were attached to Che's ministry and worked for free, while the Soviets required salaries and housing paid for out of the credits Moscow provided to Fidel's government. Che made no secret of his opinion that the Chinese showed a truer socialist morality. In these ideological times, when any deviation from the Kremlin's policy was seen as heretical, even treasonous, Che had allied himself time and again with the Chinese policy on socialist revolution. Any attention he received from Beijing could be seen only as having been bidden. The suspicion had cast a pall over his work in Cuba, and his dealings with even some of his closest comrades, such as Raúl Castro, who had developed strong links with the Soviet military and its party leadership. Since the days in Mexico and the Sierra, when Raúl had been Che's chief ally and shown deference to him, their relationship had steadily deteriorated to the point of becoming adversarial. In Cuba, some say, the turning point was the Soviet missile negotiations in the summer of 1962, when Che had been called in to do clean-up duty after Raúl. As Che's own relations with Moscow soured, Raúl had become increasingly pro-Soviet and was reportedly given to cracking jokes about Che's being China's man in Cuba. On another front, Che's industrial policies were now being openly challenged, and he was engaged in a fierce, if fraternal, ideological debate over the direction and control of Cuba's economy. Che's advocacy of the so-called budgetary finance system, whereby state-owned enterprises shared assets and resources communally instead of competing among themselves in the system of state capitalism practiced and advocated by the USSR, had run into fierce opposition. His main opponents were Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, whom Fidel had put in charge of agriculture as the INRA chief, and Marcelo Fernandez, his old July 26 sparring partner, now at the Ministry for Foreign Trade. At the core of the ideological dispute was Che's insistence upon the application of moral incentives in addition to material incentives as a means of developing a communist consciousness among Cuba's workforce. The system employed in the Soviet Union had grown out of the new economic policy, NEP, adopted by Lenin in 1924 as a way of jump-starting the stagnant post-Civil War Soviet economy. It allowed for capitalist forms of competition between factories and individual workers as a means of increasing production. Che believed that this system prevented workers from achieving a true socialist regard for their labor, a regard that only moral incentives could achieve. That was the impetus behind his volunteer labor scheme, his effort to demonstrate a willingness to sacrifice for the common good. Also at issue was the future direction of Cuba's economy. Che's dream to bring about Cuba's rapid industrialization had quickly bogged down. He accepted part of the blame himself for having moved too fast with an unprepared workforce and insufficient resources to cope. But there were other factors beyond his control: incompetence, lack of technical expertise, and often the poor quality of the Soviet bloc equipment and materials imported, which angered him, and which he was not averse to pointing out. The other option was for Cuba to return to king sugar. By mid-1964, with the new Soviet-Cuban sugar deal and Khrushchev's offer to help invent a cane-cutting machine to mechanize Cuba's sugar harvests, it was fairly clear that agriculture, not industry, was what the future held for Cuba, and to some extent, this undercut Che's dream of creating the new socialist man. Finally, Che was not a Cuban but an Argentine, and although he never said so publicly, there must have been a sense in him that it was their country after all. He had trained loyal cadres who believed in his methods, and they could carry on the battle in his absence, but it was time for him to leave the scene. Perhaps Che was also becoming aware of his age. He was now almost 36. He could still march and fight and lead men, but if he waited much longer, it would be too late. 2. His first task was to rebuild and expand the clandestine guerrilla infrastructure in South America, shaken but not shattered by the Salta fiasco. With the exception of Alberto Castellanos, the Bolivians and Cubans involved had come out unscathed, as had the urban underground in Córdoba, Buenos Aires, and other Argentine cities. Most of the damage had been limited to the guerrillas themselves and to their immediate support network in Salta. Even as Massetti's column collapsed, Che had deployed an important new asset in South America. Tanya was on her way. Tanya had finished her espionage training in March 1964, and Che had summoned her to his office at the Ministry of Industries. Renan Montero, the pseudonym of one of Piñero's top agents, was with him. Among other missions, Renan had participated in the ill-fated 1959 Nicaraguan guerrilla expedition with Rodolfo Romero. Che informed Tanya that he wanted her to go to Bolivia, to be his deep cover agent there, to establish a legal profile and become acquainted with as many of the country's leaders as she could. She would remain indefinitely, to be activated when the right moment came. According to Piñero, Tanya had been selected for Bolivia because, among other talents, she spoke German, useful for penetrating Bolivia's influential German émigré community. He said she was not informed that Che eventually planned to join her there. Tanya left the meeting with a feeling of pride. Che had recognized her merits and assigned her a vital role to play in the Continental Revolution. Shortly afterward, she left Cuba in disguise to travel around Western Europe and test out her false identity, her leyenda, and to acquaint herself with the places in her false personal biography. Following the meeting with Tanya, Che summoned Ciro Bustos to Havana for a debriefing and to issue him new instructions. Since the Massetti debacle, Bustos had been engaged in mopping up duties while waiting for his marching orders from La Isla, the island, as Cuba was called in underground circles. With the help of the academics in Córdoba, he had put together the prisoners' legal defense team, and had smuggled Furry and two other conspirators, Petiso Bellomo and Héctor Jouve's brother Emilio, out to Montevideo, Uruguay, where he rented a safe house. Most significantly, Bustos had also orchestrated the transferring of arms to 2 independent groups from the weapons caches intended for the Salta Foco. One was the Trotskyite splinter faction of El Vasco Bengochea, which intended to open a new foco in Tucumán, and the other was a nascent group led by Raúl Sendic, the leader of the Uruguayan Cañeros, a leftist sugarcane cutters movement. Bustos' meeting with the latter was cloaked in clandestine drama. Sendic asked for a meeting with me through some contacts of Petiso Bellomo, recalled Bustos. The meeting took place one Sunday afternoon on a beach of El Cerro, on the industrial outskirts of Montevideo. He was disguised as an old poor fisherman, and I as a solitary stroller. Beyond, not far away, some youths, his guys, played soccer on the beach. A little closer was El Gordo Emilio, Hector's brother, serving as my backup fisherman. Sendic questioned me extensively on the reasons for the Salta failure, and asked me for 2 things, a training course in security, and some arms. Bustos agreed to train one of Sendic's men in the basics of security and tradecraft. 3 decades later, Bustos observed with a little irony, his old student had become a well-known and respected economist working for the Uruguayan government. He also authorized Emilio to transfer part of the EGP's arms cache in Uruguay to Sendic's group. Bustos' decision to aid the Uruguayans was much more historic than he realized at the time. From this humble beginning, Sendic's organization soon became renowned as the sophisticated Tupamaro urban guerrilla movement, whose actions would shake Uruguayan society to the core. 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 As for his meeting in Havana with Che, Bustos traveled with Pancho Aricó, editor of Pasado y Presente and the ideological mentor of the Córdoba support group. He was the only one of the support group who had gone up to the mountains to see Massetti before his demise, and since then had become convinced, as had his colleagues Oscar del Barco and Héctor Toto Smukler, that Che's Foco theory wouldn't work in Argentina. Pancho went to Cuba to see Che, carrying our critical views that we thought the rural guerrilla thing wouldn't work tactically, said Toto Smukler. But when he got there, he couldn't open his mouth. Che talked for 2 or 3 hours, and Pancho didn't say anything. Afterward, Pancho told his friends that once he was sitting in front of Che, he felt overcome by the force of his presence and his arguments, and felt too intimidated to contradict him. It was Che, Pancho Aricó explained simply. It was the same for Bustos, who met with Che several times to go over what had happened in Salta and to decide on a new plan of action. Che said he could not fathom why some of the men had starved to death. Bustos tried to explain the conditions of the jungle around Oran, an area with virtually no peasants and no food. The difficulties of hunting, how at one point the guerrillas had shot a tapir, but found it impossible to eat because the meat simply decomposed. When I told him that, Che said no, they should have boiled it longer, so that the acids converted or something, and then it would have been fine. Che's viewpoint was obvious. A rural guerrilla foco could be done, but it had to be done right. Bustos had his doubts, but unlike Aricó, he had not lost all hope. Any new attempt, he felt, should concentrate on building up its infrastructure, spread out over several zones for survival's sake. The guerrillas couldn't expect to live off the land by hunting, nor could they rely, as Massetti's group had, on a flow of canned goods from the city, with pickup trucks coming and going suspiciously in a pattern that ultimately alerted police to its movements. They needed to blend into an area, and be as self-sufficient as possible without raising suspicions. Bustos says that Che agreed with him. He told me, "Tie things up well here, then go back and put your plan in action. Start working with the people. Make use of the communist and Peronist splinter groups, and let's see what develops." Bustos understood that he was to work with whichever group was willing to embark on the armed struggle, and simultaneously try to forge a coordinated national guerrilla front. There was to be no politico-military commander named for now. no imminent call up to the mountains. His was to be preparatory work of indefinite duration. One very big obstacle to all this was going to be money. Bustos says Che didn't give him a budget as such to work on, but did provide him with some help. They discussed fundraising, and Bustos mentioned an expropriation strategy advocated by some of his action-minded comrades, robbing banks to obtain cash. It was the same proposal Che had made when he arrived to take command of the revolutionary forces in Las Villas in late 1958. But this was a different situation. Cuba had been in a full-fledged state of civil war, and Che had been in command personally. Conditions weren't the same in Argentina, and he didn't want things there to get out of hand before the insurrection had taken root. Che ruled out the bank robbery scheme. "Not at this stage," he told Bustos. "If you start out by robbing banks, you end up as a bank robber." Before leaving, Bustos saw Furry, Ariel, and Papi, and they worked out entry lines and contact points for receiving and sending messages, people, money, and logistics to and from Havana. Uruguay, one of the last countries in Latin America to maintain diplomatic relations with Cuba, would remain their relay station for the time being. On May 20th, while he was still in Cuba, Bustos received a cable informing him of an explosion on Calle Posadas in downtown Buenos Aires. Vasco Bengochea and 4 of his men had been making bombs on the 6th floor of an apartment building and blown themselves to pieces. That was the end of the Tucumán group. It was another setback, but as Bustos recalled, Che seemed fairly unperturbed about the incident. He assumed these things with great calm. After Bustos's departure, Che and Fidel had a temporary falling out over strategy. In the midst of sharpening language from the Johnson administration, which tightened trade sanctions and renewed U.S.-sponsored measures to isolate Cuba by the OAS, Fidel embarked on an appeasement offensive. In a series of July interviews he gave a New York Times correspondent, Richard Ader, Fidel obliquely offered to end Cuba's support for Latin America's revolutionary movements if the hostilities against Cuba ceased. For Fidel, it was a matter of realpolitik. He had learned his lesson in the art of quid pro quo the hard way, by watching Khrushchev during and after the missile crisis. Khrushchev had followed up the missile crisis by pursuing talks with Washington and signing a nuclear test ban treaty in August 1963. But he now saw how he could apply it to Cuba's benefit. Fidel hinted strongly to Ader that his gesture was being made on Soviet advice, and made clear his hope that Johnson would win the upcoming November presidential election over his arch-conservative rival, Republican Senator Barry Goldwater, and resume the exploratory talks toward détente with Cuba that had begun with John Kennedy. The day after Fidel's remarks were published, the State Department released a statement flatly rejecting his olive branch. There could be no negotiations with Cuba while she remained tied to the USSR and continued to promote subversion in Latin America. In an indication of his own seriousness, Fidel maintained an unusually diplomatic silence, despite the rebuff. He even managed to avoid provocation when, on July 19th, a Cuban soldier was killed by a gunshot fired by an American from within the Guantanamo base. Raúl spoke at the massive funeral that was held for the dead man, and made clear that he was following his brother's cue. The shot fired, he said, was aimed at Cuba and at President Johnson, and against the cause of peace. If Goldwater was elected, there would be war. Within a few days, however, Che made his own uncompromising views public. On July 24th, speaking at a factory in Santa Clara, he reminded his listeners that it was their common duty to fight imperialism whenever it appears and with all the weapons at our disposal. It didn't matter, he said, who the Americans elected as their president. The enemy was the same. It was the closest Che had ever come to a public rebuttal of the doctrine espoused by El Jefe Máximo, and if Fidel took him to task, he did so behind closed doors. As it turned out, Che, not Fidel, was more the realist this time around. 2 days later, the OAS voted to impose mandatory sanctions on Cuba by all member states, and ordered all those who had not severed ties with Cuba to do so. One holdout, Brazil, had already broken off relations in May, and now the stragglers followed suit. In August, Bolivia and Chile broke off ties, followed in September by Uruguay. Mexico was the only nation that refused to go along with the ruling. As Washington crowed victory, Fidel reiterated his offers of détente. In return for a normalization of relations with its neighbors, he declared on July 26th, Cuba was willing to live within accepted norms of international law. If attaining peace meant giving up Cuba's material aid to other revolutionaries, so be it, as long as the gesture was reciprocated. Leaving no doubt that his overture was couched within the framework of the existing Soviet foreign policy of peaceful coexistence, he concluded, Our position is that we are disposed to live in peace with all the countries, all the states of this continent, irrespective of social systems. We are disposed to live under a system of international norms, to be complied with on an equal basis by all countries. That was Fidel's carrot to the Americans, and then came the face-saving stick. The people of Cuba warn that if the pirate attacks proceeding from North American territory and other countries of the Caribbean basin do not cease, as well as the dispatch of agents, arms, and explosives to Cuban territory, the people of Cuba will consider that they have an equal right to aid, with all the resources at their command, the revolutionary movements in all those countries that engage in similar intervention in the internal affairs of our fatherland. There was no question that Fidel was gingerly offering terms for peace. But, as with Che's 1961 overture at Punta del Este, this new gesture was perceived by U.S. policymakers as a sign of weakness, and once again they spurned it. Coinciding with the OAS ruling, Fidel's placating speech put the Americans in a triumphalist mood. The pressure on Cuba was showing results, and by keeping it up, they could finally finish Castro off. They were, of course, quite wrong. With the failure of his Kremlin-backed peacemaking bid, Fidel returned to the path of confrontation advocated so unstintingly by Che. Outside events greatly aided his turnaround. On August 5th, American planes began bombing North Vietnam in retaliation for alleged attacks by Hanoi's gunboats against American naval forces in the Gulf of Tonkin. 2 days later, Congress passed the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution, giving Johnson the green light to escalate U.S. military involvement in Vietnam. The Vietnam War, as it would become known to the Americans, had begun in earnest. Cuba issued a ringing denunciation of the American bombing, calling for unity in the global socialist camp to defend Vietnam against Yankee imperialist aggression. For Cuba, the crisis in Vietnam afforded a grand opportunity to repair the lauded socialist fraternity so damaged by the two feuding communist giants. Che stepped into the breach. At an August 15th Havana award ceremony for outstanding communist workers who had set records for volunteer labor, he reassured Cubans that for all their increased isolation, they were now part of an expanding international community of revolutionary states. And in those Latin American nations that had aligned themselves with Washington's policy of containment, revolutionary armed struggles would triumph and extend the socialist alliance still further. It does not matter if these are the times when the bad winds blow, Che explained, when the threats increase from day to day, when the pirate attacks are unleashed against us and against other countries of the world. It does not matter if we are threatened with Johnson or Goldwater. It does not matter that every day imperialism is more aggressive. The people have decided to fight for their liberty, and to keep the liberty they have won. They will not be intimidated by anything. And together we shall build a new life, together, because we are together. We here in Cuba, in the Soviet Union, or over there in the People's Republic of China, or in Vietnam, fighting in Southern Asia. He reminded his audience that in Latin America there were two revolutionary struggles, in Guatemala and Venezuela, which were making progress, inflicting defeat after defeat on imperialism. Throughout Africa, national liberation movements were ascendant. In the former Belgian Congo, the inheritors of Patrice Lumumba's revolutionary example were still fighting, and would inevitably win. In the Portuguese colony of Guinea, the Liberation Army led by Amilcar Cabral already controlled half the national territory. Soon, it too would be free, as would Angola. Zanzibar had recently won its independence, and Che unrepentantly acknowledged that Cuba had played a part in that happy outcome. Zanzibar is our friend, and we gave them our small bit of assistance, our fraternal assistance, our revolutionary assistance at the moment when it was necessary. But Che was now ready to go further than he ever had before publicly in defending the nature of the war ahead, even invoking the specter of atomic apocalypse. He called it a prospect that was real, given the inevitability of confrontation between the liberation movements and the forces of imperialism, which could unleash a nuclear war through an error of calculation. Thousands of people will die everywhere, but the responsibility will be theirs, the imperialists, and their peoples will also suffer. But that should not worry us. We as a nation know we can depend upon the great strength of all the countries of the world that make up the socialist bloc, and of the peoples who fight for their liberation, and on the strength and cohesion of our people, on the decision to fight to the last man, to the last woman, to the last human being capable of holding a gun. If anyone had missed his point, reiterated and refined over time, Che had said it again, only now in starker terms. The global battle against imperialism was a struggle for world power between two diametrically opposed historical forces, and there was no sense in protracting the people's agony through doomed attempts to forge tactical short-term alliances with the enemy, or appeasement strategies such as peaceful coexistence. The root causes of the problem would remain, and inevitably lead to conflict, and moderation ran the risk of giving the enemy an opening where he could seize an advantage. History, science, and justice were on the side of socialism. Therefore, it must wage the necessary war to win, whatever the consequences, including nuclear war. Che did not shrink from that outcome, and he was telling others they should not either. Many would die in the revolutionary process, but the survivors would emerge from the ashes of destruction to create a new, just world order based upon the principles of scientific socialism. For all this to take place, the emergence of the new socialist man was essential. A true revolutionary consciousness was the crucial ingredient to bring about a new society. And this, in the end, was the crux of his August speech entitled Creating a New Attitude. He had begun by quoting from a poem by the Spaniard León Felipe, describing the tragedy of human toil. No one has been able to dig the rhythm of the sun. No one has yet cut an ear of corn with love and grace. I quote these words because today we could tell that great, desperate poet to come to Cuba, to see how man, after passing through all the stages of capitalist alienation, and after being considered a beast of burden, harnessed to the yoke of the exploiter, has rediscovered his way, and has found his way back to play. Today in our Cuba, everyday work takes on new meaning. It is done with new happiness. And we could invite him to our cane fields, so that he might see our women cut the cane with love and grace, so that he might see the virile strength of our workers, cutting the cane with love, so that he might see a new attitude toward work, so that he might see what enslaves man is not work, but rather his failure to possess the means of production. When society arrives at a certain stage of development, and is capable of initiating the heart's struggle, of destroying the oppressive power, of destroying its strong arm, the army, and of taking power, then man once again regains the old sense of happiness in work, the happiness of fulfilling a duty, of feeling himself important within the social mechanism. He becomes happy to feel himself a cog in the wheel, a cog that has its own characteristics and is necessary, though not indispensable, to the production process, a conscious cog, a cog that has its own motor, and that consciously tries to push itself harder and harder to carry to a happy conclusion one of the premises of the construction of socialism, creating a sufficient quantity of consumer goods for the entire population. Che's habit of referring to the people, the workers, as bits of machinery, as the worker ants in a vast revolutionary agro-industrial collective, affords a glimpse of his emotional distance from individual reality. With the coldly analytical mind of the medical researcher and chess player, the terms he employs for individual humans are reductive and dehumanizing, while the value of their labor in the social context is idealized, rendered in lyrical and sympathetic description. But in his rendering of the Cuban peasant or worker as a happy cog in a wheel, and for that matter, the anonymous guerrillas fighting around the world, whom he had likened to participants in a beehive in his article Guerrilla Warfare, a Method, he was also speaking for himself. Che had found meaning, a form of happiness for his own life, in his identity as a revolutionary within the large family of socialism. There was a discernible parallel between his own experience, the craving for camaraderie of his own youthful quest, culminating in his adoption of Marxism as his creed, and his discovery of true comradeship in the vortex of guerrilla war, and the methodology for attaining the revolutionary consciousness he now preached. The fraternal nature of guerrilla life, in which men are bound by common cause, irrespective of their different pasts, bound together by the conscious willingness to sacrifice oneself while facing the dual prospect of imminent death or ultimate victory, was the crucible of Che's own transformation, the experience that had crystallized him as a man. That experience Che was now extrapolating to the larger world. To achieve a communist state, that unique consciousness had to be extended, made a permanent part of man's nature. Since society required both workers and fighters, both had to perceive their roles in the same hallowed light of significance. And so, to the volunteer workers assembled before him, Che said, "You comrades, who are the vanguard of the vanguard, who have demonstrated your spirit of sacrifice toward work, your communist spirit, your new attitude toward life, ought always to be worthy of Fidel's words. What we were at a time of mortal danger, may we also learn to be in production. May we learn to be workers of liberty and death." Reality, however, was at variance with Che's philosophy. The communist consciousness he had attained was still an elusive, abstract, and even unwanted state of being for many people, even those who believed themselves to be socialists and happily echoed his shout of freedom or death. The willingness to sacrifice material comforts and even life itself for the cause was a state of mind Che might have achieved, but most other men and women had not, and they probably had little interest in trying. Finally, the happy global socialist fraternity of which he spoke was in fact a house bitterly divided. Already, the Sino-Soviet quarrel had caused some of the Latin American communist parties to be split apart, as pro-Chinese militants broke away to form their own groups. Che put his own views forth in some public remarks he made in August, calling the Sino-Soviet quarrel one of the saddest developments for us, but stressing that Cuba had not taken sides. Our party's position is not to say who is right and who is wrong. We choose our position and, as they say in American films, any resemblance is purely coincidental. In socialist Cuba itself, the ill feeling caused by the purging of sectarianism had been put to rest officially since Fidel's rapprochement with Moscow, but it had not gone away. Aníbal Escalante was moldering away in his Moscow exile, but some of his comrades had retained influence with Fidel. Only the previous March, while Che was in Geneva, a bizarre trial had been held to determine the guilt of a former PSP man named Marcos Rodriguez. He was accused by the ex-Directorio leader Faure Chomón of having betrayed some of his comrades to Batista's police after the 1957 palace assault. Because of Rodriguez's links to senior old communist eminences, the event at first took on the appearance of a purge trial. But then, evidently in an effort to stop the airing of more dirty laundry, Fidel intervened. A new trial was held, in which the honor of the communist was restored, and Marcos Rodriguez, now portrayed as a twisted and resentful loner, was executed by firing squad. Che, away in Geneva, had managed to avoid any association with the distasteful proceedings. His repulsion for the Communist Party's sectarianism was well known. Beginning with his selection of José Manresa, former Batista army sergeant, as his personal secretary, he had set forth a precedent, and thereafter stood up for anyone he felt was sincere and willing to work for the revolution despite their past jobs or affiliations. He had consistently made a home at the Ministry of Industries for purged or disgraced revolutionaries, whether the victims of the old communist chauvinism or the casualties of Fidel's own sometimes fickle purges of valuable cadres. He had done so with Enrique Oltuski, his old July 26th rival, after the latter was ousted as communications minister under communist pressure in 1961. He had removed Jorge Macete from harm's way after he alienated the PSP faction in Prensa Latina, and Alberto Mora, the son of one of the martyrs of the Directorio's palace assault, was another. When he was ousted by Fidel as the Minister of Foreign Commerce in mid-1964, Che brought him over to his ministry as an advisor, even though Mora was one of his most outspoken economic critics. Another was the poet and writer Heberto Padilla, an old friend of Mora's. Since the beginning of the revolution, Padilla had worked in the New York and London offices of Prensa Latina, in Havana for Revolución under Carlos Franchi, and for its now-defunct literary supplement, Lunes de Revolución, edited by the novelist Guillermo Cabrera Infante. Perceived as troublesome nonconformists in Cuba's increasingly repressive intellectual climate, Franchi and Cabrera Infante had been sent into diplomatic exile in Europe, from which neither man would return. Padilla had just finished a stint working at the Spanish-language edition of the Soviet magazine Moscow News, and was well aware of the intrigues and authoritarianism that had begun to stifle cultural freedoms in Cuba. In spite of his own doubts and Franchi's warnings, Padilla decided to go back home. Back in Havana, Mora arranged for Padilla to meet with Che, an admirer of his poetry. Mora was still Minister of Foreign Commerce, and was then engaged in a collegial polemic with Guevara over the economy, at odds with Che's insistence on a centralized Soviet-style economy, favoring one that was more market-oriented. Since Padilla had returned with a jaundiced view of what he had seen in the Soviet Union, Mora wanted him to tell Che his views. Padilla and Mora found Che in the midst of a bout of asthma. He was shirtless and prostrate on the floor of his office, trying to regulate his breathing, and he remained there as his visitors began talking. He cut off Padilla's critical appraisal of the USSR straight away, saying, "I must tell you I don't need to listen to what you have to say, because I already know all of that is a pigsty. I saw it myself." Che went on to tell him that China, not Russia, was the model to be studied, for they were making a genuine effort toward the realization of communism. Many people criticize me because they say I put too much emphasis on sacrifice, but sacrifice is fundamental to a communist education. The Chinese understand that very well, much better than the Russians do. By the end of their talk, which ranged over into Padilla's poetry, Che had urged Mora to give him a job in the Ministry of Foreign Commerce, remarking laconically, "These are not good times for journalism." Padilla became the Director General of a department that dealt with cultural items. When Mora was fired and arranged to leave Cuba on a grant to study political economy with the French Marxist economist Charles Bettelheim, with whom Che had also been debating economic theory, Padilla also arranged to leave, obtaining a post as a roving emissary for the ministry based in Prague. After Che's departure from Cuba, both Padilla and Mora suffered unhappy fates. Mora never recovered from his fall from grace and committed suicide by shooting himself in the head in 1972. That same year, after his arrest by state security, Padilla was put through the humiliating ritual of a public confession by the officialist Cuban Writers' Union for his alleged crimes as a counter-revolutionary author, enduring imprisonment, house arrest, and years of official harassment and ostracism before finally being allowed to emigrate from Cuba. Before they left, he and Mora went to see Che for the last time. Mora was unhappy and couldn't conceal it from Che. He explained that he felt depressed when he woke up in the morning. Che walked up to Alberto slowly, recalled Padilla, put his hands on his shoulders, and shook him, looking straight into his eyes. "I live like someone torn in two, 24 hours a day, completely torn in two, and I haven't got anybody to tell it to. Even if I did, they would never believe me. It was a poignant moment of personal revelation coming from Che, one of the few ever recorded that hint at the incredible stresses he put himself through to maintain his persona of the exemplary communist revolutionary. He had told Mora and Padilla that sacrifice is fundamental to a communist education, and he had insisted on being his own guinea pig, but the resulting concoction had come with a heavy price. His father, usually so myopic about his son, had nonetheless perceived this when he wrote that Ernesto had brutalized his own sensitivities to become a revolutionary. His mother once told the Uruguayan journalist Eduardo Galeano that from the time of his asthmatic childhood, her son had always lived trying to prove to himself that he could do everything he couldn't do, and in that way he had polished his amazing willpower. Celia told Galeano that she teased Che for being intolerant and fanatical, and explained that his actions were motivated by a tremendous necessity for totality and purity. Thus, wrote Galeano, he had become the most puritanical of the Western revolutionary leaders. In Cuba, he was the Jacobin of the revolution. "Watch out, here comes Che," warned the Cubans, joking but serious at the same time. All or nothing. This refined intellectual must have waged exhausting battles against his own doubt-nagged conscience. Supplied with Celia de la Serna's insights, Galeano met with Che in August of 1964, and thought she noted the symptoms of impatience in the famous revolutionary. Che was not a desk man. He was a creator of revolutions, and it was apparent. He was not, or was in spite of himself, an administrator. Somehow, that tension of a caged lion that his apparent calm betrayed had to explode. He needed the Sierra. Galeano may have written this appraisal with the benefit of hindsight, but it was accurate nonetheless. As they spoke, Che was searching for a way back to the battlefield, even as he worked himself to exhaustion on Cuba's industrial economy. Industrial economy. Industrial economy. Industrial economy. Industrial economy. Industrial economy, industrial economy. Several possibilities loomed. Besides the insurgent groups in Guatemala, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, there was now a Cuban-backed guerrilla organization in Colombia, the Ejército de Liberación Nacional, ELN, formed in July. In Peru, Héctor Béjar's guerrilla force and Luis de la Puente Uceda's MIR were both preparing to launch their own revolutionary bids. But Che had his heart set on the Southern Cone and his Argentine homeland. That posed a problem. For Ciro Bustos and his comrades had a lot of work to do before conditions would be ready for a new insurrectional attempt in the region, and Tanya was still traveling in Europe en route to her future post in Bolivia. Probably the most promising of potential battlegrounds for the immediate future lay in Africa. All over the continent, rebel movements had formed to do battle with the last colonial holdouts, in the Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique, in white-ruled South Africa, and in the former Belgian Congo, that vast nation comprising the geographic heart of Africa. In October 1963, an anti-government coalition calling itself the National Liberation Council had been formed by a potpourri of former Lumumbist government officials and disaffected regional, often tribally based, strongmen. The council had offices across the Congo River from Leopoldville in the city of Brazzaville, capital of the People's Republic of the Congo, formerly French Equatorial Africa. These rebels had managed to attract Chinese and some Soviet aid, as both superpowers vied for their favors. Since then, the various Allied rebel leaders had sparked revolts in southern, eastern, central, and northern Congo, seizing provincial towns and huge portions of the ill-defended national territory. One Chinese-backed rebel column had seized the distant northern city of Stanleyville in August 1964 and declared a People's Republic of the Congo. By September, the stage was set for a renewed escalation of the Congolese crisis as the government struggled to respond to the rebellion. That response would not be long in coming, and with sensationalist reports trickling out about atrocities being committed against white people by the so-called Simba rebels in Stanleyville, the West would lend a hand. An ambitious trio, former leader Moise Tshombe, President Joseph Kasavubu, and Joseph Mobutu, the armed forces commander-in-chief, ruled the Congo, and, faced with the renewed rebel threat, took quick action to bolster their threadbare army's fighting strength, calling in the South African mercenary commander Mike Hoare and asking him to recruit 1,000 white fighters from South Africa and Rhodesia. The African resistance struggles, and particularly the Congolese conflict, had begun featuring more and more prominently in the Cuban press and in Che's speeches. In fact, he had begun to seriously consider temporarily transplanting his program for continental revolution to the African continent. To that end, Fidel had given Redbeard Piñero's agency the task of preparing the way. Although Che had reserved his ultimate decision about the best base for a Pan-African guerrilla struggle until he could tour the area and meet with the various guerrilla leaders himself, the huge Congo, located in the midst of the continent, seemed to offer the perfect setting and conditions for a rurally based guerrilla war that could radiate out to its neighbors. There were other advantages to fighting in Africa. The Soviets were less concerned about direct involvement there than in Washington's backyard in Latin America, and the nature of the wars, against foreign, white colonial regimes, or in the Congo's case, against a Western-backed dictator with little political legitimacy, were sustained by widespread popular support. Finally, the continent was already inflamed with conflict. It was not a situation that had to be created, as had been the case with the ill-fated Massetti mission to Argentina. The Soviets, the Chinese, the Americans, and their Western allies were all involved in Africa, providing money, arms, and advisors to their chosen factions. There were also a number of anti-imperialist national leaders friendly to Cuba, whose strategically placed territories could provide invaluable rearguard bases, transshipment points, and means of access to the zones of conflict. In addition to the regimes holding power in Mali and the Brazzaville People's Republic, they included Ben Bella in Algeria, Sékou Touré in Guinea, Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, Julius Nyerere in Tanzania, and Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt. In particular, these radical states were outraged at the specter of white mercenaries and neo-colonial Western powers intervening on behalf of the Leopoldville regime, and openly supported the Stanleyville rebel government. In Africa, Che saw the opportunity to finally pursue the implementation of his long-held dream, building a new, Cuban-led international anti-imperialist alliance to replace the ineffectual Cairo-based Afro-Asian People's Solidarity Organization. It would give a truly global dimension to his scheme for the upcoming continental revolution in Latin America by forging a coordinating council for kindred struggles in Asia and Africa. In an ideal world, the alliance would come under Fidel's political direction and be bankrolled and armed by the two socialist superpowers, China and the USSR. In short, what Che envisioned was a repairing of the Sino-Soviet split through the shared burden of waging war. Through the autumn of 1964, Che honed this idea and obtained Fidel's approval to travel abroad and take soundings. The notion of projecting himself internationally had always appealed to Fidel, and after his rebuff by the Americans, he had become newly receptive to Che's position. While trying not to appear to take Beijing's side, he once again questioned the value of towing the Kremlin line on peaceful coexistence. So far, it had brought him precious little. In September, the OAS had pushed through yet another resolution, further tightening commercial sanctions on Cuba. The attacks by the CIA-backed Cuban exiles had also stepped up in intensity. Hijackings, sabotage attacks, and armed commando raids against Cuban shipping were now taking place with alarming frequency. On September 24th, a seaborne CIA action team based in Nicaragua attacked the Spanish freighter Sierra de Avanzazu as it sailed toward Cuba with a cargo of industrial equipment. In the raid, the Spanish captain and 2 crew members were killed, the ship set ablaze and disabled. The incident caused an international outcry, and recriminations within the CIA, especially when it learned the raiders had attacked the freighter by mistake, believing it was the Cuban merchant marine ship Sierra Maestra. The agent back at base who had authorized the attack was Felix Rodriguez.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.